Chapter 1580. The clues end here. Meng tribe's immortal Gu house investigation courtyard floated in the air and did not move forward. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals looked at each other. Meng Zizai looked ahead and saw a lush valley, in stark contrast to the surrounding grassland. According to the laws of nature, such a valley would not form, but Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were not surprised. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice, "This is Sleeping Lady's Divine Needle Valley." Meng Zizai frowned. "Don't tell me it's her?" Meng tribe's second supreme elder was silent. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 lone cultivator who cultivated Sound Path. She did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. This Divine Hedgehog was a sword path immemorial desolate beast. It had one ability: it could shoot out spikes all over its body, making it impossible for people to dodge. It could slaughter gods and kill immortals. Sleeping Lady created Divine Needle Valley and lived in the middle of Meng tribe and Murong tribe, becoming an overlord of a region. Not only did she have brilliant methods to control immemorial desolate beasts, she also had outstanding political wisdom. She lived in the middle of two super forces, borrowing strength from both sides, making it so that neither side dared to deal with her. Because if she did so, Sleeping Lady might defect to the other super force at any time. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals were silent. This matter was somewhat difficult. They had followed the clues, but did not obtain any concrete information about Fang Yuan. Sleeping Lady's own battle strength might not compare to Meng Tu, but if she sent the Divine Hedgehog, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday. In this case, she was indeed suspicious. But this matter would be very troublesome to deal with. For a long time, Meng tribe and Murong tribe had been expressing goodwill towards Sleeping Lady. They had a good relationship with her, trying to win her over and prevent her from siding with the other side. Meng tribe and Murong tribe's relationship was clearly not good. Any superforce had the instinct to expand. Meng tribe and Murong tribe were so close, how could their relationship be good? If Sleeping Lady was the culprit, how could she have such courage alone? Because of this, it was very likely that she had already defected to the Murong family. And the Murong family was a superpower, a Huangjin tribe of the Righteous Path. It was impossible for them to kill another Righteous Path superpower for no reason. Using Sleeping Lady as a weapon was also very reasonable. If Sleeping Lady was not the culprit, how would Meng tribe's two Gu immortals investigate her? If they were not careful, it was likely that Sleeping Lady would have other thoughts and fall to Murong family's side. Then, Meng family's loss would undoubtedly be even greater. The two Meng tribe Gu immortals thought for a long time before Meng tribe's second supreme elder finally spoke. "Let's go, we will visit Sleeping Lady and tell her about Meng Tu's death. Only like this, by being frank, can Sleeping Lady understand my Meng family's motive and determination." After all, the clues stopped at her Divine Needle Valley. Courtyard. Investigation courtyard did not conceal their tracks. The arrival of Meng tribe's two Gu immortals had already alerted Sleeping Lady. Gu Ling tribe Gu clans Immortal tribe Gu clans Dragon tribes. Immediately after they explained the matter, Gu's Immortal Ling tribe spirit. After Meng tribe's two Gu immortals arrived, they immediately explained the situation. Sleeping Lady understood the situation and immediately knew the severity of the situation. First, she quickly expressed her innocence and proved it to Meng tribe's Gu immortals. Secondly, she was also worried about the disappearance of the clue in Divine Needle Valley. This mysterious culprit was able to kill Meng Tu. His methods are definitely high and his battle strength is terrifying. I would like to ask you to follow me and search the whole of Divine Needle Valley. Help me with this. Sleeping Lady took the initiative to request. Meng tribe's two immortals were overjoyed. This was what they wanted. They immediately nodded and agreed. The three immortals moved together and searched Divine Needle Valley very carefully. Sleeping Lady was also afraid. She had some understanding of investigation Gu Ling's power. Since the clue disappeared in Divine Needle Valley, it was very likely that the culprit was hiding in her own valley. Since this mysterious culprit could attack Meng Tu and even viciously kill him, why couldn't he deal with her? The three immortals searched for a while but did not find anything. Meng tribe's two immortals glanced at each other. Meng tribe's second supreme elder purposely said, Divine Needle Valley has almost been searched, is the culprit really not here? Meng Zizai pretended to be unintentional as he said, isn't there still one place that hasn't been searched? Sleeping Lady knew that the two of them were acting, but she wasn't the culprit and sincerely wanted to search carefully, so she nodded and said, this Divine Needle Valley was specially designed for the Divine Hedgehog, now only the depths of the valley haven't been searched, please follow me. Meng tribe's Gu immortals followed Sleeping Lady to the bottom of the valley. In the dark bottom of the valley, there was a huge hedgehog that was as white as snow resting. It was lying on the ground, curled up into a ball, appearing to be in deep sleep. It breathed for a long time. The spikes all over its body were extremely sharp and filled with sword path Dao marks. The Divine Hedgehog was as large as a hill. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals slowly flew towards it like ants facing a wheel. What a divine immemorial desolate beast! Meng tribe's second supreme elder softly praised. Sleeping Lady's expression softened. This was the most important asset that allowed her to contend with two super forces. Meng tribe's second supreme elder carefully observed for a while before saying, it seems that the quality of the front-back divine sniping needles this time is very high quality. Sleeping Lady, when are you going to pick them? The spikes on the Divine Hedgehog's body were rank 8 immortal materials that could be plucked out. Each spike was a front-back divine sniping needle. Every time the Divine Hedgehog encountered danger, it would shoot out the spikes on its body to kill the enemy. Naturally, these spikes that were shot out would not return. When the Divine Hedgehog slept, its body would regrow its spikes. Sleeping Lady's method was unique. She could make the Divine Hedgehog sleep at all times. After feeding it, Sleeping Lady would have a new source of income, that was to sell front-back divine sniping needles. Most of the front-back divine sniping needles that she produced were distributed to Meng tribe and Murong tribe. The remaining small portion was sold at Jewel Yellow Skies. Sleeping Lady thus had ample funds. Northern Plains was a place with poor natural resources, but Sleeping Lady relied on this Divine Hedgehog to live a much better life than most Northern Plains Gu immortals. Let's pick them soon, there will be 436 this time. Sleeping Lady said solemnly. The Divine Hedgehog had over 1,000 spikes on its body, but Sleeping Lady wanted to keep those short spikes to continue growing. What she harvested were the spikes that had grown to the longest. At the same time, she could not sell all the spikes, because without the protection of these spikes, the Divine Hedgehog's battle strength would fall sharply. Let's begin. Meng Zizai suggested. Please do as you wish, I will make the Divine Hedgehog continue to sleep. Sleeping Lady said. Meng tribe's two Gu immortals wanted to search for clues. They activated Investigation Courtyard and caused a huge commotion. But Sleeping Lady's sound path killer move kept the Divine Hedgehog asleep. If the Divine Hedgehog was startled awake from its sleep, it would definitely be furious and vent its anger on others, attacking randomly. Sleeping Lady had not completely subdued this beast and controlled it. After all, she was not an enslavement path Gu immortal. I found a new clue. After searching for a long time, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an excited expression. Sleeping Lady was horrified. This person actually infiltrated to the bottom of the valley. I couldn't sense him at all. Following the traces, the three immortals continued to search. They found that the traces went all the way down into the ground. The three immortals followed the clues and unknowingly went deep underground. The clues also became more and more numerous. Not long after, the traces changed directions and meandered upwards. The three immortals followed the traces and carefully moved forward for a while before coming to the surface. This is already Murong tribe's territory. It is hundreds of li away from Divine Needle Valley. Meng tribe's second supreme elder frowned. The clues completely disappeared here. Meng Zizai's gaze flickered. Sleeping Lady was silent. She would not express her opinion at this crucial moment no matter what. The three immortals searched for a long time but did not find any clues. Sleeping Lady suggested that they go to her valley to rest. Meng tribe's two immortals had no clues. They thought about it and agreed. But when they returned to the valley, the three immortals made a shocking discovery. The Divine Hedgehog, which had been a divine steed, was still sleeping soundly, but it was completely naked, All the front-back divine obstruction needles had disappeared. What's going on? My divine obstruction needles. I spent 100 years guarding Divine Needle Valley without leaving, consuming a large amount of food to feed the divine hedgehog, and even repeatedly using killer moves to coax it to sleep. I was able to nurture it to such a scale. Sleeping Lady turned pale with fright. She cried out involuntarily in pain. Meng Tribe's two immortals looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, because they suddenly realized that they had been used by someone. Chapter 1581. I need Meng Tribe to give me an explanation now. Otherwise, even though I am a lone cultivator, I will not let this matter rest. Sleeping Lady turned her head and stared at the two Meng Tribe immortals. Her loss this time was really too heavy. Thus, she was extremely furious. Even though the other party was Meng Tribe, she still went up against them. Unlike Feng Yuan lost the Guts Gu trade, but he still had the Dragonfish trade, Spirit Snake trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, and so on. After Sleeping Lady lost this front-back divine obstruction needle, she lost her economic pillar. Even though the divine hedgehog was still around, to nurture the front-back divine obstruction needle again, not only would it take time, it would also require a huge investment of funds. Sleeping Lady did not have a long-term vision. Every time she harvested the front-back divine obstruction needle, she would not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. She would leave most of them to grow. But the person who stole the front-back divine obstruction needle was truly too vile. He did not even leave a single hair for Sleeping Lady. Sleeping Lady's losses this time were huge. Not only were the hairs that had grown to their limits close to harvest, but also her future prospects. It is a pity that I do not have the methods to move this immemorial desolate beast divine hedgehog into my immortal aperture. Outside, it is truly not safe. Sleeping Lady's hands were shaking. She even had the thought of dying. But actually, even if she moved it inside, it would be very troublesome. Firstly, she could not completely control the divine hedgehog. If this immemorial desolate beast caused trouble in her immortal aperture, she would suffer disastrous losses. Secondly, if Sleeping Lady underwent tribulation, Providence's perception might aggravate her tribulation and target the divine hedgehog even more. Finally, the divine hedgehog was Sleeping Lady's trump card in dealing with Meng Tribe and Murong Tribe. If it was placed in her immortal aperture, she might not be able to let it out in time to fight in battle. Sleeping Lady, calm down, please calm down. Meng Tribe's second supreme elder quickly persuaded. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? You said there was a murder case. Meng too died in battle. Alright, I trusted your Meng Tribe. I let you in without investigating and warmly welcomed you. You said there were traces, but I could not find them. It was all because of Investigation Courtyard. Later, there were indeed traces, but were they really left behind by the culprit? Does Investigation Courtyard not have the ability to do anything? As she spoke, cold sweat dripped down Sleeping Lady's forehead. She calmed down and looked at the two Meng Tribe immortals with a vigilant expression. A large number of goo worm auras spread out from her body. Sleeping Lady stared at the two Meng immortals and slowly retreated. The two Meng family immortals smiled bitterly, but at the same time, they understood Sleeping Lady's thoughts very well. Now, the divine hedgehog had lost all of its spikes, and its combat power had fallen to rock bottom. This was equivalent to Sleeping Lady's combat power being reduced to its limit. Most of the trump cards she had been using to deal with the superpowers had been destroyed, so how could Sleeping Lady not be vigilant? Meng Clan's second supreme elder bitterly sighed. Sleeping Lady, if this was really our clan's scheme to scheme against you and secretly steal the divine hedgehog's quills, why would we bother to come back here with you? We should have tricked you into a trap with the excuse of tracking the murderer, for example in the Immortal Dao battlefield. What do you think? Sleeping Lady became silent. She raised her eyes and said, that is probably because your Meng family is of the righteous path and has to follow the rules, so it is not good for you to directly attack me. On the other hand, I have already made an alliance with your Meng family, so you schemed this matter to first reduce my combat power and then use clever words to trick me. The two Meng family immortals could not help but look at each other when they heard this. Sleeping Lady's words were not without reason. The two Meng family immortals were quick-witted, but they did not know what to say. Sleeping Lady continued, "You think I don't know what your righteous path is playing? This matter started because of you. If your Meng family does not give me an explanation, then fine, I will expose this matter and let the world judge." The expressions of the two Meng family immortals changed drastically. Meng clan's second supreme elder hurriedly shouted. But it was already too late. Sleeping Lady directly exposed this matter in the jewel-yellow skies, and then hurriedly informed Murong clan of this matter through her connections. In an instant, the scandal that Meng family had painstakingly covered up, Meng Tu's death, the failure in chasing after the murderer, and even implicating Sleeping Lady in losing the front-back god-blocking needle, was completely exposed. Meng Zizai pointed at Sleeping Lady. His eyes were practically spewing fire. He was extremely furious. Meng clan's second supreme elder also had an ashen expression as he narrowed his eyes at Sleeping Lady, even having murderous intent. Sleeping Lady's expression was cold, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Of course, she knew that her actions will greatly damage her relationship with the Meng family. But there was no other way. She had to do this. Any alliance agreement had the possibility of being broken unilaterally. Today's matter was too important. Sleeping Lady had to protect herself. Her battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. How could she protect herself? Even if Meng Tu died as a super force, Meng family was still not something a rank 7 lone immortal like Sleeping Lady could resist. In Sleeping Lady's opinion, the best way was undoubtedly to borrow the strength of other Gu immortals, to make Meng family's competitor, Murong clan, pay attention to this matter and support Sleeping Lady to a certain extent. Even if Meng family had ill intentions, they had to stop. After all, they were a righteous path force. Sleeping Lady, at this point, there is no point in saying any more. But I can tell you clearly that you don't need to worry. We might have been used by that person. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a low voice. The current situation was actually very clear. Even if Meng tribe's two immortals did not cultivate wisdom path, they could deduce. The culprit was extremely vicious. Not only did he mysteriously kill Meng Tu, he even deliberately left behind clues to lure Meng tribe's pursuers into Divine Needle Valley, and then used Meng tribe to lure Sleeping Lady away. Afterwards, he made his move and actually pulled out all of the Divine Hedgehog's spines. Our Meng tribe will give you an explanation. Before leaving, Meng tribe's second supreme elder left behind these words. Once Meng tribe's two immortals left, Sleeping Lady immediately started to set up a Gu formation around the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe lost their clues and could only return. Even if they obtained the clues now, they would be suspicious. Was this another scheme of the other party? While Investigation Courtyard was flying, Meng Zizai suddenly spoke with an ominous glint in his eyes. This culprit is so crafty. Now that the matter has been exposed and the whole world knows about it, we might as well make Sleeping Lady the culprit. Regardless of whether Sleeping Lady was the culprit or not, if Meng tribe killed her and claimed that she was the culprit, they would be able to restore their tribe's prestige and resolve this crisis. They might even be able to obtain the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe's second supreme elder sighed. I have also thought of this. But firstly, Investigation Courtyard might not be able to deal with Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog in a short time. This place is also close to Murong tribe. I have no confidence. Secondly, we have an alliance agreement with her. If we rashly make a move, we will suffer a severe backlash. Thirdly, the current situation in Northern Plains is not the same as before. Right now, Longevity Heaven had appeared, Yao Huang had taken over as South Desolation Immortal, and Longevity Heaven was leading all the Huang Jin tribes. During this period of time, they had been working hard to integrate the forces of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. The Righteous Path forces were basically all Huang Jin tribes. There was almost no need to integrate them. The first step of Longevity Heaven's plan was to integrate the Lone Cultivator forces with the Righteous Path forces. It was just that Celestial Court had used a scheme to disguise as Feng Yuan and destroy this plan once, so there were some obstructions. However, Longevity Heaven did not give up and had been working hard in this area. Thus, as a Huangjin tribe, if Meng tribe rashly dealt with the lone immortal sleeping lady, if they did not handle it well, longevity heaven might investigate and reprimand them. This was what Meng tribe's second supreme elder was most worried about. Meng tribe returned, while Feng Yuan was also on the way. Inside his sovereign immortal aperture, there was a pile of front-back divine obstruction needles. Indeed, it was his plan, he was also the one who did it. Feng Yuan knew a lot about Meng tribe's information, he also had wisdom path attainment. The trap he designed was simple but effective. Adding on his strong luck, sleeping lady was really lured away. Feng Yuan succeeded in his first attempt. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to get close to the divine hedgehog, after all, their auras were not right. But Feng Yuan had familiar face, he perfectly disguised himself as sleeping lady, even when the divine hedgehog slowly opened its eyes, he did not panic. The divine hedgehog slowly fell asleep again, Feng Yuan plucked all of its spines. After succeeding, Feng Yuan did not do anything to the sleeping divine hedgehog, he directly left. In the 500 years of his previous life, Sleeping Lady was also one of the experts who resisted the celestial court. As for the divine hedgehog, why did he steal it? This was of little value to Feng Yuan, he might as well keep it with Sleeping Lady, and when Sleeping Lady nurtures a new batch of spines, Feng Yuan could steal it again. Feng Yuan did not feel any psychological burden when slaughtering others, not to mention stealing. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly amazing, he actually created Theft Path. After tasting the sweetness, Feng Yuan reflected on it and sighed inwardly. In the battle between Feng Yuan and Meng Tu, it was Great Thief Ghost Hand that determined the outcome. If things went according to plan, Feng Yuan would not have been able to take Meng Tu's head so easily. Before Theft Path appeared, Gu immortals fought with their lives on the line, but they might not be able to obtain much loot. But with Theft Path, there is no need to fight to the death to obtain resources. The cost is lowered and the efficiency is raised. This is simply amazing. It is a pity that now is not the best time for me to go around stealing. Firstly, Theft Path Immortal Gu are rare, I only have rank 7 Great Thief Gu. Secondly, I already exposed my identity as the Grand Thief Ghost Hand in the Western Desert. If I go around committing crimes, people will probably connect the dots and figure out my true identity. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe is still lacking a crucial immortal material. After this, I will stop and return to Langya Blessed Land to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. Even though Feng Yuan had some theft path methods, he could not go overboard at the moment. Because soul cultivation was the most important matter at hand. Once his soul foundation rose, Yama Emperor would be able to use it more efficiently, and Feng Yuan's battle strength and plans would have a guarantee. But soul cultivation required Guts Gu and soul cores, which meant he needed supplies from Green Ghost Desert. Xuanbu Jin's identity also had to be kept a secret. This was a chain of needs. Oh, right, I can't let this matter be exposed easily. Feng Yuan chuckled and immediately spread a rumor in Jewel Yellow Skies, saying that Sleeping Lady had embezzled and schemed against Meng tribe, but she had actually obtained the front-back divine obstruction needles to prepare for tribulation and advance to a higher cultivation level. With the truth being mixed up like this, it was even easier for Feng Yuan to conceal himself. As for Sleeping Lady, after she learned of this rumor, she immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood from anger. Chapter 1582. Jewel Yellow Skies. A large lump of transparent fire was quietly burning, emitting a thick and grand treasure light. Once the fire appeared on the market, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. A large number of wills and some divine senses were attracted. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Zhang Ji smiled lightly. He was the owner of this transparent fire. To think that I would obtain such a rare batch of rank 7 immortal materials in this exploration. After selling them, I can replenish my immortal essence reserves. He thought as he responded to others' inquiries. The price he offered was just a little bit higher than usual, so many people wanted to buy it. I want all of these goods. One of the divine senses contacted Zhang Ji and stated a high price straightforwardly. Zhang Ji was moved, he could not believe it. You want all of these? This price. Let's trade. The other party was very straightforward, directly sending a large number of immortal yuan stones. But seeing this huge amount of immortal yuan stones, Zhang Ji's eyes shined. He immediately agreed. The transaction was quickly completed. The Gu immortals who were paying attention were caught unprepared. Don't be anxious, I still have more goods. Zhang Ji's divine sense fluctuated. He quickly took out a lump of transparent fire and placed it into jewel yellow skies. It was just that this ball of transparent flame was much smaller than the one he had sold. Because of the first transaction, other Gu immortals were interested in buying it. After all, this transparent fire was rare in the market. Normally, they could only buy it continuously, and each purchase would be in fist-sized or basin-sized lumps. But now, the transparent fire was as big as a carriage. After this, there would be no more opportunities like this. But this time I will raise the price. Zhang Ji's smile became wider. He did not know much about the transparent fire. This was the first time he was selling it. He did not know the market price. The enthusiasm of the other Gu immortals was beyond his expectations. He raised the price higher and higher, but the surrounding Gu immortals rarely backed out of the competition. Their bids also became higher. Oh no, I seem to have sold it wrongly. When Zhang Ji saw this scene, he felt some regret in his heart. At the same time, he admired the buyer's decisiveness. Zhang Ji was not stupid. He divided all the transparent flames into 3 parts. The first set was to test the waters, and the one being sold now was only the second set. The more transactions he made, the more accurate his grasp of the market situation became. Floating life fire. Fang Yuan looked at this transparent fire in the sovereign immortal aperture with a joyful mood. He was the one who made the first move and bought Zhang Ji's goods. This kind of floating life flame was transparent, and it burned silently without any heat. However, when it burned a life to death, the past of that life would turn into an image and continuously reappear in the floating life fire. At that time, the floating life fire would emit a multicolored luster and would no longer be transparent. The storage of the floating life flame required a special method. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, had obtained a large amount of floating life fire by chance and did not have the means to do so. After Fang Yuan succeeded, he immediately used his methods to preserve the floating life flame. This method was not the content of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but Lang Ye's inheritance that Fang Yuan exchanged with Spectral Soul's true inheritance. I originally wanted to travel a long distance and find trouble with others to obtain this floating life flame. To think that someone would suddenly sell it in jewel yellow skies, and in large quantities. My luck is really good this time. Fang Yuan smiled. There were definitely many Gu immortals who wanted to buy the floating life flame. But Gu immortal wills could not make decisions. They could only act according to the orders left behind by the Gu immortal. And to take out so many immortal yuan stones at once was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Even if they had funds, these spectating Gu immortals would want to haggle. After all, they did not need a lot. With all these factors, Fang Yuan took advantage of the situation and immediately acted, gaining the initiative. As for the risk, even though this Zhang Ji was a Gu immortal of Black Heaven Temple and a member of Celestial Court, he did not know that the buyer was Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan also did not know his identity. The transactions of Jewel Yellow Skies had always been very safe. If Celestial Court could use this to scheme against Fang Yuan and even infiltrate Jewel Yellow Skies to such an extent, then Fang Yuan might as well just surrender. All in all, this possibility was very small. Drinking Blade Wine, Edge Gu, Front-Back Divine Obstruction Needle, and Floating Life Flame, these 4 immortal materials were basically all gathered. He still needed to buy some Edge Gu, but Jewel Yellow Skies could satisfy them. If he could not, Western Desert's Shao clan was also a channel. There was no meaning in staying outside. Fang Yuan set off and rushed back to Langya Blessed Land. Using the teleportation immortal formation, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. The process was very smooth, there were no dangers. Fang Yuan returned much earlier than planned. This made Land Spirit of Langya very happy. Since you are back, I will start refining. Land Spirit of Langya was very proactive. The pressure that Celestial Court placed on him was too great. This time, I need to thank First Supreme Elder and the Gu Immortals of the other 3 races for lending me so many immortal Yuan stones. Feng Yuan expressed his gratitude. Without their help, how could Feng Yuan have such a huge amount of funds? No need to be polite. We are all on the same side. If you become stronger, Langya Blessed Land will be safer. If Langya Blessed Land is in danger, they will not be able to escape due to the alliance agreement. Land Spirit of Langya's reply was very frank. Indeed, the current reality was that Langya sect, the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkman City were all in the same boat. If anyone got into trouble, the others would not be able to escape. Feng Yuan handed these 4 immortal materials to Langya sect to process. The processing of these immortal materials would take at least half a month. The process was very complicated. And this was the result of all the hairy man Gu immortals of Langya sect working together. From this, one could see the excellence of myriad self-immortal Gu's recipe. Feng Yuan had become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The myriad self-immortal Gu recipe he designed was very outstanding. It could be said to be the limit of the world. It had almost reached a stage where it could not be improved. The crucial steps of the Gu refinement were reduced to the limit. There were only 3 steps. The other steps had over 10,000 steps. Most of them were processing the immortal materials. Feng Yuan processed the immortal materials to their optimal state. He spent most of his effort on this. Even if the consumption of immortal materials increased greatly, he did not care. Because these steps could be controlled by Gu immortals. And the crucial steps of the Gu refinement could only be controlled by the collision and conflict of Dao marks. They were not controlled by the Gu immortals. Through this method, combined with Langya sect's Gu refinement ability, Feng Yuan's myriad self-immortal Gu recipe had a success rate of 50%. That was to say, Feng Yuan had a 50% chance of success, the other 50% chance of failure. A 50% success rate was too terrifying. For the vast majority of Gu immortals, if they had a 1% success rate in Gu refinement, they would be happy. However, this was mainly because he was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. How many refinement path quasi-supreme grandmasters were there in the world? Throughout history, people like Feng Yuan could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 3 people who surpassed his attainment level. And in the world, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths. How many of them cultivated refinement path? Looking at it from another angle, most Gu immortals were like amateurs when it came to refining immortal Gu. If the success rate of Gu refinement could be raised, that would be absurd. In fact, even Feng Yuan did not dare to believe the 50% success rate when he deduced it. However, he immediately thought of Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in his life. There was no lack of rank 7 and even rank 8 immortal Gu. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. If he did not have such a success rate, would Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable ask him for help? Also, I borrowed Langya sect's strength to refine this Gu. In the current world, in terms of Gu refinement attainment, Langya sect is without a doubt the number 1 sect. Besides this, the third reason is my strong luck. First was his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. Second was the help of the number 1 Gu refinement force in the world. And third was his strong luck after inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance. These 3 reasons contributed to the 50% success rate of myriad self-immortal Gu's refinement. There is finally such a day. I am free from the curse of refining immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was deeply moved. He had the urge to cry. He knew that the main reason was that he had achieved refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. The other 2 reasons were also helpful, but they were more or less present when he refined Gu. The 50% success rate was mainly brought about by his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. This is only the immortal Gu recipe that I deduced and modified. In the future, if I make up for my foundation in Gu refinement and personally lead the refinement, the success rate will increase by a lot. Chapter 1583. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. Land Spirit of Langya breathed in deeply, before chanting, Formation Activate. Like countless bees dancing wildly, there was a loud buzzing sound as the refinement path superformation was activated. Soon, a large area of white gold light spread out, filling this area. Enter the formation. Land Spirit of Langya ordered again. At the same time, he entered the immortal formation. Next, sixth hair, third hair, fourth hair, seventh hair, and other hairy man Gu immortals also entered the formation. Fang Yuan stood at the periphery of the immortal formation as a spectator. This Gu refinement was not done by him, it was handed over to Langya Sect's Land Spirit and hairy man Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, his refinement path foundation and actual control could not compare to Langya Sect's Gu immortals. If it were during normal times, I might be able to participate in the Gu refinement. But this time, Land Spirit of Langya did not hesitate to use the refinement path immortal formation that Long Hair Ancestor had personally set up back then. This immortal formation cannot be used by hairy man Gu immortals. I am a human Gu immortal. If I enter, I will be refined and killed by the immortal formation. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation. This time, it even used the long hair refinement path formation. Of course, with Fang Yuan's methods, he could use his transformation path attainment to turn into a hairy man Gu immortal. But Langya Sect probably wanted to keep this a secret and did not want to reveal it to Fang Yuan. Earlier, I used Spectral Soul's True Inheritance to exchange for Langya True Inheritance with Land Spirit of Langya. However, it was clear that this long hair refinement path formation was the core of Langya's True Inheritance and would not be traded. Just like Spectral Soul's True Inheritances lead Soul into dream and other killer moves, I also value them highly. Fang Yuan observed from the side, his eyes shining with uncertainty. Even though the Langya Sect excluded Fang Yuan was actually very satisfied with this. Facing the immense pressure from the Celestial Court, Langya Sect was anxious. They did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation to refine Myriad's self-immortal Gu for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had joined the Langya Sect, so he could be considered as one of them. Increasing Fang Yuan's combat power now would greatly benefit them in moving Langya Blessed Land. The long hair refinement path grand array was slowly activated. The radiance kept changing. First, it was white gold, then it turned orange gold and finally black gold. Specks of starlight began to flicker amidst the inky gold radiance, dazzling and resplendent. The buzzing sound of the immortal array gradually became softer. After a few breaths, it became extremely quiet, without a single sound. Several hairy man Gu immortals and Land Spirit of Langya who entered the formation stood still, forming a large circle. Land Spirit of Langya was the first to make a move, activating the immortal formation and opening the door, letting out a lump of processed immortal material. This immortal material was like a sunflower that had been hit by frost. The moment it appeared in the center of the immortal formation, it turned into smoke and fused into the inky gold radiance. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the first crucial step. The smoke had to fuse perfectly with the inky gold radiance before the next step could be carried out. Fang Yuan did not feel too much pressure. If this step failed, he would not suffer a huge loss. He could start again. However, an hour later, the immortal material turned into smoke. It fused perfectly with the inky gold radiance. In the immortal formation, the inky gold radiance condensed and condensed. From the size of half the sky earlier, it condensed to the size of a house. It was restrained at the center of the long hair refinement path formation. When the inky gold radiance turned into ice stars, the Land Spirit of Langya activated the immortal formation and started the second step. Time continued to pass. Immortal materials were thrown into the immortal formation by Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals in an orderly manner. They fused into one. 3 days and 3 nights later, Third Hair opened his palm and started to throw Gu worms into the immortal formation. He first threw in the Self-Reliance Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 3, it was shaped like a cockroach, it was flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. Self-Reliance Gu was a strength path Gu worm, it had healing properties. The stronger the Gu master, the better the healing effect. This was a rare goo worm, mortal goo masters could not even find one, but now, third hair threw in several hundred. The amount of self-reliance goo was strictly regulated. Because it involved the amount of Dao marks, when refining immortal goo, one had to be careful in this aspect. After all the self-reliance goo were thrown in, Land Spirit of Langya gave a loud shout, activating the long hair refinement path formation. At once, pillars of fire rose in the formation. Hundreds and thousands of pillars of fire were tens of meters tall. They burned brightly in the inky gold radiance. Intense air currents spread in all directions, but they were perfectly blocked by the refinement path formation. The hairy man goo immortals standing at the edge of the immortal formation could not feel the temperature rising at all. The long hair refinement path immortal formation was very outstanding. The orange-red pillar of fire burned for 48 hours before it slowly came to a stop. The inky gold radiance was completely burned. Even the self-reliance goo had turned into a strange stone the size of a horse carriage. After waiting for a while, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the stone had solidified. The second crucial step of myriad self-immortal goo refinement had been passed. Next, Land Spirit of Langya and the rest started to rest and recover. Fourth hair and sixth hair did not stop. They continued to activate the immortal formation and carve this stone. After 3 minutes, the stone was completely ground down. It turned into a pile of rock fragments that scattered on the ground. Third hair stopped to rest. He took out drinking blade wine and started watering these rock fragments. This drinking blade wine was obtained by Feng Yuan from killing Meng Tu not long ago. Now that Xiaoqin used it, he immediately melted all the rubble into clumps of gray smoke. These smoke floated in the air. They did not fuse together. They condensed into balls of smoke that floated in the air like small lanterns. Fourth hair and sixth hair started to rest, while third hair took out all-out effort goo. These goo worms were like horned immortals. They were all mortal goo. They were the size of an adult's palm. They were heavy. They were oval in shape. They had an armored shell on their back. Their spines were arched. There was a strong horn on their head. It looked heavy and mighty. It had several pairs of long legs. They were strong and had a dark brown body. It gave off a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary one. Feng Yuan had not refined all-out effort goo's immortal goo yet. These were all mortal goo. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. They were of all ranks. The goo worms charged into the smoke, but they did not fuse. At this time, Land Spirit of Langya started to sell. He opened the door and took out the processed immortal material floating life fire. In this transparent fire, large numbers of all-out effort goo and the gray smoke started to fuse. This step took a long time. Half a month later, the fusion was completed. Be it the floating life fire, all-out effort goo, or the gray smoke, they were all gone, replaced by a drizzle. This drizzle was restricted by the refinement path immortal formation. It was trapped at the center of the formation. It continued to fall. At this step, the third crucial step was completed. Time was pressing. The drizzle was not stable. It was decreasing rapidly. All of the hairy man goo immortals and Land Spirit of Langya took action. Each of them had different methods. They were in charge of different goo refinement tasks. Front-back divine obstruction needles and other immortal materials were thrown in one after another. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortal goo. The myriad self-immortal goo recipe that Feng Yuan deduced this time did not expend any immortal goo. He used large numbers of immortal materials and mortal goo as substitutes. This way, there would be no loss of immortal goo, but the consumption of immortal materials and mortal goo would increase by dozens of times. The amount of goo refinement work would also increase rapidly. This was also one of the reasons why Langya's sect did not hesitate to activate the long hair refinement path formation. With the passage of time, the crucial steps were passed without any surprises or danger. Langya Blessed Land's time lasted for over 2 months. The refinement of myriad self-immortal goo was finally at the final hurdle. Feng Yuan naturally had time path methods, but he could not condense time. Time path's reduction of time was essentially imprinting time path Dao marks and influencing it. And during the goo refinement process, the addition of time path Dao marks would greatly affect the result of the refinement. Condensing time to 2 months was already the limit of Fang Yuan's current abilities. He had already used time path methods. He even used the added time path Dao marks as Gu refinement materials, perfectly cleaning them up. The immortal formation rumbled intensely, colorful lights filled the sky. Land Spirit of Langya let out a long sigh of relief. The other hairy man Gu immortals had tired expressions, but they also showed joy. The final step was a success. The colorful lights converged and condensed into a rank 7 immortal Gu. This Gu worm was long and slender. It was dozens of feet long. It looked like a centipede. It looked like it was made of red copper. Its body was shining with a metallic luster. Its mouth was ferocious. There was a pair of long whiskers on its forehead. There were 5,000 legs on the left and 5,000 legs on the right. There were 10,000 legs in total. Rank 7 immortal Gu myriad self. To think that the first Gu refinement succeeded. We finally succeeded. The hairy man Gu immortals cheered. Their faces were filled with joy. Myriad self-immortal Gu was restrained at the center of the refinement path formation, because Fang Yuan was not in charge of the refinement, it was ownerless. But soon, Fang Yuan easily refined it with the help of the refinement path immortal formation. A rank 7 immortal Gu was refined in one go. Fang Yuan was also filled with joy. He would not have dared to imagine such a thing in the past. A success rate of 50% was simply too high. Fang Yuan tried to inject immortal Gu. After myriad self-immortal Gu obtained immortal essence, its body shined with light. Countless strength path phantoms of Fang Yuan shot out from the light. It was like the previous myriad self-killer move. The power is only slightly weaker. After all, myriad self-killer move needs too many Gu worms. Fang Yuan sensed the changes. The immortal essence expenditure is greatly reduced. It is also very convenient to use. I only need a thought. And the previous killer move, no matter how familiar I was with it, needed time to activate it. It also expended a lot of mental energy. Chapter 1584. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self-Giant Hand. Fang Yuan floated in the air as his aura burst out. With a loud sound, a huge palm appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards the ground with great force. In an instant, air currents rumbled as the huge palm slammed onto the Cloud Soil continent like a collapsing mountain. Cloud Cover Continent was personally designed by the Land Spirit of Langya. It was made of cloud soil. It was a mystical land that could float in the sky and never fall. This cloud soil was not thick enough. Fang Yuan's myriad self-giant hand was a rank 7 offensive method. This palm could shatter the cloud soil in the surrounding 100 li, causing it to fall into the vast ocean below. Fang Yuan was not testing his killer move to destroy Cloud Cover Continent. Thus, when the huge palm slammed onto Cloud Cover Continent, the super-immortal formation that enveloped Langya Blessed Land activated, a layer of flowing silver light covered Cloud Cover Continent. Myriad self-giant hand slammed onto the cloud soil. The silver light shined brightly before being shattered. After a muffled sound, cloud soil splattered everywhere. The terrain of the surrounding li changed drastically. A huge hand-shaped crater was created under the giant hand. It was about 3 meters deep. Fang Yuan willed and the giant hand disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Seeing the effect, he nodded in satisfaction. With myriad self-immortal Gu, it is much easier to use giant hand killer move. In the past, when Fang Yuan wanted to use myriad self-giant hand, he had to first activate myriad self-killer move and store countless strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Next, on the basis of these phantoms, he had to use group strength Gu and so on before he could use the strength path giant hand. The entire process was very complicated. If he did not store a large number of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture, it would be very difficult to use strength path giant hand in an intense battle of life and death. However, things like strength path phantoms could not be stored for a long time. There was a time limit. Once the time was up, they would naturally dissipate. Prepared battles were fine. After all, they could be prepared in advance. But unprepared battles, or ambushes, myriad self-giant hand would be very inconvenient. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was intelligent and cautious. He paid attention to this aspect and did not encounter any awkwardness here. In the past, just using the killer move Myriad Self required Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Bitter Strength Goo, Borrow Strength Goo, Self-Reliance Goo, Refine Essence Spirit Goo, Amplify Effect Goo, Earth Strength Goo, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, and many other mortal goo. But now, I only need to use Myriad Self Immortal Goo. And now, Myriad Self Giant Hand has been modified by me. It only needs Myriad Self Immortal Goo as the core, with some group Strength Goo and other mortal goo as support. The total number of goo does not exceed 30. The degree of simplification is simply a huge drop, from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The Myriad Self Great Palm imprint from before obviously couldn't be used. After Myriad Self Immortal Goo was refined, Feng Yuan modified Myriad Self Giant Hand into a new version, using Myriad Self Immortal Goo as the core. The core Self-Strength Immortal Goo was abandoned by Feng Yuan. This way, Self-Strength Immortal Goo could be used in other aspects. Of course, it could also be added to Myriad Self Giant Hand to increase its power. This would depend on how Feng Yuan improved it. Actually, Myriad Self Giant Hand has a lot of room to be modified. For example, it is not fast enough. I can add in many Mortal Goo to make up for this weakness. Or I can add in Soul Path Immortal Goo to allow Giant Hand to forcefully grab souls. Or, the power of Giant Hand is limited by my Strength Path Dao marks. It can be increased continuously. Right now, Myriad Self Giant Hand only has rank 7 battle strength. It is not at its peak. That is because my Sovereign Immortal Body's Strength Path Dao marks are not enough to withstand greater power. As for Myriad Self Giant Hand, Feng Yuan had only modified it initially. He replaced the core Immortal Goo. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed in the future. In the past, the killer move's content was too heavy and complicated. Activating it required a lot of thoughts and time. If he added in goo worms, its practicality would fall. But now, Myriad Self-Killer move was condensed into one goo worm. The steps were extremely simple. He could add in more Mortal Goo and Immortal Goo to form an even stronger and more powerful Giant Hand. Feng Yuan's test this time was not just on Strength Path Giant Hand, he also targeted the Super Immortal formation that defended Langya sect. This immortal formation had made a huge contribution during Feng Jioga's invasion. It allowed many variant human goo immortals to protect themselves and help Langya sect get through the crisis. Feng Jioga used Separation Song on the immortal formation many times, but Feng Yuan had already predicted his methods. The immortal formation had many layers. Feng Jioga dismantled one layer after another. He almost coughed out blood. This time, Feng Yuan returned and not only modified Myriad Self Giant Hand, he also modified this immortal formation, allowing its power to cover every corner of Langya sect. Earlier, when the Strength Path Giant Hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, it was because of this super immortal formation that the destructive power was greatly reduced. After testing the Strength Path Giant Hand, the next step was the main point. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This killer move determined the upper limit of Feng Yuan's battle strength. It was also the only thing Feng Yuan could rely on to resist rank 8s. Right now, the core of the killer move was the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Reverse Flow River, Myriad Self Immortal Goo, Perseverance Immortal Goo, Pulling Water Immortal Goo, and 100 supplementary Mortal Goo. Even though it was much more complex than Myriad Self Giant Hand, compared to the previous Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was much simpler. After the killer move was simplified, the success rate of activating it increased greatly. It became much more practical. Earlier, during the battle with Green Ghost, I was ambushed and could not activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal in time. But now, I can activate it at any time. The preparation time is greatly reduced. I can easily deal with normal sneak attacks. But I cannot use Reverse Flow Protection Seal as a disguise now. Earlier, I deceived the Celestial Court and set up a trap to harm Thunder Ghost's true monarch. I can only do it once. Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. Even though Reverse Flow Protection Seal had Myriad Self Immortal Goo and was much more practical, it had already reached the limit of Feng Yuan's modifications. Even if he added some other Immortal Goo, it would be difficult. Setting up a trap earlier and activating a brand new reverse flow protection seal was impossible in a short period of time. After some testing, Feng Yuan went into closed cultivation again and started to deduce other killer moves. Even though Feng Yuan looked calm and collected, he was actually feeling a lot of pressure internally. Facing the threat of a colossal force like the Celestial Court, who would not feel pressure? The refinement of myriad self-immortal goo was not just the enhancement of a few killer moves. Feng Yuan's true goal was the third variation move, Luo Pasil. I fell into Lu Wei Yin's immortal killer move and experienced the dream realm of 3 lifetimes. This dream realm was very mystical, especially the third life. It gave me inspiration for Luo Pasil. But when deducing Luo Pasil earlier, I encountered many obstacles. There was a huge gap that I could not cross. Now that I refined myriad self-immortal goo, it is like I obtained a bridge. I might be able to cross this gap. Feng Yuan was very excited. He was looking forward to it. Even though he used the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch to raise his reputation to a higher level, surpassing Feng Jioge. But Feng Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that he was inferior to Feng Jioge in many aspects. Feng Jioge could fight rank 8s because he had extremely dense sound path Dao marks. They were at rank 8 level. Even without a sound path rank 8 immortal goo, his immortal killer moves could have quasi-rank 8 power through the amplification of his own Dao marks. And Feng Yuan could fight rank 8s mainly because of the vast number of Dao marks in the secluded domain of heaven and earth, reverse flow river. Some of his own path Dao marks were at rank 7 level, but he was still far from rank 8. Even if he annexed all the immortal apertures in City Well, he was still far from rank 8. Comparing Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge, what they lacked was not talent. Feng Jioge created Assimilation Windsong. He became the first goo immortal in history to be able to use the winds of assimilation. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, designed myriad self-killer move, enslavement and strength path. He created a new chapter in history. The two were on the same level. Right now, Feng Yuan created a killer move to refine myriad self-immortal goo. His level was slightly higher than before. Because if he continued to develop at this starting point, he might be able to create a brand new goo cultivation path. Compared to the original killer moves, there would be much more room for development. Goo cultivation paths developed like this. Some were created through the fusion of 2 paths, some were created through the division of a single path. The difference between Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge was the accumulation of time. How many years had Feng Yuan cultivated since rebirth? As for Feng Jioge, he had already cultivated for hundreds of years. Feng Yuan had not even cultivated for 50 years. It was not easy for him to be able to compare to Feng Jioge. Compared to others, he was even more monstrous. His cultivation level rose by leaps and bounds. It was unheard of and could not be evaluated with common sense. After all, Feng Yuan had obtained countless fortuitous encounters after rebirth. Actually, Feng Yuan placed great importance on his accumulation of Dao marks. But currently, Providence had ill intentions. It made his tribulation the lightest. He obtained few Dao marks. Annexing immortal apertures was a good method, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle had not been found yet. Other methods required specific immortal goo that needed to be refined. It was troublesome. Using food path methods to use snack immortal goo to create killer moves like eat strength to increase Dao marks was also a good method, but the efficiency was low. Distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Thus, Feng Yuan turned his attention to other secluded domains of heaven and earth. Feng Yuan had many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, and City Well, for secluded domains of heaven and earth. Among them, Reverse Flow River had already been used to form Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It allowed Feng Yuan to resist rank 8 existences. As for Dang Hun Mountain, it was broken and was still being repaired. City Well was used to raise variant humans, and in terms of rule path, Feng Yuan's attainment level was low. The most suitable place was Luo Pa Valley. Feng Yuan's soul path attainment level was ordinary, but he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This was the #1 soul path inheritance in the world. Nobody could deny this. With such a foundation, along with the inspiration that Feng Yuan gained from the 3 lifetimes in the dream realm, and now myriad self-immortal goo. Chapter 1585. Time passed quickly, half a month went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Feng Yuan's figure flew out of the cloud city like a bolt of lightning. The immortal formation that enveloped the whole of Langya blessed land activated and shot out a golden light that enveloped Feng Yuan. The golden light flashed, Feng Yuan vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already 1,000 li away on a desolate land. These last days, Feng Yuan had modified the super-immortal formation again, giving it the ability to teleport objects. This was because Feng Jioga had attacked Wei to save Zhao, massacring hairy men everywhere. Land Spirit of Langya felt heartache but could do nothing about it. Land Spirit of Langya thus remembered this painful lesson. After refining myriad self-immortal goo, he suggested this modification to the immortal formation to Feng Yuan. Langya sect refined myriad self-immortal goo for Feng Yuan. They even sacrificed the long hair goo refinement immortal formation. Feng Yuan naturally had to return the favor by modifying their defensive immortal formation. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was quite high. With the help of the light of wisdom, he had already deduced the modification plan several days ago, completing the modification of the immortal formation. Arriving at this empty space, Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he started to practice his killer move. Immortal killer move, Yama Emperor. Instantly he changed his form. He was tall and mighty, he wore a crown on his head, his face was hazy and unfathomable. The number of ghosts embroidered on his robe was no longer the previous number, it had increased by a lot. There were more than 1,000 of them. This was the result of Feng Yuan's closed cultivation during this period of time. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Feng Yuan pointed his finger, and immediately, a pitch-black air current shot out, exploding everywhere it went. But under the protection of the immortal formation, cloud cover continent's surface flickered with silver light. It resisted the power of the soul explosion to a large extent. Even so, a peak rank 7 killer move was not something the silver light could defend against. Amidst a series of booms, the ground around Feng Yuan was blasted into a mess. Clouds and mud splattered in all directions, and a large number of craters covered several miles in circumference. The black gas dissipated and the soul explosion ended. Above Feng Yuan's imperial robe, a Yama monster slowly disappeared. After a few breaths of time, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This was the price of using soul explosion. Feng Yuan did not feel any heartache. Instead, after carefully sensing it, his eyes flashed. Immortal killer move, Yama battlefield. A strong gust of wind blew, and the world changed. In the time of 3 blinks of an eye, an area of 500 kilometers in the surroundings had been enveloped by Feng Yuan's immortal battlefield, and it isolated the outside world from the outside world and formed a hopeless situation. Inside this battlefield killer move, there was a pale greenish-yellow color, one's vision was blurry, there seemed to be fog. The chilly wind blew, emitting a mournful sound. It was cold and desolate. Feng Yuan let out the Yama monsters. They laughed cruelly and flew freely in Yama battlefield. After getting amplified, they were like fish in water. After testing it for a while, Feng Yuan took back the Yama monsters and stopped activating Yama battlefield. The world became clear again. He returned to Langya blessed land. Yama battlefield was the main achievement of Feng Yuan's closed cultivation. Feng Yuan had already deduced that Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield was constructed from the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo left behind by Zishan Makoto. Feng Yuan used it to kill Yuchan and Qin Baihe. But Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield's advantage was in concealment. It was isolated from the outside world, it was very strict. The disadvantage was that it needed time to set up, so preparations were often needed. Goo immortals were not fools to use it in battle. By the time they succeeded, they would have already escaped. As for Yama battlefield, Feng Yuan used many battlefield killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance as well as his own situation to create it. Yama battlefield was inferior to Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield in terms of concealment and isolation. Its advantage was that the time needed to set it up was very short. It only took 3 blinks of an eye. During this period of time, even though Fang Yuan could not move, he could already use it in battle. In 3 blinks of an eye, as long as Fang Yuan could grasp the opportunity, Gu immortals would not be able to escape from this trap if they were caught off guard. After being enveloped by Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan's advantage was much greater. Right now, against most rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals, I can kill them and take their lives. Fang Yuan sighed. Gu immortals could be defeated, but it was very easy to capture or kill them. Firstly, there were all sorts of escape methods. It was hard for Gu immortals to cultivate many of them. Against other paths, some escape methods were easy to use. Secondly, Fang Yuan was alone. He was wanted by Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and other righteous path forces. He had to end the battle quickly. Thus, Fang Yuan had been very careful when choosing his opponents. If not for Meng Tu having an immortal battlefield method that could trap himself and his enemies in Autumn Blade Plain, Fang Yuan would not have chosen such an enemy. After Yama battlefield was formed, Fang Yuan first thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Gu and Ghostly Concealment as the foundation, he deduced the Great Thief Ghost Hand killer move that could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. This move was modified by Fang Yuan and became even sharper. He only used it twice. One was to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token, the other was to steal rank 7 Immortal Gu Bladewing. It caused the battle situation to change instantly. Meng Tu was quickly defeated. It could be said to be an outstanding achievement. Previously, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too much. It would expose my identity. If news spread, people would be alerted and try to break Great Thief Ghost Hand. It would endanger my arrangements in Green Ghost Desert. But now, with Yama battlefield, I can completely trap people and use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Gu. Even if the enemy wants to escape, there is little chance. I can silence them and quickly accumulate cultivation resources. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. Killing intent surged in his chest. With Yama battlefield, a bloody path of kill and steal Gu, then devour apertures to gain Dao marks was presented to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not feel any guilt in slaughtering innocent people. He did not feel any guilt. Fang Yuan licked his lips, shaking his head. It is a pity, now is not the time. If Langya Blessed Land was not exposed, without Celestial Court's pressure, Fang Yuan would have left and killed people everywhere. But the urgent matter now was to protect Langya Blessed Land. At this moment, Langya Sec's existence was far more helpful to Fang Yuan than if Fang Yuan stole Immortal Gu. There was no doubt about this. As time passed, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart increased. Celestial Court would not let this go. Once it made a comeback and invaded Langya Blessed Land, even if Langya Blessed Land made ample preparations, it might not be able to defend itself. This was because Langya Sec's trump cards and secrets had been exposed in the last battle. And Celestial Court's foundation was deep and unfathomable. If they used some trump cards or schemes to deal with Langya Sec's situation, Langya Blessed Land would be in danger. The best situation was to relocate Langya Blessed Land before the second Celestial Court's invasion. But during the relocation, Celestial Court would definitely ambush it. It might be Prince's impatience. Fang Yuan had already deduced this clearly. Against a rank 8, Fang Yuan had enough defense but not enough offense. His situation was quite awkward. Right now, he had 2 paths in front of him. One was to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a rank 8 offensive killer move. The other was to use a rank 8 Immortal Gu to create an offensive method. Among the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley was the best choice. It was almost the only choice. Fang Yuan also had the inspiration to deduce Luopa Seal, but unfortunately, there was little progress these days. Even after using the Light of Wisdom, the result was the same. Fang Yuan was very vexed. In terms of rank 8 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had 4. They were Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. Attitude Gu was the core Immortal Gu of Familiar Face, while Years Flow Like Water produced Year Gu. It was not suited for battle. Soul Beast Token had to be used in Yama Emperor's killer move. It could not be used. After thinking about it, there was only Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu left. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Gu for some time. In order to raise it, Feng Yuan had spent a lot of effort and resources. Unfortunately, he could not use it. Activating Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu required rank 8 Immortal Essence. This was an Immortal Gu that Zishan Makoto had designed for Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only had rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence now. This was a hard rule, it could not be changed. Actually, most rank 8 Immortal Gu needed rank 8 Immortal Essence. The other 3 in Feng Yuan's hands were a special case. Attitude Gu could be activated by expending mental energy. Years Flow like water could be activated with any Immortal Essence, but its power would fluctuate. Soul Beast Token expended Soul Foundation. Just in this aspect, these 3 Immortal Gu were all top tier among rank 8 Immortal Gu. Thinking about it, even though Feng Yuan had many Immortal Gu and countless inheritances, to have a rank 8 offensive killer move, he had to start with Luo Pavali. I was able to think of Reverse Flow Protection Seal earlier because my Water Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. This time, when I thought of Luo Pa Seal, my Soul Path attainment level was only at Master level. It was a huge obstacle. Feng Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in many paths. Theft Path and Refinement Path were Great Grandmaster and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It would have been better to allocate these attainment levels to Soul Path. But fate played tricks on people. His Soul Path attainment level was only Master. But thankfully I have the Light of Wisdom. Even though the progress is small, there is still progress. At this rate, I can forcefully deduce it. This method's greatest weakness is time. I hope I can make it in time. Right at this time, heaven and earth shook. A huge black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. He recognized that the culprit of this black whirlpool was the Dao marks left behind by Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan had already investigated these Dao marks. Before him, Land Spirit of Langya had done the same. But both of them thought that this was a method to mark the location. It was very troublesome to get rid of it. But currently, Langya Blessed Land was isolated from the outside world. These Dao marks did not pose any threat. But to think that without anyone controlling them and instilling immortal essence, these Dao marks actually gathered on their own, forming a black whirlpool. Quickly destroyed! Feng Yuan shouted. Almost at the same time, Land Spirit of Langya also gave a similar order. Feng Yuan's modified defensive formation activated immediately. But in the blink of an eye, 4 starlight beams shot out of the black whirlpool. The red lotus emitted a loud sound. The black whirlpool was destroyed. As the starlight faded, 4 Gu immortals appeared. Feng Jioge, Qin Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were among them. The leader was a female immortal. She looked around before fixing her gaze on Feng Yuan, smiling. Feng Yuan, I finally caught you. Chapter 1586. When the Celestial Court invaded and saw 4 Gu immortals, Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Even with his vast knowledge and experience, he still found it hard to believe. There is such a method? 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were teleported in at once. If we did not destroy that dark spiral immediately, even more Gu immortals might have entered. Even though Feng Jioge was not a true rank 8, his Dao marks were already at rank 8 level, thus, it was not wrong for Feng Yuan to consider him a rank 8 Gu immortal. Rank 8 Gu immortals had incomparably vast Dao marks. There were very few methods to teleport them. It was very difficult. Even the Immortal Killer move rank 7 Immortal Door that Feng Jioge exposed earlier could not teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. If rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to teleport, they usually had to fly. If they wanted to cross regions, they had to use Immemorial White Heaven or Immemorial Black Heaven. Only great experts who cultivated Space Path had the ability to teleport. But even so, these Space Path great experts could only teleport themselves. They could not teleport other rank 8 existences. Like the method that the Celestial Court used to teleport 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, they seemed to have come from Central Continent. Such a method was simply unimaginable. Even in the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I have never heard of the Celestial Court using such a method. Teleporting 4 rank 8 goo immortals at once? It seemed like they could teleport more, they could even target them. This method was simply too powerful, it could easily tear apart any defense, the advantage in battle tactics could be raised to a strategic level. Think about it. During the 5 regions chaotic war, each rank 8 goo immortal was suppressing one region. At this time, the Celestial Court secretly mobilized several rank 8 goo immortals. They would suddenly teleport to an enemy rank 8 goo immortal and gang up on him. They would have a huge advantage and victory was in their grasp. After so many times, who could resist them? Any region would be in a terrible situation, they might even be helpless. In the 500 years of my previous life, why did the Celestial Court not use this method? Was it because the conditions were not ripe, or was it not the right time? I'm starting to understand. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind flashed like lightning, and he suddenly understood. Once this method is used by the Celestial Court, after the rank 8 goo immortals of the other 4 regions die, they would immediately be alerted and link up, forming an alliance to encircle and attack the Celestial Court. This was very obvious. If they did not cooperate and allowed the situation to continue, any rank 8 goo immortal's life would be in danger at any moment. No matter how many rank 8 goo immortals there were, the Celestial Court would defeat them one by one. Rank 8 goo immortals were not fools, only by working together and defeating the Celestial Court could they be safe. Of course, the Celestial Court wasn't stupid. It had always kept this method hidden, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't be used. He was worried that this method would be too powerful and easily incite the other region's rank 8 goo immortals to unite against a common enemy, and then form a 4 regions alliance against the Celestial Court. But now, in order to encircle Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court did not hesitate to use this method in advance. It could be seen how determined the Celestial Court was to invade Langya Blessed Land. No, not just me, I'm afraid there is also the temptation of rank 9 Wisdom Goo. At the same time, taking over Langya Blessed Land will be of great help to the Celestial Court in repairing Fate Goo. Fang Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. The Celestial Court's attack was too sudden. Even though Fang Yuan had made ample mental preparations, there was no helping it. The Celestial Court's method, in truth, had already surpassed Fang Yuan's imagination. That is why such an enemy is the scariest. Because it has too many trump cards, its accumulation is too deep. Fang Yuan sighed bitterly in his heart. Scoundrel! At the same time, the other Celestial Court Goo immortals did not move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fang Yuan. She hated Fang Yuan to the core. Fang Yuan sold her 3 rib bones on Jewel Yellow Skies. He even played that video nonstop. It was the greatest humiliation she had ever suffered in her life. Thus, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fang Yuan. She attacked while emitting intense killing intent that could make one's heart palpitate. But at the next moment, golden light flashed as Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. Thunder Ghost True Monarch missed. She immediately raised her head and stared at the sky. That was the foundation of the super formation. Bam! Fang Yuan was inside the super immortal formation. He controlled it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in the variant human goo immortals scattered all over Langya Blessed Land. Just as he made his move, the Celestial Court also made their move. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Joga used his signature killer move, Separation Song. It countered all the immortal goo houses and immortal formations in the world. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He split his mind and activated the immortal formation, causing it to burst out with a lump of reddish-brown light. Within the red light, the Separation Song weakened rapidly. Its voice became fainter and fainter. To deal with Separation Song, Fang Yuan had modified this aspect of the immortal formation. Now that he used it, he received great results. Feng Joga had once destroyed several layers of this immortal formation. He had relied on Separation Song to succeed. But now, before Separation Song could even attack the immortal formation's foundation, it was weakened and destroyed. He frowned slightly. Let me do it. Fairy Myrtle stretched out her finger, shooting out a starlight rainbow. The starlight rainbow was like an arrow. It pierced through the wind and clouds. It shot into the super-immortal formation and turned into a field of star sand. It was dazzling and dazzling. The faster the immortal formation was activated, the more this star sand mixed and moved along with the immortal formation, showing all sorts of wondrous forms. Sometimes it was like clouds or mist, sometimes it condensed into the shape of a water jar. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. Thoughts surged in her mind like huge waves in the sea. Oh no! This Wisdom Path Killer move not only helps the enemy deduce the pattern of my immortal formation, it can also obstruct the coordination of goo worms, causing the immortal formation to become more and more sluggish. Among the variant human goo immortals who arrived, some noticed something amiss. What do we do? What do we do now? Almost all of the variant human goo immortals were sweating profusely. They had panicked expressions. Their hearts were filled with the fear and pressure of the apocalypse. Celestial Court's lineup was too strong. It could be said to have 4 rank 8s. Even excluding Feng Jiugu, the other 3 were all elites among rank 8s. Any one of them could pose a huge threat to Langya Blessed Land, not to mention the fact that there were 3 of them. Strange. Why is Fairy Myrtle not using Star Constellation chessboard? Feng Yuan had already calmed down. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He had fought with Fairy Myrtle once before. It was during the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm. It is a pity that Star Constellation chessboard was left in Celestial Court to support Starcast. Otherwise, with its help, it would be dozens of times easier for me to decipher this super-immortal formation. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself, but her hands did not stop moving. Another Wisdom Path Killer move was used. It was silent, colorless, formless, and traceless. Feng Yuan did not know how to defend against it, but the formation was hit again. The star sand that entered doubled in size. This is troublesome. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Celestial Court, do you really think my Langya sect is easy to bully? Kill them all. Chapter 1587. The silver giant was tall and mighty. It opened its arms and swept towards the 4 central continent goo immortals, creating a huge shockwave. Chen Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly, "Let me do it." Compared to the silver giant, his body was small and weak, but his aura surged out, instantly contending against the silver giant. Immortal Killer move, Immortal Binding Vine. Chen Yi pointed with his finger, and countless jade-green rays of light quickly attached themselves to the silver giant. The silver giant's fist was powerful, but due to the obstruction of the jade-green lights, its speed fell and its direction changed. It crashed into the cloud soil, creating a huge pit as soil splattered. In contrast, Chen Yi watched coldly. He did not move. He floated in the air and pointed at the silver giant with one finger. The jade-green lights on the silver giant became more and more numerous, wrapping around it. Next, the light became denser and turned into thick vines that coiled around the silver giant. Within Heavenly Giant Solar's battle formation, Land Spirit of Langya roared in anger. After being hit by this immortal binding vine, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Even though he had strength, he could not use it. He felt very sullen. Sixth Hair. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Sixth Hair immediately attacked, using an immortal killer move. Heavenly Giant Solar's body shined with golden light. It cut the immortal binding vines inch by inch and started to recover. Chen Yi smiled coldly, using a new killer move. Countless vines were cut off and fell into the cloud soil. Under Chen Yi's reinforcement, they grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they turned into giant trees. The towering trees stood to the left and right of the silver giant, forming a large circle that trapped the silver giant in the center. Land Spirit of Langya sensed something amiss, but the silver giant was still bound by the immortal binding vines. It could not move for a while. At this time, between the giant trees, the branches and leaves started to intertwine. The roots under the cloud soil also formed into a ball, spreading out of the ground. With the tree trunk as the center, the branches, leaves, and roots intertwined, forming a giant cage. Immortal Killer move, Ancient Tree Prison Cage. The silver giant finally tore apart the divine binding vine that was binding it. but it was once again trapped in the ancient wood prison cage. Land Spirit of Langya roared in anger. He gave orders as the hairy man-goo immortals attacked, unleashing killer moves one after another. But this ancient tree prison cage was actually able to endure it. It could even use the immortal killer move as nourishment to strengthen itself. The Land Spirit of Langya realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped. He tried again and found that tearing with his bare hands was the best way to break through. The hairy man-goo immortals were helpless. They could only use Heavenly Giant Solar to attack the ancient tree prison cage. Damn it! The Land Spirit of Langya cursed fiercely. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Since he was trapped here, he could not help Feng Yuan. He could only watch as Feng Jioge and Fairy Myrtle attacked the super immortal formation. Without a choice, Land Spirit of Langya could only communicate with the Rockman-goo immortal. Quick, release that old dragon. With a dragon's roar, a huge figure flew out, appearing in front of the immortals. Immemorial Rock Dragon. Its entire body was made of rocks. It was filled with dense earth path Dao marks. Its body was thick and its dragon teeth were like a forest of rocks. It was majestic and powerful. The rock dragon seemed to be moving slowly but was actually very fast. It flew into the sky and cast a huge shadow on the ground. The four immortals of the celestial court were also shrouded in the shadow. They raised their heads and showed expressions of shock. To think that there's a primordial stone dragon hidden in Langya blessed land. Feng Jioge sighed. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This does not belong to Langya blessed land. It is likely to belong to those variant human goo immortals. As a wisdom path great expert, she instantly deduced the truth. Let me tear this rock dragon apart. Thunder Ghost True Monarch licked her lips. Her fighting spirit surged. No need. Chen Yi shouted as he pointed with his finger, using the same move. Immortal Killer Move, Immortal Binding Vine. The immortal vine spread and bound the immemorial rock dragon. Its movement was obstructed but it still charged towards the four central continent immortals. The four immortals dodged. The immemorial rock dragon fell to the ground as Chen used ancient tree prison cage again, restraining it. How can this be? The variant human goo immortals saw this and felt deep shock and disappointment. They could not express it in words. Even Land Spirit of Langya took in a deep breath. His body felt cold. The immemorial rock dragon that they had placed their hopes on was actually restrained like this. In contrast, over at the celestial court's side, Chen Yi was displaying his might. Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge had been suppressing the super immortal formation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had not made a move yet. Feng Yuan's expression was ugly, but he was not too surprised. The strength of the immemorial rock dragon lies in its strong defense and fearlessness. Once it gets injured, it can quickly recover from the sacrifice of the rockmen. This healing method is extremely powerful. It was very troublesome for goo immortals to get injured. It was very difficult to get rid of the injury. The higher their cultivation level, the more trouble they would face if they got injured. If it were a rank 8 goo immortal, after getting injured, they would need to spend some time to heal themselves. But the immemorial rock dragon's healing method could be healed in an instant in battle. Thus, it was a huge headache for its opponents. The immemorial rock dragon also gained a great reputation because of this. But now was different. It was facing Celestial Court's rank 8 goo immortal, Chen Yi. Firstly, Celestial Court suppressed and slaughtered variant human goo immortals. It was established on the corpses of variant humans. It knew about the Rockman tribe's rock dragon very well. Secondly, the immemorial rock dragon did not have any rank 8 wild immortal goo to use. While Chen Yi used rank 8 killer moves with the most accurate battle tactic, he surrounded it but did not attack. He suppressed it but did not injure it. The immemorial rock dragon's greatest advantage could not be used. Finally, Chen Yi's killer moves were truly exquisite, especially ancient tree prison cage. It did not fear immortal killer moves. It was very troublesome to destroy. It was not strange that the immemorial rock dragon lost to Chen Yi so easily. Even though the rock dragon resisted and struggled, it was getting more and more restrained by the immortal binding vines. Without external help, it had no hope of breaking out of the immortal binding vines, not to mention the outer layer of ancient tree prison cage. Brothers, We need to rely on ourselves. Langya Land's spirit shouted loudly. The silver giant finally smashed a hole in the ancient tree prison, breaking through the heavy encirclement. Heavenly Giant Solar is indeed the number 2 ancient battle formation. Chen Yi commented plainly. He suddenly smiled as he muttered, "But do you think my ancient tree prison cage is so easy to break out of?" The silver giant's movement stopped. Land spirit of Langya was slightly stunned. It turned around and saw that a wooden hand was grabbing onto the silver giant's right leg. "What is this?" The silver giant turned around and raised its hands. Its arms turned into 2 axes as it slashed down. The wooden hand was hit by the axes, but only half of it was cut. It did not break completely. The silver giant wanted to attack again, but at this time, a wooden giant came out of the soil. The wooden giant let go of its hand and lowered its head, using its shoulder to ram into the silver giant's chest, causing the silver giant to fall to the ground. Langya Sek's Gu immortals were caught off guard. They wanted to get the silver giant up, but the wooden giant's attacks were relentless. It suddenly jumped into the air and with a loud sound, it pressed down on the silver giant. Under the immense pressure, one of the hairy man Gu immortals made a mistake. He used an immortal killer move on the wooden giant. The wooden giant was immediately nourished. The injuries on its arm healed. At the same time, its body collided. It was slightly shorter than the silver giant earlier, but now it was on par with it. Chen Yi snorted smugly. This was his immortal killer move. Giant with divine statue. It inherited the characteristics of ancient tree prison cage. It was not afraid of any killer moves. Only physical attacks were effective against it. This is the power of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, Chen Yi displayed his invincible might, suppressing both the silver giant and the ancient stone dragon by himself. This was his true strength. As the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He had immense battle strength. It was extraordinary. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, he had a hard time. Most of the time, he fought in Divine Bean Palace. He was afraid of destroying Divine Bean Palace, so he kept his hands and feet tied. On the other hand, his main opponent, Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, had a huge advantage. He restrained his strength and fought with his body, causing Chen Yi to be furious but helpless. Chapter 1588. Chen Yi displayed his true strength. Celestial Court's side was in an advantageous position. What made Fong Yuan even more worried was that none of them had used their full strength. Even Chen Yi, who put in the most effort, had not used Karma Divine Tree. Even if Chen Yi is not at the level of Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, he is still a top expert among rank 8s. Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch are the same. Feng Jioga cannot be underestimated either. I have to go. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Silver Giant were suppressed by Chen Yi alone. The Super Immortal Formation was also resisting Feng Jioga and Fairy Myrtle. Langya's side only had Fong Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. If he did not go, who could save the situation? In fact, Land Spirit of Langya had already urged Fong Yuan many times earlier. Golden light flashed. Fong Yuan's figure appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had expected this. She waved her hand and a red sandalwood divine wind appeared. The wind blew over and brushed against Fong Yuan's body, causing ripples in reverse flow protection seal. This killer move. Fong Yuan's heart sank. This red sandalwood divine wind was strong against strong opponents and weak against weak opponents. It was similar to reverse flow protection seal. It was a defensive and counterattacking move. Reverse flow protection seal did not have any offensive power. It countered the purple charm divine wind. Neither side could do anything to the other, but Fong Yuan was pushed away by this wind. Fong Yuan, you are finally willing to come down? A flash of lightning flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan appeared behind Fong Yuan as if she had teleported with a sinister smile and surging killing intent. Trident Electrolysis. Jing Lan shouted as she joined her hands together. 3 bolts of lightning shot out from her fingers. With a crackling sound, the lightning merged in midair and formed a trident made of blue lightning. The trident electrolysis hit Fong Yuan's back, but it was blocked by the countercurrent protection seal and reflected back. Jing Lan laughed heartily. She opened her mouth and swallowed the trident into her stomach. Then, her eyes emitted traces of electricity as she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's heart sank again. Not good, this triple-pronged electrolysis killer move is clearly probing my reverse flow protection seal. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, with the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle here, she can break my reverse flow protection seal on the spot. Ever since they were set up by Fang Yuan, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten up, and Fairy Myrtle was defeated. However, the trap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly set up had been exposed and was no longer useful. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had planned meticulously, cultivated hard, and made preparations. The Celestial Court was also doing the same. Not only did they use their strength to replenish Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Immortal Gu lineup, Fairy Myrtle also used Star Constellation Chessboard to design the killer move Trident Electrolysis for Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It was to deal with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy, but he did not panic. In fact, this was within his expectations. He actively fought against Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to share some of the pressure in other areas. Both sides fought back and forth, the sky changed color, cloud cover continent was completely destroyed. The sounds of battle resounded in the sky, countless hairy man mortals and Gu masters were fearful. The silver giant dealt with the giant tree divine statue, but Chen Yi created another one in the blink of an eye. The immemorial rock dragon was bound by the immortal binding vines. Its chances of escaping were getting slimmer. Even Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. It was not that he did not try, but the outer layer of the ancient tree prison cage was too thick, and it did not fear immortal killer moves. It was a huge headache. This killer move is not invincible against all immortal killer moves, it is just that we did not use it properly. If I had enough time, with my wisdom path methods, I could deduce this move and break it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This was a killer move from Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. It was very exquisite. It was like reverse flow protection seal. Celestial Court and the other Gu immortals could not do anything about it. They had to rack their brains. Fang Yuan faced the same treatment now. He encountered the ancient tree prison cage. He felt the same way as Fairy Myrtle when facing reverse flow protection seal. After fighting for some time, Celestial Court still had the upper hand. Their advantage was growing. Fang Yuan did not deduce Luo Pasil. He did not have a rank 8 offensive method. With just reverse flow protection seal, he could defend but not attack. He could not pose any threat to the four immortals. The ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was the same. The hairy man Gu immortals had many methods. They had great teamwork, but this time, they were not facing Feng Jioga, they were facing the rank 8 expert Chen Yi. Chen Yi also had many methods. They were all rank 8 killer moves. No matter how the land spirit of Langya resisted, it was suppressed by Chen. After fighting for a while, Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. She ordered secretly, "Senior Jinglan, please go around and search for Wisdom Gu." "Scoundrel, I will let you off for now." Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch hated Fang Yuan to the core, she still looked at the big picture. She smiled at Fang Yuan as she moved like lightning, leaving the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Lang Ya's side could only watch. They had no way to restrain her. It turned out that the Celestial Court's attack was not only to eliminate Fang Yuan and take over Langya to repair Fate Gu. The most important goal was to collect Wild Wisdom Gu. This legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu had fallen into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands long ago. Ordinary forces could not use it, but the Celestial Court had the best methods in the world. Ignoring everything else, with this Wisdom Gu, Star Constellation Chessboard would immediately become a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. Its power would rise to the limit. Just this point alone was enough for Fairy Myrtle to disregard her own safety. Earlier, when the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court arrived, Fairy Myrtle had already activated her investigative methods secretly. The range of her investigation expanded until it covered the whole of Langya Blessed Land, but she could not find Wisdom Gu. Thus, at this moment, Fairy Myrtle could only send Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Seeing that Thunder Ghost True Monarch had left the battlefield, the land spirit of Langya was afraid that the hairy men would die. It roared in anger, but it was trapped by Chen Yi. The silver giant was restricted by the immortal binding vines. It could not move freely. It struggled to break free from layers after layers. It was truly frustrating. They are going to search for wisdom goo. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His wisdom path methods were extraordinary. In an instant, he deduced the intentions of the celestial court. Unfortunately, the celestial court did not know that wisdom goo had already been taken into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan. Last time, it was in Langya Blessed Land and was not taken or destroyed. They had already lost their best chance. If they wanted to get it again, the difficulty would be thousands of times higher. In that case, a sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He realized that this was the best opportunity. Immemorial Year Beast. He opened a sliver of his immortal aperture and let out a monkey immemorial year beast. At the same time, he moved quickly and used a large number of immortal killer moves to attack Fairy Myrtle. Among the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court, the most threatening one was not Chen Yi, who had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, nor was it the rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan who resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, nor was it Feng Jioga who had Assimilation Wind Song, but Fairy Myrtle. There was no other reason. She was a wisdom path great expert. Just this point alone made her the leader of this operation. As long as she had time to deduce, she could create countless miracles. They had to get rid of this wisdom path goo immortal first. Chapter 1589. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Soul Explosion. Strength Path Giant Hand. Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan used almost all his strength, attacking Fairy Myrtle fiercely. Fairy Myrtle laughed. Fang Yuan, you are out of tricks. She also used killer moves of different types. Each move was exquisite. She blocked all of Fang Yuan's methods. There were even counters and counters. Fang Yuan's methods had been exposed for a long time. Fairy Myrtle had been collecting information. She made many deductions and created many methods to counter them. This was the terrifying aspect of Wisdom Path goo immortals. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's killer moves were still somewhat useful. After all, his killer moves had been modified to deal with Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But in terms of Wisdom Path deductions, my attainment is still inferior to Fairy Myrtle. At this rate, one day, all of my methods will be completely countered by Fairy Myrtle. I will not be able to retaliate. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, his battle intent surged like fire, but his mind was as calm as ice. Fairy Myrtle smiled again. Her aura surged as she breathed out a mouthful of purple chi. The purple chi was as small as a baby's fist. It hit the immemorial year beast's forehead and entered its mind. Howl. The immemorial year beast howled in pain. It hugged its head as it lost its ability to fight. It fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. The variant human goo immortals controlling the super immortal formation were all stunned. Fairy Myrtle's battle strength was even higher than Chen Yi's. Earlier she had not used her full strength, but now that she was truly using it, her beauty was unparalleled, her methods were shocking. Fang Yuan could not help but feel dejected. He still had 2 immemorial soul beasts. They were captured in Green Ghost Desert, but he did not want to let them out. Immemorial desolate beasts were often at a disadvantage against rank 8 goo immortals. It would be better if he had wild immortal goo with him. Right now, facing these rank 8 experts of the Celestial Court, even immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo were not useful. Just like how Fang Yuan had subdued the 2 primordial soul beasts in battle, primordial desolate beasts posed little threat to Fairy Myrtle and company. I am the only one who knows this. The Celestial Court also had a lot of soul path methods to resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable back then. That was why he chose to release the immemorial year beast. If we release the immemorial soul beast, I'm afraid it will be even easier to deal with it. Fang Yuan felt immense pressure in his heart. This time, the enemy's lineup and strength were really too strong. Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to kill even the weakest Feng Jioga. Not to mention Fairy Myrtle and the others, they were all first-rate powerhouses among the rank 8s. Any one of them alone could make Fang Yuan suffer. Honestly speaking, Langya Blessed Land's strength was quite good. It had 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. This level already surpassed most of the super forces in the 5 regions. In the 5 regions, only the top super forces would have 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. Southern Borders Gu Immortals, the number 1 Righteous Path Force, Wu Clan, how could they be at the top for so long? For a period of time, Wu Clan had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They maintained 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal to suppress the situation. Of course, Immortal Gu houses could not be left out. Many Immortal Gu houses had rank 8 battle strength. Lang Yasek's current strength was equivalent to a super force. It even surpassed the average level. But compared to the Celestial Court, it was much weaker. The immemorial rock dragon was tightly restrained by Qin Yi. Heavenly Giant Solar struggled but was at a disadvantage. Thus, Feng Yuan's current goal was to kill Feng Jioge. He had to be fast, the faster the better. After killing Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan would dispel the Yama battlefield, then work with the ancient rock dragon and the silver giant to deal with the 3 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Lang Ya's side would be in a much better situation. Therefore, Feng Jioge's point was still quite crucial. This is a soul path battlefield killer move, but it seems to contain theft path as well. Fairy Myrtle looked at the air in front of her. For the first time since the start of the battle, she frowned deeply. The immortal battlefield isolated the inside from the outside. Thankfully, Feng Yuan used it right in front of her, otherwise, she would not have been able to find the point where the Yama battlefield was placed in the void. But even if she found this point, Fairy Myrtle would find it troublesome to deduce with all her might. Because the Yama battlefield did not only have soul path profundity, it also used ghostly concealment. It was one with Yama Emperor's killer move. Chapter 1590. Rumble. The Super Immortal Formation activated, sending out countless lightning bolts towards Fairy Myrtle and Qin Yi. Since the start of the battle, this Super Immortal Formation had either been suppressed by Feng Jioge and Fairy Myrtle, or it was in a deadlock with Feng Jioge, but now, it finally showed its power. Qin Yi quickly defended himself, but he was in a sorry state. Land Spirit of Langya saw the chance and immediately moved the silver giant to resist the giant tree statue's attacks, while attacking the ancient tree prison cage that trapped the ancient rock dragon. Fairy Myrtle thought about it and chose to attack the Super Immortal Formation. While deducing Yama's battlefield, she ignored Qin Yi. Fairy Myrtle chose to play safe. If Feng Jioge fought against Feng Yuan right now, she might not help Feng Jioge immediately. Because if Feng Jioge was really in trouble, she could reinforce him in time. But now that Yama's battlefield was isolated, Feng Jioge and Feng Yuan were fighting alone. This was very dangerous. Accidents could easily happen. Feng Jioge was equally important to the Celestial Court. In fact, he was even more important than Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to the Celestial Court. Because Feng Jioge was the Dao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle naturally did not want anything to happen to Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, wanted Feng Jioge to die in front of him. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Emperor. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Child. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. From the start, Feng Yuan attacked wildly. He transformed into the Yama Emperor, and the Yama army spread out, attacking Feng Jioge from all directions. At the same time, he mixed in soul explosions, beating Feng Jioge until his face was covered in dirt. In just a short while, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Good move. Feng Jioge felt an intense threat to his life. He also used a killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Yang Pass Tune. At the critical moment, he could not care less about the time limit of Yang Pass Tune's activation. With the help of the Yang Pass Tune, he dodged continuously, but in the Yama battlefield, he was greatly restricted, and the effect was not good. The son of Yama instead received an amplification, becoming even faster and more powerful. He charged forward without fear of death. No matter how hard Feng Jioge tried to dodge and move, he was unable to completely shake off these Yama. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Immortal Killer Move, Blue Jade Song. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Song. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. 4 Song warriors protected Feng Jioge, charging through the Son of Yama army, trying to get close to Feng Yuan. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. This battle tactic was simple and wise. Feng Yuan transformed into the Yama Emperor, moving rapidly in the Yama battlefield. It was extremely easy for him to move around. Even though his enslavement path attainment was not high, he only knew how to surround and kill Feng Jioge with the Son of Yama. He could still do it well. After fighting for a while, Feng Jioge had a grim expression. Green Jade Song warriors often turned the Son of Yama into jade statues, causing them to shatter. But these Son of Yama were all brave. They were much harder to deal with than ancient desolate beasts. Heaven and Earth Song was not very effective in the Son of Yama battlefield. Separation Song could dismantle the Immortal Formation, but the Immortal Gu used to activate and maintain the Immortal battlefield were all inside Feng Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture, unlike Immortal Formations and Immortal Gu houses that had Gu worms outside. Separation Song could not affect the inside of Feng Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was useless. The Submission Song that Feng Jioge had high hopes for was the best method to counter enslavement path. It had once been used in the battle against Feng Yuan. But right now, Submission Song was like, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Son of Yama would at most be affected in terms of movement, but it would not be countered by Submission Song. My Son of Yama uses Soul Beast modification and Soul Beast summoning methods from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It also uses ghostly concealment as the core. How can it be countered by your Submission Song? Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. Do I have to use Assimilation Wind Song? Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. The battle strength that Feng Yuan displayed shocked him. Even though he was mentally prepared when he was suppressed by Feng Yuan, Feng Jioge still felt some disbelief. How long had it been? Not long ago, Feng Jioge was still chasing Feng Yuan, chasing him from southern border to western desert. He was in a pathetic state. Feng Yuan's growth is too fast. This time, even if I cannot obtain Wisdom Gu, I have to kill this person. Feng Jioge sighed in his mind. At the same time, he cancelled the idea of using Assimilation Wind Song. Activating Assimilation Wind Song was too dangerous. If he made a mistake, the first person to die would be Feng Jioge himself. Unless he had no other choice, Feng Jioge would not use Assimilation Wind Song. Especially in such an intense battle, there were too many external disturbances. Moreover, my Assimilation Wind Song has already been exposed. How can a crafty person like Feng Yuan not guard against me? Feng Jioge was very wary of Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment. This time, we have a strong formation. Fairy Myrtle is not trapped in this battlefield killer move. We definitely have the advantage in a frontal battle. I should wait for Lady Z-Wei to deduce from the outside and destroy this immortal battlefield. That is the safest choice. And after all, this immortal battlefield has Soul Path and Theft Path aura, but no Time Path aura. There is no need to worry about time. Feng Jioge used guerrilla tactics. He did not let Yama surround him. He believed in Fairy Myrtle's ability. He planned to defend and wait for reinforcements. Feng Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly. If Feng Jioge fought with him, he would fall into Feng Yuan's trap. He would be laughing in his sleep. But was Feng Jioge a foolish person? He could discern the situation clearly. He had a clear grasp of the battle situation. His wise choice of battle tactics made Feng Yuan sigh internally. It is a pity that even though I have time path methods and rank 8 time path immortal Gu years flow like water, I cannot fuse them into Yama battlefield. Yama battlefield was not a killer move that was used on Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body. It would suffer from conflicting Dao marks. Feng Yuan had always placed emphasis on balance between Theft Path and Soul Path Dao marks, but the conflicting Dao marks had already reached the limit. Adding Time Path Dao marks on top of this foundation was extremely difficult. Time Path battlefield had the ability to change the flow of time. It was different from the outside world, but Yama battlefield did not have it. In fact, when Feng Yuan used some Time Path killer moves, as long as they were not Theft Path or Soul Path, they would be suppressed by the Immortal Battlefield's Dao marks. Immortal Battlefield's 3 extreme sounds. Feng Jioge's attacks did not stop. Yama Child could not get close. As soon as there were any casualties among the 4 first song soldiers, he would immediately replace them. But what made Feng Yuan clench his teeth the most was his Yang Pass tune. It allowed Feng Jioge to teleport. Even though this move was suppressed in the immortal battlefield, the distance it could teleport was limited. It could not leave Yama battlefield. But Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was not fast enough. At least, compared to Feng Jioge, it was slow. Even though Yang Pass tune had a time limit, Feng Yuan could not afford to wait. He had to end the battle quickly. The earlier he killed Feng Jioge, the earlier he could reinforce the main battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Familiar Face. Feng Yuan turned into Yama Emperor, then into a Yama Child, mixing into the army. Feng Jioge's heart shook. He increased the frequency of his teleportation. But Feng Yuan was in the dark while he was in the light. After fighting for a while, Feng Yuan found a chance to attack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand concealed itself, bypassing the defense of the 4 song warriors, charging towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was still using 3 extreme sounds. He was oblivious. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered Feng Jioge's immortal aperture and grabbed an immortal goo, holding it tightly as it quickly retreated. Oh no, fixed immortal travel immortal goo. Feng Jioge's eyes were wide open from shock at this sneak attack. He paled. He quickly turned around. Sound waves burst out from his body, sweeping towards the surroundings. Great Thief Ghost Hand was forced to reveal itself. He was about to attack Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Feng Yuan was already prepared. A large number of Yama children charged forward. Disregarding their lives, they protected Great Thief Ghost Hand and sent it into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Chapter 1591. To think that one day, I would be able to obtain fixed immortal travel immortal goo again. Feng Yuan felt the immortal goo in Great Thief Ghost's hand as he sighed internally. Oh, it was raised to rank 7. It is indeed the same as what I deduced from the information. Feng Yuan was secretly happy. Even though he had the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, it could replace fixed immortal travel to some extent. But this method had many flaws. It required 4 goo immortals to use. Moreover, it wasn't as vast as the fixed immortal travel, which allowed one to teleport to anywhere in the world. Fixed immortal travel was raised to rank 7, but its form did not change. It was still rank 6. This goo struggled in Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not budge, holding fixed immortal travel as it flew in the sovereign immortal aperture. It flew to mini southern borders Heaven Sealing Mountain. Great Thief Ghost Hand opened its palm and threw fixed immortal travel into the immortal formation in the mountain. This immortal formation used self-love and affection immortal goo as the core, along with many mortal goo. The main function was to cooperate with Great Thief Ghost Hand to quickly refine stolen immortal goo. Even though Reverse Flow River could be used in this aspect. But during the battle, Reverse Flow River was already used as the core to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Feng Yuan had already tried using self-love and affection immortal goo to refine other people's immortal goo before. In his plan, he wanted to fuse self-love and affection immortal goo into Great Thief Ghost Hand, so that Great Thief Ghost Hand could refine immortal goo on the spot after stealing them. This seemed unnecessary, but it was not. If he could refine them on the spot, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not need to suppress the immortal goo and bring them back to Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. It could steal immortal goo continuously. Fixed immortal travel was immediately suppressed in Heaven Sealing Mountain. The refinement process did not require Feng Yuan's attention. He would be able to refine it quickly. Feng Yuan then looked at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's face was filled with vigilance and seriousness. There was even a trace of disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Feng Yuan actually has such a method to directly steal other people's immortal goo? Even if it was hidden deep within the immortal aperture, it would still be affected. Did he obtain another thieving heaven's true inheritance? This kind of method made Feng Jioge feel a strong sense of threat. He didn't want to stop using the sound wave technique that had forced the Great Thief Ghost Hand to reveal itself. What a terrifying technique! If the core immortal goo of the killer move 3 extreme sound was stolen, Wouldn't I have failed to activate the killer move and suffered a backlash, suffering heavy injuries? Feng Jioge felt a burst of relief, but at the same time, he felt a lingering fear. Feng Yuan also felt that it was a pity, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not have the ability to choose. If it had coincidentally stolen the crucial immortal goo like how it dealt with Meng Tu, causing Feng Jioge to fail in activating the killer move, the battle situation would immediately change, and it would be possible to kill Feng Jioge quickly. Even though Feng Yuan succeeded, Feng Jioge was completely vigilant. He used Yang Pass Tune to move continuously, not staying in one place for long. At the same time, the sound wave technique was constantly activated, not caring about the huge expenditure of immortal essence. As for 3 extreme sound, Feng Jioge also stopped using it. He did not dare to use it again. He focused on dodging Yama's pursuit. After Feng Yuan was exposed, he used familiar face again to disguise himself as one of the Yama's children, getting close to Feng Jioge. This undoubtedly gave Feng Jioge even more mental pressure. But Feng Yuan was not having a good time either. Feng Jioge was too crafty. He moved around continuously using sound waves. Feng Yuan had no chance to take advantage of him. It seems that I have to work hard on the invisibility of Great Thief Ghost Hand in the future. Feng Jioge actually had a method to make Great Thief Ghost Hand appear. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. He could not help but think of Formless Hand. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method could change between illusion and reality. If it replaced Great Thief Ghost Hand now, it would not need to fear any sound waves. Moreover, Formless Hand was extremely fast. Once it was used, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's opponents could only watch as Formless Hand approached and stole the immortal goo in their hands. They would feel so resentful and helpless that they wanted to vomit blood. Right now, Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand only had a 10,000th of Formless Hand's power. But even so, it made the great Feng Jioge pale with fright. He panicked and fled everywhere. Feng Yuan forced Feng Jioge to flee everywhere, but he did not feel smug at all. Because he was very clear that only by killing Feng Jioge quickly would they have a chance of winning this battle of Langya Blessed Land. But next, Feng Jioge did not leave any openings for Feng Yuan. He was also from the demonic path. Back then, he shocked the whole of Central Continent and challenged the 10 great ancient sects alone. He had rich battle experience. Time gradually passed. Feng Jioge's Yang Pass Tune's time limit was finally up. A chance. Feng Yuan was anxious and happy at the same time. He was anxious because he had wasted so much time, but Feng Jioge was still alive and kicking. He was happy because he finally showed an opening that was not an opening. Feng Jioge's heart sank. In the past, when facing enemies, his powerful attacks would cause the enemy to collapse. Ever since he became famous, he had never encountered a situation where he was chased down by a rank 7 goo immortal. Right now, he was at a disadvantage against Feng Yuan. He finally realized one of his shortcomings, that was his mobility. Now that Yang Pass Tune had ended, Feng Jioge's speed fell sharply. He was soon surrounded by Yama children. He could no longer dodge as nimbly as before. Feng Jioge had no choice but to defend. His killer move was fierce. It resisted the attacks of Yama children from all directions. Feng Yuan hid among them. His disguise was perfect. Great Thief Ghost Hand was ready to attack. He was waiting for a flaw to appear in Feng Jioge's defense. But right at this time, the whole Yama battlefield started to rumble. It started to shake slightly. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. Lady Ziwei must have made a move. Feng Jioge was overjoyed. Yama battlefield was shaking more and more intensely. Fairy Myrtle had not made a move yet, but once she did, there was a miraculous effect. A lot of time has passed. Fairy Myrtle actually deduced how Yama battlefield works. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths. I need to win quickly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. I was going to leave this method for Fairy Myrtle and the rest, but I will use it on you first. Time waits for no man. If Yama battlefield was destroyed, Feng Yuan would not even have the chance to kill Feng Jioge. Thus, he quickly made up his mind and used his trump card. Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. It was still a soul explosion method, But Feng Yuan was not detonating ordinary Yama children, he was detonating immemorial Yama children. Feng Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts to begin with. During this period of closed cultivation, he modified these 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children. These 2 Yama children were naturally different from others. Feng Yuan had been hiding them for so long, he finally used them. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was only a peak rank 7 killer move. Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was naturally at rank 8 level. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed in deducing Luo Pasil, he still had a rank 8 offensive method hidden in his hands. Boom! Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion. It blew up Feng Jioga. On a certain shore of central continent, Feng Kim Hong was suddenly stunned. The cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Duke Long looked over with a questioning gaze. Chapter 1592. He did not die? What immortal goo is this? Feng Yuan's eyes opened wide as he looked at Feng Jioga, who was floating in the air. Feng Jioga's 7 orifices were bleeding from the impact, but his body was covered in a thin layer of light armor. This light armor protected his life, allowing him to survive the immemorial Yama's soul explosion. Rank 8 Immortal Goo, Fate Armor. Feng Jioga coughed. The corners of his mouth cracked as blood flowed out. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. This was the first time he had seen Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Even though Feng Jioga had used it once in the River of Time, Feng Yuan had only framed Feng Jioga and sent him into the River of Time. He did not see it personally. Thus, Feng Yuan did not know of Fate Armor Immortal Goo's existence. Precisely because of this, he miscalculated. Celestial Quartz Foundation. Feng Yuan smiled helplessly, but at the next moment he roused his fighting spirit, staring at Feng Jioga with malicious intent. This Fate Armor Immortal Goo can protect you once, can it protect you a second time? Feng Yuan still had immemorial Yama in his possession. Feng Jioga's expression was pale as paper, his injuries were severe, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Cough cough, you can try. I'm not afraid to tell you, Fate Armor Immortal Goo's effect is defense. It can be strong or weak according to fate. If it hits me, I should not have died. Fate Armor Immortal Goo can defend against any killer move in the world. If it hits me, I should have died long ago. Fate Armor's effect would be inferior to a thin piece of paper. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he spat out the name of an immortal goo. You guessed right, it is related to Fate Immortal Goo. Feng Jioga nodded and sighed. If Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed, Fate would no longer be able to restrict the people of the world. Fate Armor's effect would be greatly reduced, it would be restricted by its rank. Rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo had rank 8 defensive power. But now, Fate was only injured and not completely destroyed. Fate still existed and restricted all living beings in the world. This allowed Fate Armor Immortal Goo to display defensive power that surpassed rank 8. My reverse flow protection seal is already a tortoise shell, but this Fate Armor Immortal Goo seems to be even more of a tortoise shell than mine. Feng Yuan's heart shook, but his attacks became even fiercer. Feng Jioga channeled his Fate Armor with all his might. The consumption of his immortal essence was extremely intense, but he could still hold on for a period of time. Because he had received Fairy Myrtle's help for this trip to Langya Blessed Land, his immortal essence reserves were extremely abundant. Rumble! Right at this time, there was a loud sound. A purple star river appeared in Yama battlefield. The star river expanded and revealed the scene of Langya Blessed Land. So fast. Yama battlefield was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle at a much faster speed than Feng Yuan had expected. Feng Yuan grunted. It was his turn to bleed. Yama battlefield collapsed. He had to bear the backlash of this killer move. Since Fairy Myrtle gave Fate Armor Immortal Goo to Feng Jioga, her intentions were not simple. Once Fate Armor Immortal Goo was activated, the Celestial Court would sense it. Back then in the River of Time, Lord Huangshi used Fate Armor to locate Feng Jioga and save his life. Right now, Fairy Myrtle had already seen through Yama battlefield. She was about to break it. At this time, Fate Armor Immortal Goo acted as a spy. Fairy Myrtle's progress in breaking through Yama battlefield accelerated. An opening was instantly created. Wisdom path deductions were always difficult at the beginning. Like earlier, all the Wisdom Path Gu immortals in the world tried to deduce Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan used Wisdom Path to defend himself. As long as his defense was not broken, they could not do anything. Eastern Sea's 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals, Huan, were also helpless. He was instead countered by Feng Yuan. At the start, Yama battlefield was round, it was not easy to break through, but now that an opening was created, the most difficult part was achieved. The difficulty from now on fell. Swish, swish, endless sounds could be heard. Purple star rivers tore through the sky, tearing Yama battlefield into pieces. Boom! With an explosion, Yama battlefield collapsed completely. Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. A large number of mortal Gu in his immortal aperture died. The related immortal Gu were also injured. Feng Yuan returned to Langya blessed land. He was still in Yama emperor state. Be careful. He has a method to steal immortal Gu from the immortal aperture. Feng Jioga escaped. He barely managed to fly towards Fairy Myrtle. Once he came out, he reported the information of this battle to all his comrades. It's you! Chen Yi was the first to speak. His eyes were wide open as he shouted angrily. He recognized that Feng Yuan was the one who fought him in Green Ghost Desert, the one who stole Qingchao's soul beast token immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He did not succeed in killing Feng Jioga. Fate armor immortal Gu completely destroyed his hope. Even worse, the information regarding Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed. The enemies knew about it. This was something Feng Yuan had been trying to avoid. Since the start of the battle, he had been suppressing this trump card. He did not use it easily. He was hoping to use this trump card in the battlefield to kill strong enemies, then use Yama battlefield to kill people and conceal himself, trying to hide the information. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. Feng Yuan did not kill a single person before this trump card was exposed. Feng Yuan, you really want the world to be in chaos. Lu Guanyi is you, Xuanbu Jin is also you. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with purple light. She deduced Feng Yuan's plan at the next moment. So that's it? You want to control Green Ghost Desert and collect soul cores, using Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate soul path. It is a pity that Dang Hun Mountain is already destroyed. No, it is very orderly. You definitely have a method to restore Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. This Fairy Myrtle was indeed a wisdom path great expert. She deduced so many of Feng Yuan's secrets in an instant. Fairy Myrtle was also afraid. To think that Feng Yuan has such a method, he can actually steal immortal Gu from other people's immortal apertures. Fortunately, Great Thief Ghost Hand is much weaker than Formless Hand. It does not have the ability to steal immortal Gu. If he had stolen the crucial immortal Gu and caused Feng Jioga's killer move activation to fail, he would have suffered a backlash, and Feng Jioga would have immediately activated Fate Armor. If that happened, it would be a problem if he could last until I unravel this immortal battlefield. Great Thief Ghost Hand can steal rank 8 immortal Gu. Fortunately, it did not steal Fate Armor. Otherwise, would Feng Jioga still be alive? Feng Jioga is indeed a Dao Guardian. His luck is strong. He is not suppressed by Feng Yuan's luck. However, Fairy Myrtle's gaze was eerie as she stared at Feng Yuan. This demon actually stole fixed immortal travel. This is enough to show that his luck is also excellent, even though he could not kill Feng Jioga. Ever since Fate Immortal Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, although it was not destroyed, its power had fallen greatly. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal rose up and created Luck Path. As long as Fate did not recover, Luck Path's power would remain this strong. Feng Yuan's Luck Path attainment level was not high. He did not have any powerful offensive killer moves in Luck Path, but Luck Path methods had been assisting him, for example, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Boom boom boom. Explosions resounded endlessly. Both sides fought again, falling into a chaotic battle. Feng Jioga lost his battle strength for a moment. He was protected by Fairy Myrtle. Feng Yuan also could not do anything to Qin Yi's ancient tree prison cage killer move. He could only use the super immortal formation and heavenly giant solar to fight against Qin Yi and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle started to display the battle strength of a rank 8 expert. Her killer moves were exquisite, even above Chen. Chen-yi inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, while Fairy Myrtle cultivated Star Constellation's True Inheritance. It was not that Genesis Lotus True Inheritance could not compare to Star Constellation's True Inheritance, but Star Constellation's True Inheritance was Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path killer moves were complex and used up a lot of mental energy. Fang Yuan still had an immemorial Yama child. Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand were exposed. They were targeted by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. They did not let down their guard. Immortal killer moves surrounded them as they bombarded the surroundings. Once Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand got close, it would be exposed by the explosions. There was no chance at all. In fact, Qin-yi and Fairy Myrtle's investigative methods were very exquisite. Fang Yuan was worried that Great Thief Ghost Hand would be exposed. He rarely used it. The more he used it, the more flaws there would be. Especially in front of Fairy Myrtle, the more information he exposed, the higher the chance of her deductions being exposed. Rumble. Chapter 1593. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to the battlefield, the expressions of both sides changed. Celestial Court's immortals showed joy on their faces, while Fang Yuan and the rest had grim expressions. Both sides were locked in battle. At this moment, Celestial Court gained a rank 8 battle strength expert, and it was also a top-tier expert. It had a huge impact on the battle. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's report made Fairy Myrtle's gaze turn dark. What? We did not find Wisdom Goo? Even though Wisdom Goo was refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the refinement process was also recorded in Star Constellation's True Inheritance. Fairy Myrtle had a lot of knowledge about it. But Fairy Myrtle did not know that Wisdom Goo had the ability to chase information path environments. Wisdom Goo is wild. Did they tame it and refine it? Or did they destroy it? Or do they have a way to resist the light of wisdom and teleport Wisdom Goo away? Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Thoughts flashed like lightning. She stood up, looking at the silver giant Heavenly Giant Solar before turning to Fang Yuan, shouting, "Hand over Wisdom Goo. I will allow you to surrender." Celestial Court's main goal in this attack was rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Even Fang Yuan's problem was secondary. Immortal Goo were unique and hard to refine. Rank 9 Immortal Goo stood at the top of the pyramid. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, there were less than 10 rank 9 Immortal Goo. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply too huge of a boost to Celestial Court. It was only inferior to Fate Goo. Ignoring everything else, just Fairy Myrtle alone, with her Wisdom Path attainment and Star Constellation Chessboard's help, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. Once she obtained the rank 9 Wisdom Goo and refined it using Star Constellation Chessboard, she would become the number 1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world. She would be able to see through all the profundities of Wisdom Path in the universe. She would stand at the peak, far surpassing the second strongest person. She would have unimaginable deduction ability. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor. Even if he had rank 8 level Wisdom Path methods, he could not defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Only rank 9 could do so. But how many rank 9 level Wisdom Path methods were there? At least in Fang Yuan's Langya True Inheritance and Spectral Soul True Inheritance, there were no such records. Surrender? The hairy man Goo Immortal's hearts shook. The land spirit of Langya roared furiously, "Surrender my ass! In my Langya blessed land, there are only hairy men who die standing. There are no slaves who kneel to live." Fang Yuan was curious. "I am a complete otherworldly demon. Your Celestial Court can forgive me for Wisdom Goo?" Fairy Myrtle smiled proudly. "So what if it's a complete otherworldly demon? The predecessors of our Celestial Court already knew of the existence of otherworldly demons. We had recruited otherworldly demons before. It was just that it was not recorded in human history. Zhao Lianyun is the best example. Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court is much more magnanimous than you imagine. Even if you are a complete otherworldly demon, even if you have Spring Autumn Cicada, Spectral Soul True Inheritance, and so on, as long as you turn over a new leaf and return to the righteous path, contributing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and fusing with the Celestial Court, you will be a member of the Celestial Court. According to the Celestial Court's rules, Everyone will be treated equally. Saying this, Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He sneered coldly, but Chen Yi had a complex expression. His gaze was filled with bewilderment and jealousy. Chen Yi believed Fairy Myrtle's words, because the celestial court's rules were like this: no matter what your background is, as long as you return to the righteous path and join the celestial court, contributing your immortal aperture, you will be a member of the celestial court. There would be no discrimination. But how hard is it to join the celestial court? I, Chen Yi, have worked hard for most of my life. I was diligent, because my battle strength reached the standard, and because I inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, I was able to join the celestial court. How many years has he, Fang Yuan, cultivated for? He committed murder and arson, causing trouble everywhere, but now that he has turned over a new leaf, he can actually join the celestial court. At once, Chen Yi lost his composure. He felt that it was unfair. He even felt a little wronged. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's expression did not change. Back then, the celestial court had also recruited another person. This person slaughtered the world. The harm he caused was much greater than Fang Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became rank 9, the celestial court had tried to recruit him many times. Even after becoming rank 9, they tried to recruit him once. The celestial court is the celestial court of humanity. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent. With your rank 7 cultivation time, you were able to evade the celestial court for such a long time. It is enough to prove that you have the qualifications to join the celestial court. I can guarantee this with my life. If you join the celestial court today, not only will you keep your life, you can also continue to cultivate and be a carefree Gu immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Fang Yuan? At once, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Even Gu immortal's sixth hair was the same. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. For rank 9 wisdom Gu, you let me go and try to recruit me. Rank 9 wisdom Gu is indeed very important to you. Then let me put it another way. If you do not let us go today, I will destroy wisdom Gu in front of you. Your plan will fail. Stubborn fool. How can the righteous path tolerate threats? How can the mighty celestial court be threatened? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was furious. She charged at Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan barely fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder rumbled and air currents surged. That means wisdom Gu is with you? Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She also attacked. Fang Yuan was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Myrtle. He was immediately suppressed. He could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist. He could not retaliate. He secretly transmitted to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, this is urgent. If you have any methods, don't use them now. It will be too late for regrets. Land Spirit of Langya roared. Forget it. I will let you taste the true power of Langya Blessed Land. The moment he said that, the entire sea surface of Langya Blessed Land started to bubble. It was bubbling. It was as if the entire sea was boiling. Countless refinement path Dao marks shined with Dao mark light. Be they Gu immortals or mortals, they could see it with their naked eyes. The aura of an immortal killer move surged like a huge tornado. It engulfed the whole of Langya Blessed Land. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were not spared. They were all hit. What is this? The expressions of Chen Yi and the rest changed. All sorts of defensive methods on their bodies shined with dazzling light. They were activated. The mysterious killer move was extremely powerful. Even Fang Yuan was hit. Countless ripples appeared on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, come to me. Land Spirit of Langya transmitted. He controlled the silver giant and flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan successfully fused into the heavenly giant solar formation. This was not his first time participating in this ancient battle formation. What move is this? Fang Yuan's face flashed with surprise and joy. This move used by Land Spirit of Langya was extremely powerful. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court defended with all their might. They did not attack. Langya Land Spirit smiled bitterly. This is the strongest refinement path killer move, omnipresent 4 Cs, that my main body comprehended from killing a water path great expert while I was still alive. This move expends seawater intensely. I will not use it unless I need to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. If I use it against enemies now, it can only last a few dozen breaths of time. Fang Yuan observed carefully. He saw that Langya Blessed Land's sea level was falling rapidly. A huge amount of seawater was expended to activate this killer move, Omnipresent Four Seas. Fang Yuan immediately realized, so Langya Blessed Land's terrain was meticulously designed. The 3 continents are floating in the sea. This seawater is not simple, it is the refinement path foundation of Langya Blessed Land. It is extremely precious. Fang Yuan looked at the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, sighing. It is a pity that this refinement path killer move does not differentiate between friend and foe, otherwise, we would have the upper hand. Actually, Omnipresent Four Seas killer move's power could be limited to a certain place, but this place needed to be set up with a corresponding immortal formation to draw the killer move's power and refine Gu. And this immortal formation was none other than Longhair Ancestor's refinement path formation. It was used to refine Myriad's self for Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals would not fall for such an obvious trap. In this situation, Land Spirit of Langya had no choice but to use this move to its fullest extent. Its power spread all over Langya Blessed Land. But this way, Fang Yuan's super immortal formation would also be attacked by Omnipresent Four Seas. Thankfully, Land Spirit of Langya was prepared. The silver giant rushed over and dismantled the immortal formation, retrieving the immortal Gu, while keeping the variant human Gu immortals of the other 3 races into the silver giant's body. What do we do now? Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya and asked. He had a feeling that Langya Blessed Land had other trump cards. Chapter 1594. Land Spirit of Langya had a pained expression. He looked at the falling sea level, frowning deeply. His heart was bleeding. This seawater looked ordinary, but it was not. It was refined water created by Longhair Ancestor in his later years. Right now, there was only one sea. If there were 4 seas, he could use a secret method to cause a qualitative change, creating a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of this, Langya Blessed Land had been placed in Crescent Lake for a long time, using the waterpath environment and immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move to attract waterpath calamities and tribulations, adding waterpath Dao marks to Langya Blessed Land. But now, in order to resist Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Langya Blessed Land's accumulation was being expended rapidly. After this battle, it would all be used up. Ah! Land Spirit of Langya roared, leading the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to activate Heavenly Giant Sola. The silver giant charged over, using immortal killer moves one after another, attacking the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. The attacks were fierce. They were all at rank 8 level. At once, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor broke. She curled up into a ball. Chen Yi and Fairy Myrtle coughed out blood. Feng Jioga was in a worse state. His face was pale as paper. He gritted his teeth, relying on Fate Armor Immortal Gu to hold on. Absolute Four Seas was a refinement path killer move. It used all of the refinement path Dao marks in Langya Blessed Land. This was the accumulation of Longhair Ancestor's entire life. This move did not differentiate between friend and foe. Fang Yuan would be hit if he was inside, but the hairy men could move freely. In the end, it was because the hairy men had refinement path Dao marks. And the killer moves that Langya Land Spirit and the rest used were all refinement path killer moves. They were amplified by Omnipresent Four Seas. Each of their attacks were powerful and ferocious. They were at the level of a first-rate rank 8 killer move. As for the silver giant, it could move freely too, because this was an ancient battle formation. It was not an immortal Gu house. Heavenly Giant Solar differed from person to person. Right now, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals were working together to activate the Refinement Path Giant. Precisely so, Fang Yuan and the variant human Gu Immortals of the other 3 races did not participate in the attack. If he were to make a move, he would be suppressed by the Omnipresent Four Seas. Kill them all? Langya's foundation is indeed unfathomable. The variant human Gu Immortals of the 3 races gasped in shock. But Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he said to Land Spirit of Langya, First Supreme Elder, You used your full strength, even though your attacks were fierce, you cannot end the battle in one go. 4C all-encompassing can't be maintained for long. Time is limited. What other tricks do you have? If you don't use them now. I know, you shut up. The land spirit of Langya roared angrily. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its teeth. Its expression was fierce, and its heart was restless. On the battlefield, even though it had the upper hand, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court could not be killed. They were like reefs on the shore. No matter how strong the waves were, they would not budge. After more than 10 breaths of time, even though the silver giant unleashed an unprecedented attack, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court were still alive. While the seawater in Langya Blessed Land had already dried up, not a single drop of water was left. An ugly seabed was exposed. It is time for us to retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch breathed in deeply. She had a sinister smile on her face as she condensed a black armor on her body. As expected of long-hair ancestors' remnant. Chen Yi sighed as he healed himself. His injuries were recovering rapidly. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court also had deep foundation. They withstood the Silver Giant's attack and only suffered some minor injuries. You forced me to do this. Seeing that the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were getting closer, the land spirit of Langya muttered. It suddenly roared. Come if you have a death wish. Since the 4 seas could not defeat the enemy, the land spirit of Langya used another trump card. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, a bewitching red light burst out, covering the whole of Langya Blessed Land in an instant. This is... The expressions of the 4 immortals of Celestial Court changed. They were extremely shocked. Be it the scheming fairy Myrtle, the Thunder Ghost True Monarch who had fought Spectral Soul, Chen Yi who had great authority and led a sect, or the talented Feng Joga, none of them had a trace of calmness on their faces. Feng Yuan was also stunned. A scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. He blurted out, Steal life. The other hairy man Gu immortals were confused. They did not know what this trump card was. The land spirit of Langya looked at Feng Yuan in surprise. That's right, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 8 Steal Life Immortal Gu. You know about it too? Feng Yuan's heart shook. The land spirit of Langya actually had Steal Life Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan knew about Steal Life Gu. It was in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left this immortal Gu to long-hair ancestor. Defend. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court used all their strength to defend themselves. The nervousness in their hearts was hundreds, if not thousands of times greater than before, because they could tell that this was the red light emitted by Steal Life Immortal Gu. At the next moment, the red light that filled the sky suddenly shrunk. It was like countless arrows that were shot out before returning to the bow. What the red light took away was none other than the lifespan of all living beings. In the blink of an eye, Feng Joga turned from a handsome young man to an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face. Fairy Myrtle coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face was filled with wrinkles. Chen Yi was also in a sorry state. His fine black hair was broken and flying everywhere. Thunder Ghost True Monarch held her chest. She originally had the appearance of a young girl, delicate like a flower, but after the red light retracted, she had turned into an old woman. Her hair was white and her eyes were blurry. She was extremely weak. She opened her mouth and breathed with difficulty. She did not have many teeth left. Seeing this, Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were strong, most of them were hibernating in the immortal graveyard. They would not wake up unless absolutely necessary. Because they had used almost all of their lifespan extension methods, their lifespan was limited. They would die of old age before long. But now, Land Spirit of Langya used Steal Life Immortal Gu. It targeted this weakness and killed the 4 Gu Immortals of Celestial Court. It grasped the weakness of the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court. However, Land Spirit of Langya is only using Steal Life Immortal Gu. It is not a killer move, it only has one effect. The methods that Celestial Court Gu Immortals use in an emergency have defensive properties, but they cannot defend against it completely. Also, this Steal Life Gu does not differentiate between friend and foe. Even the silver giant could not defend against it. Our Gu immortals were all hit. Fang Yuan looked at himself. He had a head full of white hair. He looked old. But it did not matter. He had over 4,000 years of lifespan Gu. After using many of them, he returned to his young appearance. As for the other variant human Gu immortals, they had much longer lifespans than humans. Even without lifespan extension methods, they could hold on. Even the hairy men and mortals could hold on. This was also the reason why Land Spirit of Langya had kept Steel Life Immortal Gu with him, only using it now. No matter how strong the Gu immortals of Celestial Court are, so what? We will fight them to the death. First Supreme Elder, use Steel Life again. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He urged Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya smiled bitterly. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was afraid this Steel Life Immortal Gu would bring disaster to the world. Even though he left it with my main body, he set up a method that can only be used 3 times before it self-destructs. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has such a merciful heart? The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, thought of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He understood. Whether it is twice or thrice, if we don't use it now, when will we? Fang Yuan urged again. Land Spirit of Langya nodded firmly, activating Steel Life Immortal Gu again. In the blink of an eye, the red light flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch sighed weakly. To think that I, Jinglan, would actually die here. She forcefully opened her eyes, but she was too powerless. Her eyelids slowly closed. Chapter 1595. Senior Jinglan. Fairy Myrtle cried out in grief. Chen Yi and Feng Jioga also showed sadness, hatred, anger, and other emotions. Jinglan's death was out of their expectations, because they did not expect Steel Life Immortal Gu to be hidden in Langya Blessed Land. Wasn't it said that before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he felt that Steel Life Gu was too powerful and would bring disaster to the world if it fell into the hands of people with ill intentions, so he destroyed it along with the Gu recipe? Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Clearly, this was wrong information, but the Celestial Court believed it to be true. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to understand the inside story, she could only capture the Land Spirit of Langya and interrogate him. After all, back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu, what kind of internal transaction they had and how they leaked the information to deceive the Celestial Court, only they themselves knew. Haha. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Do you really think my Langya sect is so easy to bully? This time, all of you will die. Careful. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted in warning. What? At the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya cried out in shock. Because he saw that although Jinglan had died, her heart was starting to shine with dazzling lightning. Soon, Jinglan's aged body was completely melted by the lightning heart's scorching electric currents. These electric currents filled the entire black armor. Next, the unmanned armor actually raised its head and puffed out its chest. A terrifying aura burst out, giving off a majestic aura that could support heaven and earth. Isn't she dead? Oh no, this is very bad. The variant human Gu immortals turned pale with fright. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he spoke of his conjecture. Thunder Ghost True Monarch is indeed dead, but her black armor is soul path in essence. Although she died of old age, the armor is still intact. It is equivalent to leaving behind a special soul. Most importantly, her heart seems to be her final trump card. It's extremely powerful, so we have to be careful. In the blink of an eye, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor shot toward the silver giant like a shooting star. Boundless azure electricity seeped out of the gaps in the pitch-black armor and gathered into a tail of flames that was dozens of feet long. Faster, faster, faster. The armor was extremely fast. After Fang Yuan's warning, the hairy men were on guard, but they did not have time to use killer moves to dodge, because the armor was charging too fast. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was most proficient in movement. Her strength was at the peak of rank 8, but her speed had always been at the peak of rank 8. But now that the thunder armor burst forth, This speed had already surpassed the peak of the 8th rank and reached the stage of quasi-9th rank. The silver giant had nowhere to hide and was struck by the thunder armor. Retreat! Fairy Myrtle's eyelids twitched. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted in the next moment. Billions of bolts of lightning interweaved and danced wildly. Because the lightning in the center was too dense, it formed a pool of lightning plasma. At once, the world turned white, the light was blinding. Countless hairy men and mortals who were looking at the sky cried out in pain. They covered their eyes or rolled around on the ground. Just one look and they were blinded. The light quickly dissipated, and an incomparable wave of chi began to sweep in all directions. Even Fairy Myrtle and the rest were pushed away. They could not control themselves. They were like small boats in the middle of a storm. A huge hole appeared in the center of Cloud Cover Continent. It was tens of thousands of li in diameter. The whole of Langya Blessed Land shook intensely. The visible refinement path Dao marks that were shining with Dao mark light were all destroyed by the explosion. The refinement path Dao marks that were close to the explosion also decreased in number. The remaining ones were dim and without light. At the center of the explosion, it was empty. Only several Gu immortals were floating in the air like ants. Cough, cough, cough. The surviving variant human Gu immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. They had great battle strength. They coughed and spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Land spirit of Langya was even more illusory. It was ethereal like a bubble. It was on the verge of dissipating. Only Fang Yuan was unharmed. His expression was ashen. He was covered in reverse flow protection seal. He was also extremely weak. Because of this attack, reverse flow river in the sovereign immortal aperture had expended 10% of its total volume. As expected of the rank 8 expert who once resisted spectral soul demon venerable. Even if she dies, she can retaliate. This move condensed all of her lightning path Dao marks into her heart and exploded. The power was terrifying. But after the battle, there were no lightning path Dao marks at all. This means that she had already used her lightning path Dao marks to their limits. She definitely has lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. In Fang Yuan's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. Even though he was not injured, his losses were not light. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack was definitely at quasi-rank 9 level. When the explosion occurred, the Silver Giant blocked it first. After the Silver Giant collapsed, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal blocked it. Even so, reverse flow river had lost 10% of its total volume. Reverse flow river had been supporting reverse flow protection seal. It was not inexhaustible. Fang Yuan had used it many times. He only had 60% left now. Fang Yuan's situation was still alright, but the others were in terrible states. The Silver Giant collapsed. The Killer Move's Backlash, along with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final Lightning Explosion Killer Move, more than half of the variant human Gu immortals died on the spot. Their corpses and souls dissipated. Only their immortal apertures remained. The remaining immortals were all injured. They had fearful expressions. Some were even dazed from the explosion. They had no expression on their faces now. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion could be said to have dealt a huge blow to the variant human alliance. Protect land spirit of Langya with all your strength. We have Steel Life Gu. We can still fight. Fang Yuan reminded loudly. He flew towards land spirit of Langya and protected him. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to control the situation. That's right, you still have Steel Life Immortal Gu. The battle had reached the most crucial moment. At this time, land spirit of Langya knew that it was not the time to vent his anger and sadness. He immediately activated Steel Life Immortal Gu for the second time. Quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle and Qin Yi rushed over. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Gu was about to be activated again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Chen Yi's body shook fiercely as countless wisps of green smoke curled up and gathered into a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. She directly used her strongest defensive method. The will of sorrow spread rapidly, there was no light or shadow, but the variant human goo immortals around land spirit of Langya twitched, they subconsciously clutched their chests, their eyes rolled back as they died mysteriously. Sixth hair. Fang Yuan called out, Fairy Myrtle's attack could not be defended against. Sixth hair had barely survived the lightning explosion. He was already heavily injured. Now that he was hit by Fairy Myrtle's desperate attack, he could not hold on any longer. He died. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Even though he was unharmed, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's reverse flow river fell by another 10%. This meant that Fairy Myrtle's killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's self-detonation after death. No. Save me. Land Spirit of Langya roared. He grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and used a defensive killer move to resist Fairy Myrtle's attack. Fang Yuan looked at him, but there was nothing he could do. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect him alone, it could not spread to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, you cannot use Steel Life Immortal Goo at the same time. Right now, there is only one solution, that is to move the whole of Langya Blessed Land into my Immortal Aperture. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Fang Yuan urged with great sincerity. But Land Spirit of Langya rejected him. He stared at Fang Yuan with wide open eyes. No, this won't work, I can still fight. But at the next moment, he reached his limit. His defensive methods were all broken, his body exploded into countless fragments. He died on the spot. I killed him. Fairy Myrtle saw this and relaxed. She almost fainted on the spot. Nothing is greater sorrow had huge repercussions. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly in her heart. After this activation, she did not know how long she would need to recuperate. Land Spirit of Langya, damn it. Fang Yuan frowned as he cursed, but I have not lost all my chances. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where Land Spirit of Langya died, another figure appeared. He had a white beard and white eyebrows. It was the previous white-haired Land Spirit of Langya. Langya Blessed Land had two obsessions. There were also two Land Spirits. The black-haired Land Spirit was killed. The white-haired Land Spirit appeared again. What? A second Land Spirit of Langya has appeared. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was not unaware of this secret, but she was confident in nothing is greater sorrow. She felt that the two Land Spirits were one and could be eliminated together. But the truth was in front of her. Langya Blessed Land's profundity far surpassed her estimation. Even though Fairy Myrtle could still use nothing is greater sorrow, she did not have enough time. And could ordinary methods kill the Land Spirit of Langya that was protected by Fang Yuan? Fairy Myrtle was not flustered. Her lips curled up as she turned from offense to defense, protecting her companion. Her companion was Chen-Yi. On the Karma Divine Tree that Chen-Yi was activating, there was already a huge fruit growing. There is cause and effect. If there is an effect, I will destroy the cause. Chen-Yi shouted as he stretched out his right arm, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. Jiwich. The fruit was instantly crushed. The purple fruit juice was like poison. It splattered on Chen-Yi's face and body. Zi. Intense pain assaulted him. Chen-Yi screamed as his face and body were corroded by the fruit juice. His flesh started to rot. In a few breaths of time, his muscles melted, revealing his white bones. Chen-Yi paid such a huge price. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. To forcefully activate Karma Divine Tree, he naturally had a motive. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed. He said solemnly, Steel Life Immortal Goo was actually destroyed by them. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, urging again, the only thing we can do now is to fuse Langya Blessed Land into my. Before he finished speaking, the white-hair Land Spirit of Langya interrupted him. No need, my Langya Blessed Land still has a trump card. This is the agreement between my main body and Giant Sun Immortal. If the Blessed Land is in danger of destruction in the future, we can ask Longevity Heaven for help and Giant Sun's descendants will help. Meanwhile, my Blessed Land will fuse with Longevity Heaven, we will be its subordinates and have equal status. Saying so, an immortal door opened in the depths of the Blessed Land. A few breaths of time later, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Mao Li Chiu was the first to charge. It broke through the layers of soil and charged towards them. Behind it, there were several Goo Immortals. They all had rank 8 auras and were approaching with great momentum. Langya Blessed Land is already the territory of my longevity heaven. Celestial Court. Your claws are longer than my Mao Li Chiu, I will chop them off today, ha. Fang Yuan is here too, kill him and take revenge for the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. We also need to take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. At once, reinforcements arrived, the situation was completely overturned. Sigh. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, it is time to retreat. Chapter 1596. First Supreme Elder, what do you have to say? Longevity Heaven's people were filled with malice towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated as he stared at Land's Spirit of Langya and questioned. Land's Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. He did not show any respect to Fang Yuan. I have not settled the score with you yet. You had ulterior motives and added fuel to the fire, causing Black Hair to make mistakes again and again. Haven't you gained enough benefits in this period of time? Land's Spirit of Langya turned hostile. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. Are you not afraid of the alliance agreement? Back then, Black Hair made the alliance agreement with you, not me. Land's Spirit of Langya immediately replied. As expected. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired Land Spirit's choice was already very clear. Fang Yuan had already guessed it, but now he confirmed it with Land Spirit of Langya's words. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Saying so, Mao Li Chiu pounced and slapped Fang Yuan with its huge claws. Boom! A huge force surged. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the dry seabed. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. Mao Li Chiu, however, gritted its teeth and waved its claws, cursing, this reverse flow river is really annoying. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, come and fight. A burly man with a full beard shouted. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an imposing aura. There was another Gu Immortal, a little girl with a large pink flower on her head. She sat on the burly man's shoulder and giggled. Her pink face was innocent and romantic. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Fairy Myrtle. These 2 Gu Immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Fang Yuan. They went straight for Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Leaving her alive would increase the risk to Longevity Heaven. She had to be eliminated first. Ox Demon, Flower Lady, you two are here too. Fairy Myrtle's eyes narrowed. She had recognized the newcomers, and a grave look flashed across her face. Haha, if you, Ziwei, can wake up and move around, why would the two of us care about our lives? The boorish Ox Demon laughed wildly. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions ensued. Ox Demon and Hanako had forced Fairy Myrtle to retreat. Fairy Myrtle did not have much time left to live. Fortunately, she had the true inheritance of Constellation to protect her. After enduring 2 lifesteal attacks, she was in a bad state. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven had expended its resources and sent the Ox Devil and Flower Lady to fight. It was in perfect condition and firmly held the upper hand. Fairy Myrtle defended against the enemy's attacks as she observed the entire battlefield. When she saw Mao Li Chiu send Fang Yuan flying, she suddenly reminded, be careful, Fang Yuan has rank 7 fixed immortal travel, don't let him escape. Even if Longevity Heaven wanted to kill her, she was still calm and did not let her emotions get to her head. She had never forgotten her objective of taking Fang Yuan's life. Mao Li Chiu frowned. They had 3 rank 8s, a legendary immemorial desolate beast, and an immortal Gu house, but they were not Space Path. Fixed immortal travel was a Space Path immortal Gu. Space Path Gu Immortals were the best at countering it. Mao Li Chiu's thoughts moved. It charged towards Fang Yuan while shouting at Land Spirit of Langya, old man, quickly attack, use all your strength to deal with Fang Yuan, kill him and you will have a huge merit. Land Spirit of Langya showed hesitation on his face, but he quickly said, shut up, Mao Li Chiu. Since Fang Yuan wants to leave, let him. What right do you have to order me? Even though I asked for help from Longevity Heaven, according to the agreement, we are on equal footing. Land Spirit of Langya had thought of killing Fang Yuan, But he soon thought that even the celestial court and longevity heaven had not managed to kill Fang Yuan even after so long, not to mention Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan knew Langya blessed Land's background. He had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and Fixed Immortal Travel. He was an unscrupulous demon. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to offend him. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya said to the remaining variant human goo immortals, "You are all aware of the current situation. Even though Black Hair is dead, I am not bound by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as all of you join my Langya blessed land, I can guarantee your safety and safety." The variant human goo immortals had unsightly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice. Their existences were exposed. They were bound by the agreement, and Land Spirit of Langya knew about them. They had no choice now. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Fang Yuan used 3 moves in a row. With Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, his efficiency was very high. The 3 moves came one after another. Before Mao Li Chiu could reach Fang Yuan, it was faced with a sea of sword dragons. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger. It also used an immortal killer move. Wind, frost, and lightning filled the sky, killing large numbers of sword dragon clones. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already gotten close to Land Spirit of Langya. "Be careful, he is there." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He had discovered Fang Yuan's location. He had infiltrated Longevity Heaven but was discovered. He was trapped inside Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. After being tempered by Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals for a long time, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no hope of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Langya blessed land. He became one of them. "You actually found me. It is a pity it is too late." Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. He raised his head and roared. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth. He looked extremely ruthless. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Land Spirit of Langya was pale with fright. It used its immortal killer move to defend itself. "Of course I am going to kill you." Immemorial Yama's Child Soul Explosion. Fang Yuan roared. Boom. A rank 8 killer move erupted. Black smoke spread out. Everything was destroyed. Land Spirit of Langya was completely engulfed by the black smoke. "Don't." The variant human goo immortals shouted. "Stop, we are married?" Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan cried out in shock. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care less about their lives. Land Spirit of Langya knew too much. Since he did not want to join Fang Yuan, he would die. Save the Land Spirit. We cannot let him die. Mao Li Chiu's hair stood on end from shock. It endured the soul explosion's aftershock and charged towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster directly released this immortal goo house and entered it, controlling it to charge towards Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Longevity Heaven. It was one of its trump cards. Longevity Heaven actually brought it along to reinforce Langya blessed land. He escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not take away Land Spirit of Langya's life. At the crucial moment, Land Spirit of Langya teleported away. If not for 5 Elements Grandmaster's reminder, Land Spirit of Langya might not have reacted in time. But since he could react, and this was his home ground, in a situation where Fang Yuan could not use other methods to restrict him, he could teleport at any time. "It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we have plenty of time in the future." Fang Yuan looked around, saying his final words before activating Fixed Immortal Travel. He was at the center of the soul explosion. He was like the eye of the tornado, calm and safe. And if other existences wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they would have to resist the soul explosion's power. The dense soul path Dao marks also interfered with and suppressed all sorts of immortal killer moves. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. Jade light flashed. Before anyone could disturb him, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, successfully retreating. "We still could not kill this scoundrel." Fairy Myrtle sighed. Mao Li Chiu growled in anger. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Myrtle. Without Feng Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were left. Bam bam bam, continuous thunderclaps resounded. Once the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage. Be gentler, don't destroy my blessed land. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langya stomped its feet and shouted, hiding far away while trying to gather the hairy man survivors on the 3 continents. Feng Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and found himself in an underground cave. Fixed immortal travel is so convenient. Feng Yuan sighed. After he stole this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven Ceiling Mountain's immortal formation to refine goo. It quickly became Feng Yuan's. After confirming that it was not tampered with, Feng Yuan used this goo and successfully left Langya battlefield. There were rank 8 goo immortals fighting in Langya Blessed Land, while outside the Blessed Land, there were Prince's Impatience patrolling. Feng Yuan was a thorn in both sides. He did not dare to stay for long. If he gave the others enough time, he would be struck by some strange killing move and be unable to escape. That would be too stupid. Who is it? It is Elder Feng Yuan. Several rank 6 goo immortals sensed the commotion of the teleportation and rushed over. After seeing Feng Yuan, they bowed and asked, Elder Feng Yuan, what is the situation in Langya battlefield? Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, but did not reply. He only spread his arms. Chapter 1597. What's going on? Immortal battlefield. This joke is not funny. Lord Feng Yuan, we are on the same side. Gasps could be heard. The Rockmen and Snowmen goo immortals shouted as their gazes shined with vigilance. In the current world, humans ruled the world. These Rockmen and Snowmen were variant humans, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plain. They faced huge pressure to survive. Variant humans who could survive in this environment and become goo immortals were not trash. If not for Feng Yuan's rank 7 aura and his publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have attacked already. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. His gaze landed on the only rank 7 variant human goo immortals as he sighed. Everyone, don't be anxious. I am your ally. How can I harm my comrades? It is just that Langya Blessed Land lost. I was the only one who escaped. The reason for the loss is that there was a traitor among you. What? Lost? Langya Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court? There was a traitor among us? Feng Yuan's words were simply earth-shattering. The variant human goo immortals were shaken to their core. The only rank 7 snowman goo immortal frowned. Lord Feng Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield and let us contact the lords in our tribe. But he had just said that when his body shook, his eyes opened wide as he cried out in shock. My immortal goo! It was naturally Feng Yuan's great thief ghost hand. He had successfully stolen it. The other variant human goo immortals were baffled. Someone asked in concern, Lord Bingzhua, what's wrong? Indeed, this snowman goo immortal who was guarding the base was Bingzhua. He had a good relationship with Feng Yuan. He had once treated Feng Yuan to the ice wolf wine that he brewed himself. Bingzhua stared at Feng Yuan. He was about to berate him, but Feng Yuan spoke first, pointing at him as he shouted with certainty, You are the traitor. The variant human goo immortals shook again. I'm definitely not a spy. Feng Yuan, you stole my immortal goo and slandered me. What is your motive? Bingzhua's anger soared to the sky. Both of his hands grasped the air, and a pair of ice spears condensed out of thin air. Then he held them tightly in his hands. His entire body was overflowing with icy cold air. Feng Yuan sneered and said with grief and indignation, I'm right. You did not hear wrongly. Look, the alliance agreement on me did not activate. This Bingzhua is actually a celestial court goo immortal in disguise. The real Bingzhua is already dead. The other variant human goo immortals looked at each other. Female immortal Shui Er, who was Feng Yuan's fiancée in name, spoke. Feng Yuan, are you mistaken? Lord Bingzhua has always been with us. I'm really not a traitor. There must be a misunderstanding. Lord Feng Yuan, you may have fallen for the enemy's plot to sow discord. Quickly return my immortal goo. Bingzhua had a cold expression as he sent out an ultimatum. But at the next moment, Shui Er's body shook as she showed a look of fear. My immortal goo. Bingjua's body was overflowing with energy. Great Thief Ghost Hand was not easy to approach, but it was not a problem to steal Shui Er. Feng Yuan. Shui Er looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Bingjua stood up and attacked Feng Yuan, shouting furiously, I knew all of you humans were not good people. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, clown. Saying so, the children of Yama jumped out of his imperial robe. Dozens of them gathered and charged towards Bingjua and the other variant human goo immortals. At this moment, Feng Yuan exposed his evil intentions. The variant human goo immortals no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. They were dazed for a moment before attacking Feng Yuan. But how could their strength compare to these children of Yama who had rank 7 battle strength? After a single clash, the variant human goo immortals formation was scattered by the children of Yama. They were separated and surrounded again. They fell into a predicament where they could only fight for themselves. Feng Yuan turned into Yama Emperor. He stayed at the back and watched these variant human goo immortals fight against the children of Yama. The children of Yama were not strong enough against Feng Jioga and the rest, but they were more than enough to deal with these variant human goo immortals. If not for Feng Yuan holding back, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have been killed by the children of Yama already. The only rank 7 goo immortal, Bingjua, was also in a tough battle. He could not leave. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan continuously used Great Thief Ghost Hand, stealing the immortal goo of the variant human goo immortals' immortal apertures one by one. This was the reason why Feng Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, these variant human goo immortals would fall into despair. They would destroy their immortal goo and resources. Feng Yuan would not be able to gain anything. As long as there was a trace of hope, these variant human goo immortals would resist to the end. There were very few who would commit suicide like Meng Tuesday. Moreover, even though variant humans were very vigilant in times of peace, they usually only sparred with each other. They did not have much experience in true life and death battles. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Feng Yuan had already seen through the thoughts of these variant humans. Precisely so, even though his battle tactic was simple, it was very effective. The variant human goo immortals had their immortal goo stolen, their battle strength fell sharply, they were in an even worse state. Feng Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so despicable? You actually harmed your allies. A Rockman goo immortal shouted angrily. His voice was extremely sorrowful. Bingjua sneered, you still can't tell? This guy has already resolved the alliance agreement secretly. He is no longer an ally, he is an enemy. Sigh, you talk too much. Feng Yuan sighed lightly. With a shift of his mind, a Yama Sun self-detonated. Immortal killer move, soul explosion. Bingjua was a close combat fighter. The Yama Sun was too close to him. He could not dodge in time when it self-detonated. He was hit immediately. With a loud explosion, he was blown to smithereens. His corpse was blown to smithereens. Lord Bingjua. Sorrowful cries resounded everywhere. Shui Er almost fainted. Feng Yuan had a cold expression. These people's immortal goo were almost all stolen. The rest were well prepared. Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close. Feng Yuan had limited time. He did not want to waste any more time. He started to kill. Variant human goo immortals died one after another. Only Shui Er was left. You demon, I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Shui Er's expression was twisted. She said her final words through gritted teeth. In the next moment, several children of Yama rushed forward and tore her into pieces of minced meat. As for her soul, it survived in the Yama battlefield. It gathered the souls of the other variant human goo immortals. They were all imprisoned by Feng Yuan. Soul search. Using extremely skilled soul-searching methods, Feng Yuan quickly learned about the Snowman tribe and Rockman tribes inside information. Feng Yuan stopped the Yama battlefield and returned to the northern icy plain. This massacre took a lot of time, but during the whole process, there was no external force to deduce or attack the Yama battlefield. It could be seen that these variant human goo immortals were the final batch of goo immortals defending this place. Fang Yuan used the soul search information and went deep underground. He soon found a large number of rockmen and snowmen. There were many Gu masters, but most of them were mortals. Fang Yuan forcefully teleported these people into his sovereign immortal aperture. After searching for a while, he dug out the treasures of the rockmen and snowmen, sending them into his immortal aperture. The snowmen's ice tears, the rockmen's rough rice, they were unique immortal materials of the two races. There was a lot of them. Other than that, there were a large number of ordinary immortal materials, as well as some immortal materials that had been preserved from the olden antiquity era and were basically extinct now. These were things that could not be bought in jewel yellow skies. Among them, the most famous was beauty transformation silver. This metal could imitate any beautiful female in front of it and transform into the corresponding appearance. As for the immortal apertures of the variant human Gu immortals who died in battle, Fang Yuan used his methods to seal them. He did not want to place his aperture here. Rank 7 Fixed Immortal Travel. Activating this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan left calmly, leaving behind an empty and ruined crime scene. This was the paradise of the rockmen and snowmen. It no longer existed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in southern border. Who is it? The two southern border Gu immortals shouted angrily. Fang Yuan was still using Yama Emperor's killer move at this moment. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing with his finger. Soul explosion! Soul explosion! Soul explosion! Soul explosion! After 5 or 6 soul explosions, the two southern border Gu immortals escaped in fear. Where did this ruthless person come from? He was simply insane. Without saying a word, he used a series of killer moves. Each move had the power of a peak rank 7. These two immortals were transported away using an immortal Gu formation. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon, he broke this immortal Gu formation, using brute force to dismantle it. 2 immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed by him. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, the items inside were exposed. Chapter 1598. The scale of this dream realm wasn't large. The reason why Fang Yuan could accurately find this place was because he had personally left this dream realm here. Back then he disguised as Wu Yihai and joined the righteous path, entering dreams to raise his attainment level. Later, the battle erupted and the celestial court intervened. Zishan Makoto died in battle. Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect and escaped with a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Along the way, Fang Yuan repeatedly used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong pursuers. He finally escaped from danger. But the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies on him were all used up. This was the location where Fang Yuan fought with E-Clan's Gu immortals. He self-detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced E-Clan's immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion to retreat. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, this dream realm was formed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals naturally would not let it go. After some competition, 2 sides won and worked together to set up an immortal formation. They researched and developed it together. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to rush over. Without saying a word, he chased away all the Gu immortals stationed here and destroyed the immortal formation. Right now, using Great Thief Ghost Hand, even though he could steal Gu worms, he could not directly steal immortal Gu from them. Mortal Gu occupied most of the time. Great Thief Ghost Hand might have stolen a large number of mortal Gu. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or using any strange methods like self-detonation, Fang Yuan acted first and destroyed this immortal formation. Even though immortal Gu were unique, they were not important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. After killing the Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals, he obtained many rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu. He still had to worry about how to feed them later. Fang Yuan lacked suitable immortal Gu. Firstly, the immortal Gu had to be at least rank 7. Rank 6 immortal Gu were too low for Fang Yuan. Secondly, the paths of immortal Gu also had a certain range. It would be best if it was the path that Fang Yuan was proficient in. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could deduce any immortal goo recipe into an immortal killer move. If he needed a specific immortal goo, he could deduce a killer move from the immortal goo recipe and use it instead. Of course, according to the specific situation, the difficulty of the calculation is also different. Although there is the light of wisdom, some immortal goo recipes need decades or even centuries to deduce killer moves. That would mean giving up to Feng Yuan. The scale of the dream realm here has been reduced a little. Feng Yuan took a second look and saw some clues. The original scale of the dream realm was for 2 pure dream reality seeker physiques, but now it was slightly insufficient. Is it because others are exploring the dream world, causing the consumption? Even though the other goo immortals did not have Feng Yuan's advanced methods, they could still explore it. Their greatest gains were the dream path goo materials they obtained in the dream realms. In fact, he could also collect it in his own dream. The true treasures of these dream realms were the other people's true meaning contained in them. Southern Borders goo immortals were buying the casket and returning the pearls. But they were not tired of it. All the forces were desperately stockpiling dream path goo materials. Jewel Yellow Skies was also buying them at a high price. If I remember correctly, one of the dream realms here is Ice and Snow Path, while the other is Space Path. These dream realms came from Spectral Soul. He was a great grandmaster of all paths. The dream realms he formed were all-encompassing, taking into account all paths. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Feng Yuan was carrying were specially chosen by him. But because this was the first battle point during their escape, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Feng Yuan gave up on were not of much help to him. Of course, this was his past judgment, but now it seemed to be somewhat helpful. Feng Yuan needed space path attainment level. Because he could use rank 7 fixed immortal travel to create immortal killer moves, it would reduce the time needed to teleport. Feng Yuan needed ice and snow path attainment level even more. Because he had killed many variant human goo immortals earlier, the immortal apertures left behind by the snowman goo immortals needed to reach a certain level of ice path attainment level before he could annex them. Right now, among all the paths, Refinement Path is the highest. It is at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. Second is Theft Path, followed by Great Grandmaster Attainment level. The third is Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Star Path, Transformation Path, Blood Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, and Water Path. They are all at Grandmaster Attainment level. The fourth is Luck Path, Enslavement Path, Earth Path, Master Attainment level. Next are Sword Path, Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Poison Path, Fire Path, Metal Path, and others. They are all at ordinary attainment level. Finally are Information Path, Ice and Snow Path, Chi Path, Light Path, Sound Path, Phantom Path, Rule Path, and others. They are rarely touched upon, be it in my previous life or this life. Among all the paths, Feng Yuan needed to raise Time Path the most. His Time Path attainment level was only ordinary, but for Feng Yuan, he needed to at least become a grandmaster in this aspect. The Celestial Court is too powerful, it is too deep, not to mention how many experts are in slumber. Right now, they have a Wisdom Path great expert like Fairy Myrtle leading them, while Qin Yi and the rest are constantly replenishing them. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, Duke Long did not even take action. If not for Longhair Ancestors' alliance agreement with Giant Sun Immortal, which allowed Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Longevity Heaven's support, Langya Blessed Land would have fallen long ago. Feng Yuan was not a person who did not know his own limits. He was very clear, even if he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and even deduced Luo Seal in the future, he would only be a rank 8 goo immortal at most. Against the Heavenly Court, it was useless to rely on his own strength. In his previous life, Spectral Soul led the Shadow Sect and succeeded in defying heaven. He infiltrated the Celestial Court and acted behind the scenes, causing the heroes of the 5 regions to rise up. He secretly supported Northern Plains Ma Hong Yun, Western Deserts Tang Clan, and others. Even when Feng Jioga died in Langya Blessed Land, and Feng Kim Hong was killed by Feng Yuan and the rest, the Shadow Sect was behind all of this. There were many unfathomable secrets. But in this life, Providence used Feng Yuan as a chess piece. He was reborn and changed the past. Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. The Celestial Court had the absolute advantage. Feng Yuan relied on Shadow Sect's inheritance to barely maintain the situation. It was quite difficult for him to deal with the Celestial Court's pursuit. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was the best proof. My only hope of winning against the Celestial Court is to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. With the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I can resist the Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. And to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I need to enter the River of Time. But there, the Celestial Court is definitely lying in ambush. Even now, Fairy Myrtle and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land, fighting against Longevity Heaven and other Gu immortal experts. Feng Yuan did not want to enter the River of Time. How could Fairy Myrtle make such a mistake? The River of Time was filled with time path Dao marks. Even if the sovereign immortal body was not restricted by Dao marks, any killer moves of other paths that Feng Yuan used would be heavily suppressed. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would even fall to the level of mortal killer moves. Earlier, when Feng Yuan entered the River of Time, he wanted to catch the Celestial Court off guard. He also had the immemorial Year Monkey and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus Island, which he had occupied and used as his base. Eventually, he expended Red Lotus Island and killed Lord Huangshi, but during the entire process, he did not make a single move. Now, if Feng Yuan wanted to find the next Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would need to find a new Red Lotus Island. The immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and other killer moves were heavily countered. In the River of Time, the most suitable method to use is undoubtedly Time Path. Even though I obtained Heifan's True Inheritance and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance has a lot of Time Path information, the former lacks a rank 8 offensive killer move. Year's Flow like water might be rank 8, but it is mainly used to produce Year Gu and construct defensive killer moves. The latter has many Time Path offensive killer moves in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, but they are rarely at rank 8 level, and I do not have many Time Path Immortal Gu. Thus, what Feng Yuan truly needed to do was to obtain Grandmaster Attainment level and use the Light of Wisdom to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for himself. With these methods, he would have the ability to enter the River of Time and resist the Celestial Court's ambush. Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Feng Yuan was multitasking, he finished preparing the killer move. From his body, a gray-white light shined. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm, like a drop of ink falling into water. It spread out in all directions, dazzling. Soon, the entire dream realm was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Many colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs continued to rise. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds, and soon over 1,000. The colorful eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack against Providence. Eventually, the number of colorful eyeballs fell until there were none left. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Feng Yuan used a second move. This dream realm condensed into 2 human figures. One of them was healthy, while the other was crippled. Feng Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and placed the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies inside. Chapter 1599. The 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering Mini-Green Heaven and settling down temporarily. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the Mini-9 heavens, Mini-Green Heaven was the place that Feng Yuan constructed the least. Thus, this became the place where Feng Yuan stored his dream realms. Shadow Sect members Ying Wu Xie, Lady White Rabbit, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and Bai Ning Bing were cultivating in Mini-Yellow Heaven. The Battle of Langya was too high level. Almost all the participants had rank 8 battle strength. Even variant human Gu immortals had to rely on the super immortal formation to participate in the battle. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, They could not interfere anymore. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan needed these people to create the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, so these Shadow Sect members did not participate in the battle. As for Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone, he was at the northernmost part of Kokidahara. Puff! With a soft sound, as the time path clone placed the final mortal goo, this goo formation activated. The goo formation had a huge range. It was tens of thousands of square kilometers. There were tens of thousands of mortal goo worms used to construct the goo formation. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, but most of them were ice and snow path goo worms. And the cores were 2 ice path immortal goo. They were stolen from the snowman goo immortals. Fang Yuan had already refined them and used them. At the center of the goo formation, there were 3 rank 8 immortal materials, ice path crystal essence. Each ice path crystal essence was as large as a mountain. They were aqua blue in color, like they were made of crystal. There were holes of all sizes all over their bodies. There were a lot of holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. If this frost fog was allowed to spread freely, a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks would spread around and change the environment, creating a place suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus, earlier, Fang Yuan had planned to use the ice path crystal essence in his possession to create a snow monster production line, to create an economic pillar. His ice path crystal essence was the profit from his marriage with Shui Air. Not long ago, he had slaughtered the snowmen under the northern ice plains and obtained 2 ice path crystal essences. With these 3 ice Dao crystal essences, producing snow monsters is even easier. As for this formation, let's call it the Snow Crystal Formation. After Fang Yuan's time path clone inspected it, he nodded in satisfaction. Realms were common. Fang Yuan's original body was an array grandmaster, and so was his clone. This was different from the members of Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive everyone, Spectral Soul used his split soul to form clones, which had a disadvantage in attainment level. Each member was proficient in one path. Even if Shadow Sect members met with Celestial Court Goo Immortals, they would not be able to recognize the connection between their clones and the Demon Venerable. This was also one of the reasons why the Shadow Sect was able to plant moles in the Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's time path clone could be easily exposed. But Fang Yuan did not need the time path clone to go out and ambush enemies. Fang Yuan's goal was different from Spectral Soul. He created the time path clone to make good use of the light of wisdom. And to deduce all kinds of information in the light of wisdom, attainment level was essential. One could not have the best of both worlds. Fang Yuan made a wise choice in this aspect. The Snow Crystal Formation was naturally created by the Time Path clone. Its main use was to continuously transmit the frost energy that the Ice Path crystal essence breathed out to every inch of the surrounding area, constantly changing the surrounding environment. Of course, this formation also had the ability to monitor and control it. Unfortunately, I am only a Formation Path Grandmaster and not a Great Grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment level can comprehend by analogy. Great Grandmaster attainment level can directly use natural Dao marks. If I were a Great Grandmaster, I would not need Ice Path Immortal Goo to construct the Snow Crystal Formation. Just these 3 Ice Path Crystal Essences and Mortal Goo would suffice. This way, Fang Yuan could save these 2 core Ice Path Immortal Goo and use them for other purposes. Of course, Fang Yuan was an exception. He did not lack Immortal Goo, so it was fine. Under normal circumstances, Goo Immortals had limited Immortal Goo. If they used Immortal Goo to set up a Goo formation, the Immortal Goo would be trapped in the formation and could not be used elsewhere. From this, one could see the huge advantage of having higher attainment level. It could help Goo Immortals save on Immortal Goo. After setting up the Snow Crystal Formation, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone turned around and flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit and could not teleport, he had Immortal Goo and his flying speed was not slow. After a while, the Time Path clone crossed hundreds of li and concealed his body, looking down from the sky. On the ground, a group of snowmen were moving. These snowmen consisted of mortals and Goo masters. They were all variant human slaves that Fang Yuan had captured from the northern icy plain. There were thousands of them. Thousands of snowman slaves were not rare in jewel yellow skies. But the quality of this batch was much higher than the norm, because these snowmen had a high proportion of goo masters. This was not normal. In jewel yellow skies, this group of snowmen could be exchanged for at least 10 times the number of snowman slaves. These snowmen suddenly left the environment they had been living in for a long time and came to the sovereign immortal aperture. They were extremely shocked and fearful. Right now, the group was moving forward slowly. The snowmen were talking to each other. When Feng Yuan slaughtered the snowman and rockman goo immortals, it was in the immortal battlefield. It was kept secret. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised himself as a snowman goo immortal, so these snowmen did not know the truth. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Feng Yuan's time path clone suddenly turned into Bing Zhua and floated down from the sky. He activated all sorts of goo worms, causing cold winds to blow in the sky and snow to fall. It is my tribe's immortal. Quickly kneel down and pay respects to the upper immortal. We welcome great immortal Bing Zhua. The snowmen knelt down and prostrated themselves, paying respects to Feng Yuan's time path clone. Feng Yuan's time path clone was expressionless as he said, "The chaotic world is filled with endless battles. There is a paradise outside of it. The 3 mountains are filled with immortal mist. The snow tribe has no worries." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear to everyone on the ground. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew the snow away. Suddenly, the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The snowmen sensed something strange. They raised their heads but saw that the sky was empty. Great immortal Bing Zhua was nowhere to be seen. The snowmen were dazed for a while. After confirming that great immortal Bing Zhua had truly disappeared, they stood up with joyful expressions, but they frowned as they thought about Feng Yuan's words. Snowman tribe leader thought for a while before saying to the elders around him, "Earlier, when we came here, we seemed to have received great immortal Bing Zhua's instructions. He wanted us to go in this direction. Now that great immortal Bing Zhua has personally appeared, he seems to be telling us that there is a place with 3 mountains ahead where we can settle down." After discussing for a while, everyone came to an agreement and set off again. This time, they were not hesitant. Even though they were bringing along their families, their speed was several times faster than before. To produce snow monsters, there was no need for the snow crystal formation. They only needed to place the 3 ice path crystal essences there. It was simple but effective. And now, the time path clone spent a lot of effort to set up the snow crystal formation. It was naturally to take care of these snowmen. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live separately. Of course, they will not be completely separated. They will have to interact from time to time to temper themselves. The snow crystal formation can be maintained with food path methods. It is not a problem. But the 3 ice path crystal essences are like water without a source. They will be consumed in the end. The time path clone pondered as he flew. The icy mist that the ice path crystal essences spat out contained the ice and snow Dao marks of the crystal essences. These Dao marks would remain in the surroundings for a period of time before dissipating. They would not add ice and snow Dao marks to the sovereign immortal aperture. But the created environment was very suitable for the snow monsters and snowmen. But it was still too early to consider this problem. It would take a long time for the 3 ice path crystal essences to be consumed. After the time path clone settled down the snowmen, he went to mini southern border to settle down the rockmen. In the mini 5 regions, mini southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks. It was the most suitable environment for rockmen to live in. And previously, a portion of Feng Yuan's rockmen were already living here. The process of settling down the rockmen was very smooth. The time path clone used the same method as before. While the time path clone was managing the immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's main body had already arrived at another place in southern border. This was a huge earth trench. It was dark and deep. Even in broad daylight, there were many shadows. These shadows were shadow beasts of dark path, and this earth trench was plunder shadow earth trench. Back then, I learned the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here and used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the southern border righteous path pursuers. Feng Yuan observed for a while before his expression changed. Southern border's righteous path also built an immortal formation here. It is not a low-level one. Who is it? This is an important area of Southern Border's righteous path. Lone immortals should leave now, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. At this time, a Southern Border Gu immortal's voice resounded in the sky. He was hidden in the immortal formation. His body could not be seen. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, killing intent surged in his eyes. I want to see how you will make me regret. Boom. Chapter 1600. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions occurred. Lights of all colors bloomed like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement. Moves of all paths were unleashed by Fang Yuan. Under the attack, the silhouette of an immortal formation appeared. It was thick like a fortress. The pure white light was like a mountain, blocking all of Fang Yuan's attacks. Haha, all bark and no bite, your methods are too flashy, they cannot affect our formation. Inside the immortal formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang San Mu mocked loudly. Fang Yuan was in Yama Emperor form now. The Southern Border Gu immortals could not recognize him. No, this person's formation path attainment is high. He is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chi Chio's expression changed. He said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was created by Chi Clan. Chi Chio was appointed to guard it. He cultivated formation path. His words attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. Yang San Mu frowned. He said to Chi Chio, then are we going to defend passively and let him probe us? Chi Chio shook his head. Our formation has ways to retaliate. It is just that the Gu formation needs to be damaged to a certain extent before it can be used. Don't look at me, I cannot control this formation to retaliate. I am sure everyone knows the reason for this, I don't need to explain, right? The immortals looked at each other, they were helpless. As it turned out, this was because of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Southern Border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he took control of the immortal formation and left for his own benefit. The Southern Border Gu immortals lost a lot of face. They reflected after the battle and made changes. Chi Clan's immortal formation could no longer be controlled by outsiders, it operated on its own. The goal was to prevent traitors like Fang Yuan. Yang San Mu saw that Chi Chio could not do anything. He looked at Xia Clan's Gu immortal Xia Fan. Xia Fan cultivated wisdom path. Seeing that Yang San Mu was looking at him, he knew what he meant. He shook his head. The other party has a strong wisdom path defensive method. It is very difficult for me to deduce his background. Unless a crucial clue appears. Yang San Mu's face sank when he heard this answer. Then he shouted at Fang Yuan again, "Ha, you thief, you're so weak. Are you here just to tickle me?" Yang San Mu, Chi Chio, and Xia Fan had rank 7 cultivation level and had the protection of the immortal formation. They were not afraid of Fang Yuan, a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan sneered, yet he turned a deaf ear to it and continued to probe the grand formation from various angles. This deity formation is even more complicated and powerful than I thought. Yang San Mu continued to provoke him, but Fang Yuan was not provoked at all. Yang San Mu frowned. The other party only has one rank 7, we have the numbers and the immortal formation to protect ourselves. If we hide and let him attack us alone, what face would the righteous path have if news of this spreads? Which Gu immortal is interested? Go out and meet this audacious scoundrel. If I can kill this person, it will be a wonderful story. Once he said this, no one moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. Fang Yuan was alone. It seemed easy to deal with, but because of this, it was very strange. How could an ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this immortal formation with such tight defenses alone? The Southern Border immortals thought about it. This situation was likely to be an ambush. They did not want to take the risk. Yang San Mu could not incite the others. He felt gloomy. He was the temporary leader of this group. If he avoided the battle and news got out, the others would blame it on him. Thus, Yang San Mu's reputation would suffer the most. Right now, Southern Border's earth veins are moving, immortal materials and immortal Gu are appearing frequently in earth trenches. But I am stuck here, defending against a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to move around and leave this place. After paying a huge price, I was about to succeed, but if I avoid the battle and let this person leave, some people in the clan will have evidence to say otherwise. I will not be able to leave this place in the near future. Thinking of this, Yang San-mu gritted his teeth. The enemy is very strange. As a member of the righteous path, I cannot ignore him. Everyone, defend the formation. I will go out and meet him. The Gu immortals heard this and had different expressions. Some urged him to be vigilant, some clapped their hands and cheered for Yang San-mu, some guaranteed that they would hold the fort for Yang San-mu, telling him to leave without worry. Yang San-mu sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he acted like a righteous person. He said a few more words and gained enough reputation before leaving the immortal formation to meet Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw this person and was slightly surprised, but he soon understood Yang San-mu's intention. Soul explosion. Feng Yuan pointed his finger, using an immortal killer move to fight Yang San-mu. Yang San-mu fought with Feng Yuan for a few rounds. He could not hold on anymore. He panicked internally, thinking, this person probably cultivates soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they are extremely powerful. And this person's defensive methods are very high. I am not his match. I will lose sooner or later. I might as well retreat while the situation is still good. Anyway, I have already investigated this person's background. I will have an excuse when I return. But Feng Yuan had rich battle experience. Seeing that Yang San-mu was about to retreat, he immediately activated Yama Battlefield. Suddenly, Yang San-mu's vision changed. He fell into Yama Battlefield. He was trapped. Yang San-mu was shocked. Immortal battlefield? How can this be? There is actually such a fast immortal battlefield in this world. He was shaking with fear, but he tried to remain calm. Don't panic. This immortal battlefield killer move is so fast, it must have other weaknesses. For example, is it easy to deduce or break? I have other friends. If they see me in the enemy's immortal battlefield, they will definitely help me. Feng Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang San-mu. Yang San-mu's heart shook. He retreated as he fought, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Suddenly, Yang San-mu's body shook. His expression of fear froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out as he shouted, "My immortal Gu!" Feng Yuan succeeded in stealing an immortal Gu. He threw it into his immortal aperture without inspecting it. Yang San-mu spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately became weak. He was heavily injured. It turned out that the immortal Gu that Feng Yuan stole was the core of his movement killer move. The immortal Gu was stolen. The killer move failed. He suffered a backlash. The battle was decided instantly. It seems that my luck is much stronger than yours. I could not steal Feng Jioga's core immortal Gu, but can I steal yours? Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Feng Jioga? Who are you? Yang San-mu retreated rapidly. He was in a panic. Even though he lost an immortal Gu, he still had other movement killer moves. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan succeeded again. Yang San-mu spat out another mouthful of blood. His killer move's activation failed. The backlash took his life. Chapter 1601. He actually died? Feng Yuan saw this result and was slightly stunned. It seems that this Yang San-mu's luck is really bad. I actually managed to steal the core immortal Gu of his killer move twice in a row. Feng Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This was the suppression of luck. Earlier, he could not suppress Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was a Dao guardian. His luck was about the same as Feng Yuan's. But Yang San-mu was much more ordinary. He died under Great Thief Ghost Hands. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that luck path and theft path were quite powerful when used together. Even though his luck path true inheritance was not complete, and his theft path true inheritance was even more incomplete, these two came from immortal and demon venerables. Inheriting the true inheritances of 2 venerables at the same time, this was a very rare situation in history. Inside the immortal formation, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals saw that Yang San-mu was trapped in the immortal battlefield. They became nervous. Chi Chio urged Xiafan, "Quick, have you not deduced the method to break the immortal battlefield yet?" Xia Fan closed his eyes and pondered, as if he did not hear anything. The other Gu immortals were discussing, they were bewildered. What immortal battlefield is the other party using? It is so fast, I have never seen it before. No wonder he had the guts to challenge us alone, he has a special technique. Now, it is up to Lord Xia Fan. Xia Fan heard the conversation, he rolled his eyes in his heart, cursing, these wisdom path amateurs. Do they really think the immortal battlefield can be broken so easily? Xia Fan could feel the difficulty, he prayed, "Oh Yang San Mu, I hope you can last a little longer." As time passed, the pressure in his heart was getting greater. He was the only wisdom path Gu immortal here. If he could not deduce it, no matter how many southern border Gu immortals there were, they could not break into the immortal battlefield and reinforce him. If he failed, he would have to bear the reputation of being incompetent. The scarier thing was that there would be rumors saying that he had the ability but did not help Yang Sanmu. If that happened, his reputation would be ruined. But how could Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easy to break? Fairy Myrtle was able to decipher it because she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu immortal world. But Xia Fan was clearly not one of them. I can't divine it. This killer move's foundation is very deep. It seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Xia Fan's forehead was covered in sweat. The southern border Gu immortals were still discussing. Xia Fan was feeling increasingly frustrated. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. Can you guys be quiet for a while? The conversations of the immortals stopped abruptly. Chi Chio coughed. That's right, we need to be quiet. We don't want to disturb Master Xia Fan. We need to believe in Master Xia Fan's ability. He will not disappoint us. Xia Fan couldn't get down from the high platform with his words. Xia Fan immediately looked at Chi Chio sinisterly. The latter seemed to be supporting him, causing Xia Fan to gnash his teeth in hatred. But he was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal after all. He thought about it and smiled. Everyone, don't be anxious. You might have forgotten that Lord Yang Sanmu is most proficient in investigative methods. Since he came out to fight, he must be very confident. He must have found out some inside information that we do not know. Actually, Xia Fan and Yang Sanmu did not see eye to eye. They hated each other very much. But at this moment, Xia Fan held Yang Sanmu in high esteem, praising the latter to the extreme. The immortals were slightly dazed before coming to a realization. If it was as Xia Fan had guessed, Yang Sanmu's actions were not right. He was putting everyone else aside and going out to reap the rewards. Right now, the earth veins of southern border were pulsating, immortal materials and even immortal Gu were appearing from time to time. Who would want to be trapped here? Who would not want to go out and search for immortal opportunities? If Yang Sanmu could reap the rewards, he would be able to leave this place and be sent outside. This was not just Yang Sanmu's desire, the others also wanted to do this. Thus, soon, the immortals' discussion changed. They started to agree with Xia Fan's words. Lord Xia Fan is right. Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are famous in southern border. Who does not know about them? That's right. The thing that left the deepest impression on me was when he detected Black Heaven's movement. After he reported it to Yang Clan, they moved out in advance and actually found a meteor shower at the exact location. I heard that Yang Clan obtained 3 mountains of Star Path immortal materials. Lord Yang Sanmu had once chased after the demonic path Gu immortal Nian Wanghuai. That Nian Wanghuai was extremely crafty. He had been hiding without any traces. Even Tai Clan failed to capture him several times, but in the end he died in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must have absolute confidence in this attack. We need to believe in his judgment and not panic. Also, I need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this battle, we need to place him in the secondary formation and inspect him strictly. After all, Traitor Feng's matter happened not long ago. Traitor Feng was naturally Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai. He had been in the righteous path for a long time. During the Dream Realm battle, he had played the southern border righteous path Gu immortals for a fool. Thus, when the southern border Gu immortals mentioned him, they were filled with righteous indignation. This demonic path scoundrel Fang Yuan actually joined the righteous path. He will be punished one day. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. This is the truth of the world. Some demons might be arrogant for a while, but retribution will come sooner or later. Even spectral soul demon Venerable's soul was captured by the celestial court after he died, right? I really want to kill this demon myself. Sigh, it is a pity that I did not participate in that battle. Qi Qiu did not speak. He glanced at Xia Fan vaguely. Xia Fan closed his eyes again, immersing himself in deductions. Qi Qiu sighed internally, as expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had said those words earlier to pressure Xia Fan, but Xia Fan could read people's minds. He turned the situation around with just a few words. Xia Fan's words implied that Yang Sanmu was greedy and did not want to share the rewards with others, wanting to monopolize them. But the other Gu immortals here were all shrewd people. They quickly reacted to Xia Fan's words and understood the hidden meaning behind them. That was, if this was not the case, if Yang Sanmu was truly superficial and arrogant, he underestimated the enemy, what would happen then? The worst thing is, if he dies in battle, we can't get away with it as well. We'll have to bear the bad reputation of sinister, sitting idly by and watching fellow Taoists fight to the death while cowardly cowering in the formation. Thus, the immortals praised Yang Sanmu. And Xia Fangzhe used this layer of thinking to perfectly resolve Qi Qiu's difficulties. However, Xia Fan was also in a terrible mood. I'm afraid I can't break through this immortal battlefield by myself. Damn it. Asking for help is a must, but before that, I need to make some contributions. I cannot appear so useless. Right at this time, Yama's battlefield disappeared, Fang Yuan reappeared, but that Yang Sanmu was nowhere to be seen. This. What happened? The southern border immortals gasped. The two rank 7s, Xia Fan and Qi Qiu's expressions changed. The situation was clear at a glance. Only the mysterious enemy was left, and Yang Sanmu was most likely dead. But how could he be so fast? No matter how weak Yang Sanmu was, he had his methods and battle strength. How could he die so quickly? The other party's immortal battlefield clearly had dense soul path aura. There was no time path aura at all. There was no time difference inside and outside the immortal battlefield. Thus, the greatest possibility was right in front of the southern border immortals. That was, this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal's battle strength had already reached a level where he could suppress Yang Sanmu. But was that really possible? Perhaps, it was more likely that he had mastered some treacherous and unorthodox methods, right? The southern border immortals were shocked and in disbelief. Fang Yuan looked at the formation in front of him, his eyes shining with cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang Sanmu and cancel Yama's battlefield, creating a false impression and trying to sneak into the formation. But after he captured Yang Sanmu's soul and soul-searched it, he discovered the arrangements of Southern Border's righteous path. He gave up on this plan. The foundation of Southern Border's righteous path was very deep. It would be foolish to underestimate them. Familiar face had already been exposed. It was almost impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success, even if this killer move came from thieving heaven demon Venerable. But in Gu cultivation, there was no invincible killer move. Moreover, so much time had passed, the times had been progressing. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily take out immortal Gu or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they could use other methods to identify Gu immortals. Especially with the secret guidance of the Celestial Court, there were many types of identity checks in Southern Border's righteous path. The process was extremely strict and involved many aspects. Especially through the clan's Soul Lantern Gu and other secret connections, even if Fang Yuan used familiar face, he would not be able to get through. Demonic Path Scoundrel, what did you do to Lord Yang Sanmu? Quickly release Lord Yang Sanmu. Maybe Lord Yang Sanmu has already used some method to escape from that immortal battlefield. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted. Many were still holding on to hope. Fang Yuan's expression became colder. This immortal formation was personally arranged by Qi Qiu. If I break it step by step, there is too little time, I won't make it in time. It seems I can only attack forcefully. I want to see the quality of this formation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan removed Yama Emperor and turned into an ancient sword dragon, putting on reverse flow protection seal. Next, he used immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Instantly, dragons roared as they attacked the formation. This killer move had already become Fang Yuan's trademark. Seeing this scene, if the southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals still could not recognize Fang Yuan's identity, there was only one reason: he or she was pretending to be a fool. This person is Fang Yuan. Heavens, that demon is here. He is here again. He is simply too daring, acting unscrupulously. He is not putting our southern border Righteous Path in his eyes. The southern border Gu immortals shouted, unable to conceal the fear on their faces. Chapter 1602. In the past, Fang Yuan needed to disguise and conceal himself, but now, facing the southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals, he did not need to do so. Fang Yuan's appearance shocked the southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals greatly. In the past, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and gained a lot in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Even when southern border's Righteous Path attacked him, he was able to escape. Celestial Court put a bounty on Fang Yuan, but they could not do anything to him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan appeared in southern border and killed 2 Gu immortals from Ho clan and Shang clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritor stopping him, Tai clan's Tai Mianshan would have died. Next, Celestial Court sent out the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Nobody knew the details of the battle, but Fang Yuan saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones, as well as the scene of her being beaten up by him, hanging in jewel yellow skies. Immediately, the world went into an uproar. Fang Yuan flew up and suppressed Feng Jioge, becoming the number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal. Most Gu immortals realized that even though Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was special. He could be treated as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to revive. He was crafty and ruthless. What made many lone immortals despise was that as a grand Gu immortal, Fang Yuan had no bottom line. He even attacked mortals. By now, Fang Yuan could be said to be the fastest rising and most dazzling demonic path overlord in the world. Now that such a person appeared, southern border's Righteous Path immortals were shocked. They felt fear and panic. It hurts. Lord Yang Sanmu sacrificed himself. Our southern border Righteous Path has added another debt of blood to this traitor Fang. One day we will make him pay for it. Xia Fan patted his chest, crying out in sorrow. The immortals were silent. No one had any hopes of getting lucky this time. Fang Yuan's appearance made them rejoice and feel fear. They also felt pity for the dead Yang Sanmu. Why were you so unlucky to run into this demon Fang Yuan? You could have stayed in the immortal array, but you took the initiative to attack. Aren't you courting death? The silence did not last long before someone immediately rebuked. That traitor Fang is still as sinister and cunning as ever. He lured Lord Yang Sanmu out. Fortunately, under the leadership of Lord Xia Fan and Lord Qi Qiu, we were able to hold our ground. We were not provoked and did not give that traitor an opportunity to take advantage of us. The immortals all had different expressions. Just as someone was about to speak, the heaven and earth shook. The entire array shook violently. Outside the immortal formation, silver scales were like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons soared, crazily attacking, smashing and tearing at the pure white light of this great formation. The southern border immortals' faces also turned pale under the contrast of the sword dragon's silver scales. Under Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon, they felt like they were facing a tsunami. Even with the protection of the immortal formation, they felt tiny. Fang Yuan's 10,000 flood dragons weren't much stronger than before. But most importantly, with Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, it was much easier to kill Myriad Dragons. When Fang Yuan used it, the steps were simple and the efficiency was higher. Instead of activating 1 or 2 Myriad Dragons, he could now use it 5 to 6 times. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragons. Countless ancient sword dragon clones attacked the formation, activating the formation's power. The pure white silhouette set off ripples that resembled waves, yet also resembled the continuous rise and fall of a mountain range, blocking the attack of the 10,000 dragons. Interesting. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Even though this immortal formation was shaking, its foundation was intact. As his attacks became stronger, the formation's defensive power also rose. We have the Gu formation, we should be able to hold on for some time. A southern border Gu immortal said with uncertainty as he looked at Qiqiu. Qiqiu's gaze was also flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation's defense was quite good. But the other party was not an ordinary person, he was Fang Yuan. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him, he was a demonic path overlord. Everyone, quickly ask for help from your clans, tell them that Fang Yuan is here, quick. Do you think this formation can stop such a person? Qiqiu sighed. The immortals were so afraid of Qiqiu, they did not dare to be careless, they quickly asked for help. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not reveal his identity, he was just a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could the southern border immortals ask for help? They had only reported this to the rear. But now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, these Gu immortals shouted loudly and confidently when they asked for help. Roar, the dragons roared, Fang Yuan attacked furiously while the immortal formation defended with all its might, its power continued to rise. Hold on, even if we die, we need to hold on. The western formation is broken, quickly fix it. We don't have enough immortal essence, who can take over? The southern border immortals defended with all their might, under Fang Yuan's powerful attacks. These people gave up on fighting against each other, they were truly united. Qiqiu desperately repaired the Gu formation. Xia Fan had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, just to deduce the weakness of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. He was using all his strength. They were rank 7 Gu immortals, but they were already like this, not to mention the other rank 6 Gu immortals who were in a terrible state. Outside the immortal formation, Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly. He was calm and relaxed. After obtaining myriad self-immortal Gu, myriad dragon killer move became more convenient and practical. It was no longer his strongest defensive method, it had become a normal killer move. Right now, Fang Yuan's strongest offensive method was the immemorial Yama's soul explosion. Unfortunately, he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. Earlier, of the two immemorial Yama's children, one was used to kill Feng Jioga, while the other was used to kill Land Spirit of Langya, but they did not succeed. As for the immemorial Yama's child soul explosion, it was about the same as myriad dragon killer move. At most, its power would be amplified in the Yama battlefield, it would be slightly higher. Thus, Fang Yuan chose this method to attack the immortal formation. Intense winds blew, Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking at the dragons attacking the formation. His demonic might had already been developed. Right now, he was suppressing the southern border Gu immortals with his own strength. They were exhausted from defending, he had the upper hand. However, Fang Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. Time was dragging on. And if Fang Yuan wanted to forcefully break this formation, he would need some time. Fang Yuan still had 3 methods, but reverse flow protection seal could not deal with the immortal formation. Because this immortal formation also strengthened along with external attacks. It focused on defense, it did not have any methods to retaliate. As for lead soul into dream, ever since Celestial Court failed in this aspect, they had already researched a way to deal with it during the battle with Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needed to sense the other party's soul. These southern border Gu immortals were hiding in the formation, Fang Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it was useless. This immortal formation was deeply hidden, there were layers of white light on the surface, it obstructed Great Thief Ghost Hand from getting close. We pay respects to Lord Qiqiu. At this time, inside the immortal formation, the southern border immortals' morale rose. The reason was none other than Qi clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 formation path Gu immortal Qiqiu, who had secretly reinforced them. To think that this immortal formation has such a secret passage, even rank 8 existences from 10,000 li away can be transported here. The clan really put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Qiqiu praised internally. Chi Chu Yu had purposely left this secret passage as a precaution, in case they fought for dream realms in the future. That way, Chi clan, who had the secret passage, would have a huge advantage. But now that Fang Yuan suddenly attacked, Chi Chu Yu thought about it and decided to expose this secret path. He did not hesitate to do so. Continue controlling the immortal formation and act like you can't hold on any longer. I will set up a method to lure that Fang Yuan into the trap. Chi Chu Yu smiled. Fang Yuan had a huge treasure and was a demonic path overlord. The celestial court had a huge headache. They could not do anything to him. If Chi Chu Yu used formation path to capture or kill Fang Yuan, not only would he obtain huge battle spoils, his reputation would also rise to the peak of the righteous path. He might even be able to raise Chi clan's ranking in Southern Border's righteous path by several ranks. Even though Fang Yuan had great battle achievements, Chi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster with rank 8 cultivation level. He had absolute confidence in his formation path attainment. Thus, after hearing the battle report, he came to take Fang Yuan's life. If it were any other rank 8 Gu immortal who did not cultivate formation path, they would not have such an advantage like Chi Chu Yu. With Chi Chu Yu as the mastermind, the Southern Border immortals had much more confidence. They started to deal with Fang Yuan patiently. Chi Chu Yu had formation path immortal Gu. He had powerful methods. Soon, he set up half of the immortal formation, forming a formation within a formation. This type of formation was his specialty to begin with. But who knew that when he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan stopped attacking and used fixed immortal travel to leave the battlefield. Did he sense my presence? Chi Chu Yu immediately frowned. But Chi Chu Yu thought to himself, he had set up the Gu formation carefully. He should not have exposed himself. This possibility was not high at all, so why did Fang Yuan suddenly leave? This is Contact Heart River Bank? Jade light flickered as Fang Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down at the surrounding hundreds of li. There were mountains everywhere. Only the area below him was flat and flat. It was shrouded in smoke. He could not see clearly. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he used Myriad Dragon Killer move again. The dragons attacked. The smoke rose up and fought against each other. But soon, the smoke could not match Fang Yuan's attacks. It dispersed and revealed the true terrain. There was a shallow deep blue lake, surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. In the riverbank, there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Gu. There was also an aura left behind by a Chi Clan rank 6 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not chase this person. He looked at the entire Contact Heart River bank and grabbed with his hand, starting to plunder. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular, the roots were thick while the tips were thin. They were sharp and hard. Many mortals plucked these bamboo leaves and tied them to wooden sticks, creating crude wooden spears. Thus, this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge. It covered the entire mountain range. Many living beings lived in the bamboo forest. It was full of vitality. Most of them had cloud path Dao marks. Among them, the cloud foxes were the most numerous. These snow-white foxes could float in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down. He saw a group of cloud foxes floating in the green bamboo forest. They were playing with each other. It was a peaceful and lively scene. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, the large resource point that Chi Clan controls. Super forces controlled resource points in the 5 regions. They were divided into 5 types: micro, small, medium, large, and giant. The Dragonfish Sea area in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce a vast number of dragonfish, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He was Fairy Fang Yuan's main source of income. There was no one else. Oh no, that demon Fang Yuan is here. He attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Contact Heart River Bank was taken by him. To think that he came to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. And at such a crucial moment, sigh. The 2 Chi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place saw Fang Yuan and panicked. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport here. The commotion was huge, and Fang Yuan did not plan to conceal himself. He did not conceal himself. The two Qi clan Gu immortals immediately sensed him. These two Gu immortals were deep in the mountain range. In front of them was a giant spear-tipped bamboo that was 70 feet tall. The bamboo was extremely thick. Even 10 grown men holding hands together might not be able to hug this giant bamboo. And in this giant bamboo's body, an immortal Gu was forming. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form. The two Qi clan Gu immortals were guarding Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. They placed their focus here. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most valuable treasure in this mountain range. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. Countless fireworks and lightning bolts appeared. The two Qi clan Gu immortals sighed. They activated the immortal formation and blocked Fang Yuan's attacks. Qi clan specialized in formation path. Qi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use the Tao marks of heaven and earth, as well as mortal Gu, to create an immortal formation. Thus, almost all the resource points that Qi clan guarded had immortal formations. After all, these resource points had one thing in common: they all had dense Tao marks. As Fang Yuan attacked, a layer of jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, blocking Fang Yuan's attacks. Moreover, countless spear-tipped bamboos started to sway. As bamboo leaves shot out, a strong wind blew and carried the countless leaves. Like a huge army charging at Fang Yuan, the sharp bamboo leaves shot towards him. This immortal formation is not only larger than Contact Heart River Bank, it also has a counterattack method. Fang Yuan smiled as he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal. When the bamboo leaves hit his body, they were immediately reflected back towards the immortal array. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, stop this counterattack method. The two rank 6 Gu immortals were flustered. They encouraged each other. The immortal Gu is about to form. We need 15 minutes more. We need to hold on until the clan's reinforcements arrive. Under their control, the immortal formation stopped attacking. It only defended. Fang Yuan could not use it. He smiled nonchalantly as he stopped Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again and bombarded the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The two rank 6 Gu immortals were covered in sweat. They gritted their teeth and spat out blood. It was a difficult situation. After attacking for a while, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He found a flaw in this formation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He immediately took advantage of this opening and began to bombard it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation let out a loud sound. A small portion of the jade green light that covered the entire mountain range dissipated. Oh no, he destroyed a part of the immortal formation. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. The two Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortals were shocked. Fang Yuan was like a meteor, crashing into the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountain with a loud sound. Yama's child soul explosion. He found that soul explosion was more suitable for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After a hole was created in this Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, the difficulty of destroying it decreased by several times. Fang Yuan made full use of this flaw. The two Qi clan Gu immortals' plans did not work. Fang Yuan's destruction speed became faster and faster. More and more of the immortal formation was destroyed. Eventually, the Qi clan Gu immortals were affected. There is no time, we need to retreat. What about this immortal Gu? Just a little bit more and it will truly take shape. Let's go, we will die if we don't leave now. The other Gu immortal was shocked. He woke up and wiped his sweat. You are right, we will leave now. But what about this immortal Gu? Chapter 1604. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as black fog spread out. It was the killer move Soul Explosion. This was the method of a peak rank 7. It destroyed the core of the immortal formation that Qi clan had set up on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with ease. Rumble. With another explosion, the formation core crumbled. Other immortal formations also followed suit, breaking apart one after another. At this point, the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty core area, Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. He was not surprised at all. When he attacked the formation earlier, the enemy defended fiercely and responded wisely. But towards the end of the battle, Fang Yuan felt that this immortal formation was at a disadvantage. It could not react in time, it became rigid. Be it immortal formations or immortal goo houses, they needed people to defend them. Even the wills left behind or the formation spirits could not replace the goo immortals. An immortal goo seems to have been destroyed? Fang Yuan soon sensed a strange aura. Soon, he confirmed that there was an incomplete wood path immortal goo. It was destroyed by Qi clan's goo immortals when they retreated. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity, but he praised this decisiveness. If it were him, he would have done the same. There was nothing valuable left at the core area. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and started to loot the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, there were a large number of cloud path lifeforms. For example, cloud foxes. Fang Yuan used his enslavement path methods. An orange-yellow light burst out of his body, covering the surrounding area. Within the light, the cloud foxes and other lifeforms started to struggle intensely. They had pained expressions as they screamed. But soon, their resistance weakened, they stopped moving and stayed on the spot. They were enslaved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. These lifeforms gathered and flowed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture like a river. Fang Yuan continued to plunder. A vast number of lifeforms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. 2 desolate beast cloud foxes appeared. They ran out of the mountain in panic. "Get back here!" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He flew over and used an enslavement path killer move, making these 2 desolate beast cloud foxes crawl on the ground and acknowledge him as their master. The Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was vast, and it was also a large resource point. It was filled with rich Dao marks, so it was very normal for desolate beasts and desolate plants to be born. Even ancient desolate beasts were possible. Immortal goo were even rarer, but even though there was one here, it was destroyed before it could take form. After Fang Yuan had done a rough search, he had harvested a total of 7 desolate beast cloud foxes and 3 types of desolate plants. A total of 11 stalks. They were cloud chi root, white hair ginseng and spear tip bamboo. What surprised Fang Yuan the most was that there was a huge piece of rank 7 immortal material cloud soil. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The goo immortal guarding this place must have taken them away. Or perhaps there is no such thing at all. According to the laws of nature, there was indeed the possibility of ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts growing here. But this place had been ruled by Qi clan for countless years. Qi clan was proficient in formation path, but they were weak in enslavement path. They naturally would not allow an ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 goo immortals to stay in their property uncontrollably. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to search. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards the spear-tip bamboos that were all over the mountain. These spear-tip bamboos were all ordinary goo materials. The desolate plant spear-tip bamboos had already been collected by Fang Yuan in the first wave. At this point, it was somewhat troublesome. Fang Yuan had a lot of enslavement path methods, but he lacked wood path. After all, he had too few wood path immortal goo. To transplant these spear-tip bamboos, I need appropriate wood path methods. Fang Yuan sighed. If Fang Yuan wanted to transplant these spear-tip bamboos, he needed exquisite wood path methods. Killer moves of other paths would leave Dao marks on the spear-tip bamboos. Even if they were temporary Dao marks, they would damage the Dao marks of the spear-tip bamboos, causing their quality to fall. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had many wood path methods, but Fang Yuan was lacking in wood path immortal goo. Thus, Fang Yuan could only use mortal methods to collect these spear-tip bamboos. This way, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. It would be inferior to immortal killer moves. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was huge. The spear-tip bamboos that Fang Yuan collected were just a drop in the bucket. It is a pity that my pulling mountain immortal goo can pull mountains, but it is only rank 6, it cannot move the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the past, Fang Yuan could pull Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley because these two secluded domains of heaven and earth had been used by spectral soul demon venerables' orderly well killer move. But this Cloud Bamboo Mountain range did not have such treatment. Of course, Fang Yuan could shatter Cloud Bamboo Mountain range, but the result was not under Fang Yuan's control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had the corresponding earth path method to separate the mountain roots. Fang Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Chi Chu Yu's brows were furrowed, his expression was grim. He was Chi clan's first supreme elder. When something like this happened, the battle reports were sent to him immediately. Contact Heart River Bank was only a mid-sized resource point, it lost a lot, but it was not a big problem. Now that Cloud Bamboo Mountain range was lost, this was a large resource point. Back then, in order to develop Cloud Bamboo Mountain range, my clan spent a lot of money to invite an Earth Path great expert to build up the mountain. After 100 years of careful management, it finally took shape. To think that Cloud Bamboo Mountain range suffered a calamity today. Chi clan was a super force, they had many large resource points. But Cloud Bamboo Mountain range was quite special. Because it was at the start of Chi clan, when they were still weak, Chi clan's ancestors saved money and built it up by gritting their teeth. In Chi clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo Mountain range became a stable source of income for Chi clan in the future. It did not let down the expectations of the original founders. Under the efforts of the generations, the Chi clan gradually prospered, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Even though there were more and more large resource points, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain range gradually became the center of Chi clan's territory, it was never neglected. There were always two Gu immortals guarding it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain range was not just a resource point, it was also a source of motivation for Chi clan. It contained a kind of Chi clan spirit. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain range cannot be lost. Activate the Immortal Gu House and attack Fang Yuan. We will take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Chi Chu Yu thought about it before giving the order with a firm attitude. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Chi clan's Gu immortals asked. Chi Chu Yu snorted coldly. This Fang Yuan seems to have sensed that I am here. His true motive is to steal the dream realms here. I will guard this place. He will definitely return. Of course, you need to pretend that I am attacking him personally. Thus, Chi clan activated the Immortal Gu House and hurriedly returned to Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Fang Yuan had not left yet. He was still collecting the spear-tip bamboos. These bamboos had very developed roots. They could reach 50 to 60 feet into the ground. To move them into one's immortal aperture unscathed, they needed special methods. Chi clan's Gu immortals saw Fang Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. If they fought with Fang Yuan here, without the protection of the immortal formation, Cloud Bamboo Mountain range would be destroyed. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan was prepared for it. Great Thief Ghost Hand had been hidden for a long time. It suddenly activated and targeted Chi clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At the northernmost part of Kokitahara, snow was falling, cold air was permeating the air. The snowmen were covered in dust. They had finally arrived at this place after traveling for a long time. Despite the cold weather, the snowmen had joyful smiles on their faces. This is the perfect place for us to stay. And with such a huge land, it is not as crowded as before. Thank you for great Immortal Bingjua's guidance. Sob sob sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Someone suddenly shouted. The snowmen quickly raised their heads and saw an unforgettable scene. The cold mist that filled the sky suddenly dissipated, revealing 3 huge crystalline peaks within the mist. Gu Immortal Bingjua floated in the air, nodding at them as the cold fog surged up again, covering the 3 crystalline mountains. It is Great Immortal Bingjua. This is the home that Great Immortal gave us, 3rd Sacred Mountain. It seems that our clan's immortals should be living on 3rd Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were extremely excited. They knelt on the ground and prayed towards 3rd Sacred Mountain. But they did not know that the appearance of Bingjua in the fog had suddenly changed. He turned into a stranger. It was Fang Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, plants, everything is arranged properly. Even though the environment is simple, it is enough for these snowmen to survive. At this point, the snowmen's settlement is complete. The time path clone nodded slightly. He controlled the snow crystal formation and looked at another direction. There, a small group of snow monsters poked their heads out of the snow and looked at each other curiously. Then they started to wander around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters have been created. The production of snow monsters in this area also began to slowly start. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Kokidahara, the time path clone went to Mini Central Continent. Not long ago, he had created a new riverbank here. He copied the name, Contact Heart Riverbank. In the riverbank, there were countless rocks of all sizes, round and pure white. There was also a river that was flowing. Some Contact Heart goo were living here. Most of the Contact Heart goo that Fang Yuan obtained were sold in jewel yellow skies. What was left behind were the river water, rocks, and a small number of Contact Heart goo as seeds. In the future, if possible, he could use this as a source of income. The time path clone flew rapidly towards the southeast direction of Contact Heart Riverbank. After flying for a long time, he stopped. There was a large empty land in front of him. It was desolate. The time path clone started to plant spear-tip bamboos here. He released cloud foxes and other wild beasts. Chapter 1605. Southern Border. Fang Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range and plundered it wantonly, but he knew the importance of the resources here to Qi Clan, so he made preparations to deal with Qi Clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand that was hiding in a corner suddenly flew out and grabbed the Immortal Goo House of Qi Clan. The Qi Clan immortals inside the Immortal Goo House were shocked. But immediately, the Immortal Goo House shined with dazzling golden light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the Immortal Goo House, forming a whirlpool that sucked Great Thief Ghost Hand in. At the next moment, the whirlpool vanished. The ripples vanished as Fang Yuan grunted. He lost contact with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light flashed in his eyes. As expected of a top 10 Immortal Goo House, Great Space Temple, Qi Clan had 2 Immortal Goo Houses. They were not ordinary. Great Space Temple was stronger. It could match rank 8 Goo Immortals. From the outside, it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white. It had a domed roof with golden edges. It seemed to be emitting sunlight. It was gorgeous and gave people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, super forces fought against each other. The world was in chaos. Immortal Goo Houses were frequently mobilized to fight against each other. Because of the abundant battle achievements, people had a clear understanding of the strength of Immortal Goo Houses. They created a ranking of Immortal Goo Houses. And Qi Clan's Great Space Temple was on the ranking. It was at the 9th place. It was no small matter. It had an extremely famous move called Shifting Space. It could trap rank 8 Goo Immortals. When the Celestial Court attacked Southern Border, this house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had incredible battle achievements. I'm afraid my Great Thief Ghost Hand was trapped in Shifting Space. I lost contact with it. However, using Shifting Space has a high price. It needs time to activate. Why is the other party so sensitive? They seem to have prepared for it? Fang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. He quickly sensed something amiss. There really is such a theft path move. Fang Demon is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully, we were prepared. In the end, I still have to rely on the Celestial Court's intelligence. This time, it was really timely. If Fang Yuan really succeeds and steals the Immortal Goo in the Immortal Goo House, wouldn't that be disastrous? Qi Clan's Goo Immortals felt lingering fear but also joy. Charge. Prepare the killer move Great Universe Space at any time to deal with Demon Fang's theft path methods. But be careful, Fang Mo has a defensive killer move formed by Reverse Flow River. Rumble. Under the control of Qi Clan's Immortals, rank 8 Immortal Goo House Great Space Temple erupted with fierce attacks, rapidly suppressing Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan retreated, he probed his mind into the jewel-yellow skies. The next moment, his heart trembled slightly. Just as he had expected, the celestial court in jewel-yellow skies had already hung up a projection, replaying the scene of Fang Yuan's battle. Among them, the crucial scene of him using Great Thief Ghost Hand to deal with Feng Jioge was also included. Not just that, the celestial court had also publicized the results of many deductions. They did not need to be bought with money. The contents of these deductions were all related to Fang Yuan, revealing his secrets. Jewel-yellow skies was already in an uproar. The whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was alarmed. They were discussing Fang Yuan's Gu worms, killer moves, and others. They were filled with envy and jealousy towards the resources that Fang Yuan possessed. This move was too ruthless. Information about Gu immortals was very important. Many times, once immortal Gu or killer moves were exposed, the Gu immortal would be easily targeted by others. Like now, Great Thief Ghost Hand was not only defended against by Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it was even taken into Great Universe space. In the future, they would definitely research this Great Thief Ghost Hand and use it to deduce more weaknesses of Fang Yuan's move. If they were not prepared, if Fang Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal the immortal Gu. Fang Yuan would be able to make a huge profit and gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan had used jewel-yellow skies to spread the news of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It greatly affected the Celestial Court's authority. Now, the Celestial Court was giving him a taste of his own medicine, using the same method to deal with Fang Yuan. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Myrtle is probably very worried that I will use this move to steal other people's immortal Gu and strengthen myself. Since she can split her attention and do this, the battle over at Langya Blessed Land is probably over already. Fang Yuan's heart shuddered. He wanted the Celestial Court to fight to the death with Longevity Heaven. It would be best if Langya Blessed Land was destroyed. But both sides were shrewd people. They would not make such a stupid move. I'm afraid the Celestial Court is retreating. After all, in order to resist Langya Blessed Land's methods earlier, be it Fairy Myrtle or Qin Yi, they were all injured. After the battle with me, Feng Jioge lost most of his battle strength. Thunder Ghost True Monarch also died. Longevity Heaven has the help of Land Spirit of Langya. It has the home advantage. Another thing that Fang Yuan noticed was that Princess Impatience's identity as a traitor was not exposed in this matter. Princess Impatience is likely to be hiding near Loose Tail Ridge, waiting for a good opportunity. It seems that the Celestial Court is well prepared. Even without Princess Impatience's help, they would have escaped safely. Fang Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Princess Impatience's identity. The Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon who had been reborn, but they did not know that Princess Impatience's identity had already been exposed to Fang Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to accuse Princess Impatience. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Princess Impatience is a rank 8 Gu immortal. Longevity Heaven will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Without sufficient preparation, they might escape. Fang Yuan had to make good use of this weakness. He might be able to gain huge benefits from it in the future. Throwing it out now was just to vent his anger. Those who achieved great things needed to be able to take all kinds of risks. They needed to be shrewd. How could they do something senseless because of their emotions? However, I will not let you off easily either. Fang Yuan snickered internally as he took action, sending a video into jewel-yellow skies. This video showed the Celestial Court activating Starcast, sending several rank 8 Gu immortals deep into Langya Blessed Land. Like a huge rock, this video was thrown into the surging waves of public opinion, creating a huge commotion. The Celestial Court had such a method. Like Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, it had a huge advantage in battle tactics that affected the overall strategy. Other than Central Continent, the Gu immortals of the 4 regions, as well as the leaders of the super forces, all felt a chill in their hearts. Their wariness towards the Celestial Court increased by countless folds. Goodbye. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment, he used the chance to activate fixed immortal travel and escape successfully. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel was too useful. Great Space Temple did not have an immortal battlefield. Even if it had an immortal battlefield killer move, Feng Yuan would not be trapped easily. Actually, even if he got trapped, many immortal battlefields could not capture fixed immortal travel. Unless it was an extremely high level 1 or targeted fixed immortal travel, it would be troublesome for Feng Yuan to get trapped. At the next moment, jade light flickered as Feng Yuan left the battlefield, arriving near Qi Clan's third resource point. Wind Flame Mountain. This mountain had countless parasol trees with fiery maple leaves. The entire area was red. There were many birds and almost no beasts. Only a few fire phoenixes were in the parasol forest. Sensing Feng Yuan's ferocious intent, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Feng Yuan fearlessly, giving off an inviolable aura. This was a huge resource point. Even super forces could not have too many of them. It was also one of Qi Clan's main sources of income. Old demon Feng Yuan actually came here. The one guarding this place was a Qi Clan rank 7. He immediately activated the Immortal Formation's defense while reporting to the clan, requesting for reinforcements. If I take down this resource point, Qi Clan will really suffer a loss. Feng Yuan snickered as he charged down like a meteor. With a loud sound, the Immortal Formation did not budge. The defense of a huge resource point was much tighter than a medium or large resource point. Feng Yuan stabilized his body, his gaze flickered as he deduced rapidly in his mind, while his killer moves were unleashed like cheap fireworks. This scoundrel Feng Yuan is so crafty. Receiving this news, Qi Chuyu was furious. He could not sit still anymore. He left and went to reinforce the clan. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, it would attract many wild phoenixes at certain times of the year to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose another location. Qi Clan would suffer huge losses. And Wind Flame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Qi Chuyu was the closest to it. Thus, even though Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had already set up a formation within a formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on the idea of waiting. He went to Feng Yuan to save his clan's assets. By the time he arrived, Feng Yuan had already dismantled most of Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Many ancient fire phoenixes had also died in battle, and Feng Yuan had collected 3 of them. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, don't leave if you have the guts. Qi Chuyu glared and shouted. Chapter 1606. You are in such a hurry to see me, it seems you are courting death. Qi Chuyu sneered. It's first Supreme Elder, we are saved. The Qi Clan Gu Immortal guarding Phoenix Flame Mountain felt assured as he cheered. I have been waiting for you. I wonder if you are interested in the Dream Path research results in my hands? Feng Yuan suddenly transmitted. Qi Chuyu was slightly stunned. At the next moment, Feng Yuan pointed as Immortal Killer move Yama battlefield formed, including Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu was slightly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He even sized up the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jioga? Feng Yuan laughed. Senior Qi, you are saying that this is the immortal battlefield that Fairy Myrtle unraveled? Celestial Court not only exposed Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand and other information in Jewel Yellow Skies, they even exposed Fairy Myrtle's understanding of Yama battlefield and the method to unravel it. Thus, with this as a reference, Qi Chuyu was not worried about his safety. He was not anxious at all. He was a Formation Path Great Grandmaster. He could wait for reinforcements in Yama battlefield. But Feng Yuan had limited time. If he was stalled by Qi Chuyu, the other southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals would have a chance to surround him. He would be in danger. There were no invincible Gu in the world, only invincible Gu Immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many aspects. In comparison, Qi Chuyu's biggest headache was that after Feng Yuan escaped, he would continue to attack Qi Clan's resource points. This was a huge problem. Senior Qi, take a look at this. Feng Yuan tossed over an Information Path Mortal Gu. Qi Chuyu inspected it and saw that it was an Information Path Mortal Gu. He looked into it and his gaze shined. This Information Path Mortal Gu recorded information regarding the formation that Qi Clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As an array master and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to deduce all this. Qi Chu Yu instantly understood Fang Yuan's meaning. According to the information path Mortal Gu, Fang Yuan could have destroyed the immortal formation protecting Phoenix Flame Mountain, but he purposely held back and lured Qi Chu Yu over. Qi Chu Yu nodded slightly. You are indeed a genius. Your formation path attainment is so deep. No wonder that child Qi Shang approves of you. Formation addict Qi Shang was a rising star of Qi clan. Qi Chu Yu thought highly of him and believed that he would become a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Previously, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he interacted with Qi Shang and established a good relationship with him. Later on, when Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he was being hunted everywhere, Qi Shang also publicly announced that he had drawn a line between him and Fang Yuan, becoming mortal enemies. Fang Yuan laughed and looked at Qi Chu Yu with a burning gaze. If I tell Senior Qi that my formation path attainment came from a dream state, what would Senior think? Is that true? Qi Chu Yu was moved. He sized up Fang Yuan again as he asked with a doubtful tone, You really want to make a deal with me? Fang Yuan retorted, Why would I not want to make a deal with you? I need dream realms, but Southern Border's dream realms all have defensive formations. They are all created by Qi clan. I am willing to use my dream path attainment to exchange for Qi clan's cooperation. To show my sincerity, please take a look at this. Fang Yuan threw out an information path Mortal Gu. Qi Chu Yu received it and his eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path Mortal Gu, afraid that it would fly away. The information regarding Dream Path had an unparalleled temptation to Qi Chu Yu. He could not help but delve into it and quickly finished reading the contents. When he raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan again, the expression on his face had changed again. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, as expected of someone who inherited Shadow Sect and used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. The Dream Path content that he casually threw out has already far surpassed the sum of our Southern Border Righteous Path's hard work. Furthermore, the content here is clearly only a small portion. There is more to it than meets the eye. There are even some things that are not explained clearly, they are just vague. Thinking of this, Qi Chu Yu's heart pounded. He could not help but be moved. The temptation that Fang Yuan threw out was simply too huge. Currently, the Gu immortal world recognized that Dream Path was the future trend of development. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would become prosperous and even produce great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be they super forces or rank 8 Gu immortals, they all understood the importance of Dream Path. They were all exploring dream realms and trying to go further than others in this path. Whoever gave up on pursuing the Dream Path would be eliminated by the upcoming Grand Era. Like how Great Thief Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Qi Path. In the long history of humanity, countless historical facts had proven this point. However, everything was difficult at the beginning, especially now that Dream Path was just a concept. No matter who explored dream realms, they would have to pay a huge price and gain little results. Precisely because he understood this, Qi Chu Yu understood the importance of this information path Mortal Gu in his hands. If he threw it out, all the super forces in the world would fight over it. Even if they had to fight to the death for it, they would not hesitate. Qi Chu Yu caressed the Mortal Gu in his hands as he stared at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. You are sincere indeed, but there are so many righteous path forces in Southern Border. Why do you want to make a deal with me? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qi Shang before. I also had information from Shadow Sect and Wu Clan. I have some understanding of Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he is lacking in ability to become the first Supreme Elder, thus he needs the help of Qi Shang, a future formation path great grandmaster. Senior Qi, your lifespan is limited. If you die in the future, there will be chaos. Will Qi Bang be able to protect Qi Clan? Qi Chu Yu's expression turned grim, killing intent leaked out of him without concealment. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. But even Qi Chu Yu had to admit that Fang Yuan was right. Southern Border's earth veins were in turmoil. Similar situations were happening in the other 4 regions. People like Qi Chu Yu had already sensed many things about the future chaos. Chi Chu Yu had used many lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu were no longer effective on him. He had been preparing for a rainy day. Long ago, he had started preparing for his son's ascension. Even though he knew that Qi Bang was not talented enough as a father, he had his own personal feelings. But he could not just focus on his personal feelings. If Qi clan was destroyed by Qi Bang, even if Chi Chu Yu died, he would not be able to rest in peace. And if Qi clan was destroyed, how could Qi Bang be fine? Precisely so. His Qi clan needed Fang Yuan's dream path research results even more. With this, Qi clan would not only be able to protect themselves in the future, they would even be able to follow the tides of the new era and become an even stronger super force. Ha! Chi Chu Yu suddenly laughed loudly, as if his expression and killing intent had never appeared before. He looked at Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Fang Yuan, you are indeed the #1 demonic lord of the 5 regions. I have only learned of your abilities today. No wonder the Celestial Court and Wu clan were helpless against you. I, Chi Chu Yu, will accept this transaction. Fang Yuan nodded. Chi Chu Yu's response was within his expectations. It was not surprising. Chi Chu Yu was the leader of a righteous path force. While Fang Yuan was a demon that everyone wanted to kill, they actually made a transaction? This was quite unimaginable. But actually, everyone had different concepts of righteous path and demonic path. The true essence was that the righteous path had vested benefits, while the demonic path was not like that. Look at Qi clan, they had so many resource points, they had to promote the benefits of righteous path, saying that evil could not prevail over righteousness. They had to maintain peace and stability. Meanwhile, demonic path Gu immortals needed to get stronger in order to deal with calamities and tribulations, and they needed cultivation resources to get stronger. They did not have these resources. What could they do? They could only kill, plunder, steal, and swindle. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Precisely because of this, what was so strange about Chi Chu Yu agreeing to Fang Yuan's transaction? Both sides took what they needed, they were just moving towards benefits. After the transaction was settled, Fang Yuan deactivated the immortal battlefield. He pretended to be defeated and escaped in a panic. Even though Chi Chu Yu won, he let Fang Yuan escape. His expression was not good. In the following days, he made arrangements to defend himself. He was very careful and guarded against Fang Yuan's revenge. Chapter 1607. We must eliminate this Fang Yuan. He dares to openly attack my righteous path's great formation, truly audacious to the extreme. Luo family's grand elder roared. Our clan's Gu immortals have sacrificed themselves. This demon Fang Yuan has already stained our blood twice. We must make him pay the price. Ho clan's first supreme elder's tone was deep and filled with hatred. Yao clan's first supreme elder sighed. We have to deal with Fang Yuan, but he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu immortal. His identity was very complicated. Not only was he an otherworldly demon, he also had the spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn from the future, destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower. Not only did he possess Giant Sun's true inheritance, he also inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance, becoming the current sect leader of the Shadow Sect, and even received a lot of funding from Langya Blessed Land. Even though the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou State had repeatedly put him on the wanted list and hunted him down, he was still at large and wreaking havoc in the world. Moreover, he had become stronger and stronger after each battle. His strength had progressed rapidly beyond common sense. To be honest, he really has the aura of the Demon Lord when he was young. In the future, there would only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable, there would not be Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately mocked. The Yao family's first Supreme Elder sneered, I'm just stating the facts. If he wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, he had to face this fact. Just like how your Xia family lost to my Yao family. The Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was furious. Recently, the earth veins had been moving, causing large amounts of cultivation resources to surface from the depths of the earth. This attracted Southern Border's righteous path, demonic path, and loose cultivators to fight over them. Naturally, there would be many conflicts during the competition. Not long ago, the Xia clan was ambushed by the Yao clan and suffered a great loss. However, the Yao clan also paid a hefty price. Thus, the conversation between the two sides was filled with anger. Alright, the purpose of our discussion this time is not to bicker with one another, but to discuss how to deal with Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan continues to plunder like this, what should we do? At this moment, Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke with a calm tone. There was silence. Shang clan had always maintained a neutral stance and was most skilled at trading. They had connections with Gu immortals of all clans. Thus, when Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke, everyone else had to show some respect. After a long time, the Ba family's first supreme elder broke the silence. The thief Feng Yuan must have grasped a way to explore dreams and obtained great benefits. Otherwise, back then, why would he try so many ways to impersonate Qing Wu Yihai and sneak into our righteous path? This time, when he broke through the great formation of the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and swept away all the dream realms, it proved this point even more clearly. I wonder what Wu clan's Supreme Grand Elder thinks of this matter? Wu clan's first Supreme Elder was none other than Wu Yihai's brother, Wu Yong. Wu clan had been occupying the throne of the righteous path for a long time, and Ba clan had been secretly coveting it. Unfortunately, Wu Yong erupted and revealed the clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba clan's plans and allowing Wu clan to defend their throne. But the Ba clan would not let go of such a small opportunity. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Feng Yuan is a scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. Yesterday, he plundered Qi clan's resources, tomorrow he could suddenly appear at any place. Our resources and even our Gu immortals and clansmen might all fall victim to him. Wu Yong spoke plainly, but he also pointed out that dealing with Feng Yuan was the responsibility of everyone in Southern Border's righteous path. It was impossible for Ba clan or anyone else to make our Wu clan take the lead and put in a lot of effort. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Yong and Wu Du Xiu's styles were very different. If it were Wu Du Xiu, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. This was Wu clan's strength of character. But Wu Yong cowered at this moment, as if the humiliation that Feng Yuan gave to Wu clan did not exist. Ba clan's first supreme elder did not want to let Wu Yong off so easily. He said, "The reason why it is so troublesome to deal with this demon Feng Yuan is because he has fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. I wonder if Wu clan's first supreme elder has any good methods to restrain fixed immortal travel?" Wu Yong smiled bitterly. "I am ashamed, Wu clan does not have any good methods. I, Wu Yong, cannot compare to my mother. I can only defend my gains but not be aggressive enough. In my opinion, the Gu formation that Qi clan's first supreme elder set up earlier was indeed effective. Even though Feng Yuan broke it, he was able to stall for a lot of time. Why don't we ask Qi clan's first supreme elder to set up an immortal formation for our resources? At least when Feng Yuan attacks, we can stall for some time." Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chu Yu quickly said, "I am ashamed. The immortal formation that I set up was broken by Feng Yuan time and time again. I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations." Wu Yong smiled. "Qi clan's first supreme elder, no need to be humble. Feng Yuan did not break through your clan's Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Feng Yuan's attack. But Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level is not low. Even your clan's formation fanatic was once on good terms with him, everyone knows this." Wu Yong's words had a deeper meaning. Qi Chu Yu snorted coldly in his heart, but did not reply. He remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had a lot of resource points in their hands. If Qi Chu Yu wanted to set up the immortal formations one by one, how long would that take? And most importantly, this was a sensitive matter. Resource points were the exclusive property of each clan. If the defensive measures of these places were left to outsiders, each clan would feel uncomfortable. Among the clans now, only Qi clan was robbed by Feng Yuan. They did not feel any pain. They also did not have the strong intention to ask Qi Chu Yu for help. Qi Chu Yu understood this, so he did not speak. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chu Yu was silent. He could not speak now. At this time, Tai clan's first supreme elder said excitedly, Actually, Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is the correct way to deal with the problem of Fang Yuan, but it is only half correct. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder's immortal formation can block Fang Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is a beacon tower of our Tai clan, we can move it in time and block Fang Yuan. We can surround and kill him. With the two together, Fang Yuan will not be a problem. At this moment, the Gu immortals became even more silent. Beacon towers were Tai clan's immortal Gu houses. Their strongest aspect was similar to Western Desert's myriadly silk corridor. Every beacon tower could teleport Gu immortals between them. If many beacon towers were placed together, they could even teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. Tai clan's first Supreme Elder's plan was not wrong. In fact, Tai clan had been trying to set up beacon towers in different areas of southern border. However, such an arrangement posed a huge threat to the other superpowers. Thus, all the forces had been resisting Tai clan's plan to set up beacon towers. Right now, Tai clan's first Supreme Elder used this chance to push for their own beacon towers. The leaders of the clans did not agree. They remained silent, expressing their rejection. I have another idea. After a long while, Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke. After 15 minutes, this discussion between the leaders of Southern Border's Righteous Path forces came to an end. Under the moonlight, Chi Chu Yu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky on a thick cloud with an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of factions to begin with. They all had their own conflicts. Recently, the movement of the earth veins brought benefits, but it also stimulated more conflicts. This made the various superpowers even angrier. Ignoring the internal conflicts, just look at Qi Clan, which was attacked by Fang Yuan all over the place. From start to finish, no other force helped them. After flying for a while, Chi Chu Yu's vision changed. He landed in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous at all, because this was Yama's battlefield. This meeting with Fang Yuan was something that they had agreed on. These are for you. Fang Yuan tossed out several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and an information path mortal Gu. Where are my things? I brought them. Chi Chu Yu took out a large number of immortal Yuan stones, as well as many immortal materials that were categorized. There was also an information path mortal Gu that recorded the formation path inheritance. Both sides quickly inspected the goods and handed them over before separating. But Chi Chu Yu frowned slightly, while Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, if there is a chance in the future, I will transact with you again. Before leaving, Fang Yuan transmitted. How will you contact me? You will know when the time comes. The two quickly retreated. They were extremely vigilant. No one knew about this transaction from start to finish. The contents of this Gu worm are still lacking. This shows that Fang Yuan has a lot of dream path research results. But after obtaining these in the dream realms, I have already far surpassed the other super forces of Southern Border. Chi Chu Yu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Thinking of Fang Yuan, his gaze turned dark. This scoundrel Fang Yuan clearly wants to cooperate with me. After all, he wants to know about the formation at Etion Mountain. I might as well cooperate with him and try to obtain more dream path research results, then use Southern Border's Righteous Path to plot against him and eliminate him. Chi Chu Yu and Fang Yuan's transaction was purely for benefits. Right now, he wanted to plot against Fang Yuan. It was also for benefits. After all, if Fang Yuan sold these dream path research results to other super forces, Qi Clan's advantage would be gone. It would be a huge loss to their own benefits. Even though I gave Qi Clan a few dream realms this time, I already have a lot of time path dream realms. Next, I need to cultivate quietly and increase my time path attainment level. Fang Yuan was also thinking and scheming. Qi Clan had dream path methods. They naturally needed some private dream realms for them to explore. Even though there was a huge dream realm at Etion Mountain, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The risk was too high. On one hand, Fang Yuan needed to facilitate this transaction. On the other hand, he did not want Qi Clan to be exposed. I successfully attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench this time. Southern Border's righteous path will definitely plot against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it is countered. Not mentioning the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path, with the close relationship between Wu Yong and Celestial Court might interfere. So I need to lie low for now. Actually, Fang Yuan could use his dream path research results to find any super force and turn them into allies, conducting transactions. But there was a reason why Fang Yuan chose Qi Clan. The most important reason was that in the chaotic era 500 years ago, Qi Clan was a resolute force that resisted the invasion of Celestial Court. In his previous life, Wu Clan was also like this, but in this life, Wu Yong actually obtained many immortal gu of Southern Border's righteous path from Celestial Court. This was something that Fang Yuan had always kept in mind. He could not forget. Chapter 1608. The moon was bright outside the window, while the candlelight in the study room was slightly cold. Wu Yong was pacing around in the study room. He had many worries in his heart. He could not put them down. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation. He held authority in Wu Clan. He brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building and helped Wu Clan get through this crisis. He also asked for the immortal gu of Southern Border's righteous path from the Celestial Court. His reputation was unparalleled. During this period of time, he worked hard to nurture gu immortal seeds, making Wu Clan prosper day by day. What was there for him to worry about? Fang Yuan. He disguised as Wu Yihai, even deceiving Wu Yong. He cheated Wu Clan of many resources and even immortal gu. Not only did he make Wu Clan run around in circles, even Wu Yong's pursuit had no results. Fang Yuan was like a thorn in Wu Yong's heart. Every time Wu Yong thought of him, his heart would feel a stab of pain. He would feel humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Fang Yuan was active in Southern Border, destroying Plunder Shadow Earth Trenches formation and seizing Dream Realms. Wu Yong looked calm, but his heart was already bleeding profusely from this thorn. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder's method can indeed deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. Wu Yong frowned. He paced around as he shook his head. He felt it was not reliable. Could this method really get rid of Fang Yuan? He thought of how he had allied with Southern Border's righteous path forces to pursue Fang Yuan, but there was no result. He then thought of how the Celestial Court had tried to capture him, but Fang Yuan was still free. Now that Southern Border's righteous path had joined forces, could they deal with Fang Yuan? Wu Yong shook his head. He had to admit, on one hand, he was somewhat wary of Fang Yuan. This demon Fang Yuan, every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He could not be estimated with common sense. On the other hand, Wu Yong was not confident in the entire Southern Border righteous path. Wu Clan was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong grew up under Wu Du Xiu's nurturing. How could he not see the flaws of Southern Border's righteous path? Everyone had their own thoughts, and there were many different factions and conflicts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be a unified leader. Even if it was the Wu Clan, even if Wu Du Xiu was alive and working with Wu Yong, they would not be able to assume the leadership position. Wu Yong could completely imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path gu immortals would definitely be on guard against each other. They would shirk responsibility, retreat when there was danger, and fight for benefits. How could such a team deal with the cunning Fang Yuan? Especially now, only the Qi family had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. The other families didn't feel any pain, and the earth veins were also moving, competing to seize the essence of the earth veins. How could the families truly spend their strength on Fang Yuan? Perhaps Fang Yuan has noticed this as well. So this time, he is only plundering Qi family's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this point, it could be seen that he wanted nothing more than for Fang Yuan to plunder and incur the wrath of everyone. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan was still so cunning. He only offended Qi family. If Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan not only robbed Qi family, but also secretly made a deal with Qi family to set up Southern Border for the future 5 regions chaotic war and target the Celestial Court, who knew what he would think? After pacing around for a while, Wu Yong finally made up his mind. I need to contact the Celestial Court and use the Celestial Court to eliminate Fang Yuan as soon as possible. It was a difficult decision to make. Even though this was a wise decision, after all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend, it violated a taboo. The 5 regions other than Eastern Sea were very xenophobic, Southern Border was especially so. If Southern Border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was contacting other regions' forces and using them to interfere in Southern Border's matters, he would definitely be condemned. The surging public opinion would drown Wu Yong, even if he was Wu clan's first supreme elder with rank 8 cultivation level. It could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once it was exposed, Wu clan's current advantageous situation would be greatly ruined. Oh, Wu Yong contacted me? I'm afraid it is because of that demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was recuperating, but seeing that Wu Yong contacted her, she smiled and immediately replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was Wu clan's first supreme elder. Even if there was no effect, just the cooperation itself was a form of restriction on him. After a few words, Wu Yong went straight to the main topic, talking about Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought, as expected, Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and after I exposed all his trump cards in jewel yellow skies, Wu Yong is even more wary. He is willing to take the risk to eliminate Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's situation was not good recently. Not long ago, they attacked Langya Blessed Land for the second time, but they did not achieve any of their goals. Wisdom Gu was taken away by Fang Yuan escaped, Langya Blessed Land was protected by Longevity Heaven, but Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle. Qin Yi, Fairy Myrtle, and Feng Jioge were all heavily injured. They were recuperating now. But even so, when Fairy Myrtle learned of Wu Yong's intentions, she agreed without hesitation. Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to counter this Gu. Even if they could not eliminate Fang Yuan, as long as they kept pressuring him and making him unable to develop himself, it would be a success for Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's growth speed is too terrifying. This is the result of Providence's continuous influence and many setbacks. Every once in a while, when he shows up again, he will have shocking improvements. Even if we cannot kill him, we need to make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he has any new methods, we need to force him to use all of his trump cards. Fairy Myrtle was even more wary of Fang Yuan now. In order to chase after Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle had put in so much effort, Langya Blessed Land was almost taken down by her now. But what about Fang Yuan? He was still at large. Even though Celestial Court still had the absolute advantage. Be it Fate Gu's restoration, Great Dream Immortal Venerable's nurturing, or Spectral Soul's imprisonment, they were all advantages that Fang Yuan could not match. However, deep in Fairy Myrtle's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This fear was almost inexplicable, but it was fear. Fear and unease caused by Fang Yuan. This time, Southern Border's righteous path is working together to deal with Fang Yuan. This is a chance. Even if I disregard my injuries, I will use all my strength to kill Fang Yuan and get rid of this problem. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shone with determination. Southern Border's righteous path was conspiring against Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yong's initiative, Celestial Court had already interfered before the operation even started, hiding behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Celestial Court made a move, it would be an earth-shattering blow. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had already expected this. After transacting with Qi Chuyu, he went into hiding, wholeheartedly exploring dream realms. This was a time-path dream realm. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan had turned into an old man. He was the dream realm's main character. He had rank 4 cultivation. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with unfriendly expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the advance payment for the treatment. Please come with us. The leading Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation. He looked at Fang Yuan and said threateningly. Fang Yuan first inspected the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time-path Gu worms, but they were good at support and had no healing ability. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan tried to refuse. I am only an ordinary time-path Gu master. I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me by inviting me like this? The other party replied as expected, just do as I say. Do you dare to refuse the request of my Central Continent's Meng tribe? We have already investigated your background. Don't worry, since we are inviting you, we are interested in your ability, we know you have methods to cure Lord Meng Bai's illness. Let's go. Do we need to invite you again? Then let's go. Please lead the way. Fang Yuan pretended to smile bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Fang Yuan quickly arrived at Zheng tribe and saw the patient, Meng Bai. This person had a sallow complexion, he was as thin as a match, he was lying on the bed and groaning weakly. How did this happen? How did he get sick? Fang Yuan tried to ask. A servant at the side complained, My lord is usually strong like a tiger and runs like a wolf, to think that he would fall to this state. He was framed by that damned unscrupulous merchant and bought water-word Gu. That unscrupulous merchant said that with this Gu, he would be able to write beautiful essays like Moving Clouds and Flowing Water. Lord is usually brave. The other lords often say that he only has brute strength and no literary talent. Lord had this not in his heart, thus he did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy water-word Gu, wanting to write beautiful essays that night. Is there a problem with this water-word Gu? Fang Yuan asked. The servant shook his head, then nodded. At first, there seemed to be no problem with that water-word Gu. Many articles came out one after another. Old Master was overjoyed and wrote 50 to 60 articles in one night. But in the morning, there was a problem. Lord had not even eaten breakfast when he suddenly had diarrhea. Diarrhea was like having diarrhea, and the scariest thing was, from morning to night, he had it for more than 20 times. Poor Lord, who had a strong physique, actually fell to such a miserable state in just one day. Fang Yuan came to a realization, and at the same time, he had an idea. Water-word Gu was not a problem, but if used too much, there would be problems and no one could bear it. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This was common sense. Using Gu had its risks. Falling to such a state was the result of one's own actions. Chapter 1609. Fang Yuan was no longer a newbie when it came to exploring dream realms. He had accumulated a lot of experience. At this point in Meng Bai's dream realm, Fang Yuan had a rough understanding of it. It wants me to use the time path Gu worms in my aperture to form a time path killer move to resolve Meng Bai's injuries. Meng Bai's injuries were caused by overuse of water path Gu. This time path killer move had to be used in the right way. Even though Fang Yuan had ordinary time path attainment level, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Lang Ya's true inheritance, and He Fan's true inheritance. Especially the latter, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan's current problem. This dream realm tested the explorer's knowledge, as well as the technique of combining killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Fang Yuan inspected carefully, he found that many of the time path mortal Gu in this aperture were unique to the dream realm. They did not exist in reality, or rather, they were not. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all, it was different from reality. If it were anyone else, even a time path great expert, they would have to try their luck. As for Fang Yuan, his luck had always been good. But now, he had a better choice. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was not effective when Fang Yuan explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because the dream realm was too small, it had an extraordinary effect. The correct choices in the Gu worms floated up slightly in the aperture, directly sending the correct answers to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind, he used these Gu worms to try it out. After 2 failures, he successfully activated the killer move and saved Meng Bai. This way, this dream realm was broken. His soul returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He was gratified to find that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master. But his joy did not last long. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the immortal killer move Yama Emperor that was tightly wrapped around his soul suddenly expanded. Someone is deducing my location, they are quite skilled. Fang Yuan sneered. If this was before the battle at Langya, his current situation would be worrying. But right now, he had Yama Emperor's killer move. His ability to defend against deductions was enough to make the Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle helpless. Sure enough, after the other party deduced for a while, he could not unravel Yama Emperor's killer move. He paid a huge price, but his efforts were futile. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move slowly retracted, eventually turning into a simple layer of clothing that covered his soul. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Yama Emperor's aura was overflowing. In order to be absolutely safe, he decided to leave this place and not stay any longer. Fixed immortal travel was activated once again. Using it to travel was simply too convenient. At this moment, Fang Yuan moved from one end of southern border to the other. The distance between the two ends was unknown. Fang Yuan flew for a while before finding a gray valley shrouded in thick fog and concealed himself. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man soul. Fang Yuan calculated as he sighed. Activating Yama Emperor's killer move was a burden to Fang Yuan's soul. It would expend his soul foundation. Earlier, in order to resist the deduction of the mysterious enemy, Yama Emperor had expended over 1 million of Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This showed how powerful the person who made the deduction was. Earlier, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was far higher than 30 million man soul. But in the battle at Langya, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of his soul foundation. Don't forget, exploring dream realms would not expend his soul foundation, it would even cause great damage to the soul. If it were in the past, Fang Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain was still being repaired urgently, it could not be used yet. Without Dang Hun Mountain's continuous production of Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's stock of Guts Goo would not last for long. And to repair Dang Hun Mountain, I have been using Landscape as before Immortal Goo. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killer move Orderly is left on Dang Hun Mountain, Landscape as before Goo is only rank 6. This work has been expending my immortal essence intensely. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were almost depleted because of this. Most of his abundant reserves had been expended in the intense battle at Langya. Celestial Court's attack on Fang Yuan might not have killed him, but it was not in vain. It expended a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. The lack of immortal essence was also the reason why Fang Yuan was willing to cooperate with Chi Chu Yu and not fight head-on. Actually, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was very rich in time path resources. Time flowed very quickly. The immortal essence that he could condense far surpassed rank 7 Gu immortals in the world. But Fang Yuan's expenditure was even faster. He could not replenish it with just himself. What was sustaining him during this period of time was the dragonfish business. The dragonfish business was making huge profits. Batches of immortal yuan stones were coming in. Fang Yuan used these immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence, greatly alleviating the problem of his immortal essence running out. Relying on the dragonfish business and Guts Goo, I can barely maintain it. When Dang Hun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Fang Yuan was not afraid of others coming to find him. In fact, under the protection of Yama Emperor, it was very unlikely that they could deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left a lot of Time Path Dream Realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a goo formation for alerting, he immediately entered. On a snowy peak, an old man looked at Fang Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel," the old man said plainly. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed, but soon he did as the old man said. The old man's expression became solemn and solemn. He said in a low voice, "From now on, I will teach you our tribe's strongest killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Once this blade is used, it will never miss, it will hit its target and kill everyone who hits it. Only after you learn this move will you have hope of killing the enemy who exterminated our tribe." Fang Yuan heard this and had a thought. He suddenly had a feeling that he would have great gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the complete killer move Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex. It was even more complex than the myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan created. The the steps were even more varied. What was even more ridiculous was that the activation time for this move was very short. It required hundreds of steps to be completed within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would be the one to suffer the killer move's backlash. 3 breaths of time, how can that be possible? Even Fang Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation was not over yet. Fang Yuan listened carefully. It turned out that the solution was to use another time path killer move to reduce time cutting edge's activation time to 3 breaths of time. That way, he would be able to reach the target. If Gu immortals of other paths use time path methods to accelerate killer moves, it would be like pouring oil on fire. It would only produce the opposite effect and cause the killer move's activation to fail, causing a backlash. But time cutting edge was a time path killer move to begin with. Using other time path killer moves, there were no conflicting Dao marks within them. They complemented each other. Chapter 1610. Time Path Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had turned into a rank 6 Gu immortal with the appearance of a young man. His eyes were shut and his body was shrouded in specks of white light. As the white light around him increased, Fang Yuan's aura also continued to accumulate, becoming deeper and deeper. Suddenly, his body shook lightly, his aura became unstable. It was like a tall building collapsing and a deep pool leaking out. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. He opened his eyes, bright light flickered in them. This was the 3rd time he had failed while practicing shrink time. This killer move that was used to assist time cutting edge was also a rank 6 immortal move. After 3 consecutive defeats, each time Fang Yuan was injured, his soul foundation would fall. Originally, he had 30 million man soul, but now, there were only 29,600,000 left. This was not Thieving Heaven's dream realm after all. If he was injured in Thieving Heaven's dream realm, his soul foundation would fall to a terrifying extent. Fang Yuan did not feel dejected. Instead, his gaze was blazing, his fighting spirit surged. Ignoring everything else, just this shrink time killer move was very useful. It could not only be used to assist time cutting edge, it could also be used to assist other time path killer moves. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's soul left the dream realm and returned to the sovereign body to recuperate. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan took out Guts Gu and used them on himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing, but now, he was very careful with his Guts Gu. There were not many Guts Gu left. Fang Yuan planned to use them to heal his soul injuries. As for his soul path cultivation, he could only stop for now. In fact, not only would Fang Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, it would even fall a lot in the near future due to exploring dream realms. This was within expectations. There was no other way. Soul path cultivation was no longer the focus now. The most important thing was to go to the River of Time and take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the wisest strategy. Fang Yuan had to explore it as soon as possible. Firstly, the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After all, Fang Yuan's opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Who knew when another great expert would awaken? Celestial Court would definitely set up ambushes in the River of Time. As time passed, these ambushes would increase. Secondly, Fang Yuan hoped to use Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Celestial Court and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Immortal Gu. This was his biggest hope now. However, if he were to plan for the worst, and the true teachings of the Red Lotus could not help him, then he would have to make other plans. Thus, if he obtained the true inheritance of Red Lotus's immortal, of Red Lotus, would be of Lotus of Red Lotus, Red Dragon, of Im, of Imif of the Mountain, of Gu of Saint, of Chin Lotus, of Chin of Gu of Sea. That was, when Dang Hun Mountain was repaired, everything would return to the right track. Other than this method, Fang Yuan did not have any good method to resolve these problems in a short period of time. Currently, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired by 30 to 40%, but the soul path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change, thus it could not produce Guts Gu. After recuperating his soul, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time, he finally succeeded. completely activating shrink time. The previous 3 failures were not for naught. Each failure pushed Fang Yuan closer to success. Fang Yuan had grasped time path killer move shrink time. Of course, it was still a problem whether or not he could use the time shrink technique that he had obtained in the dream in reality. After all, dream realms and reality were different. Fang Yuan was clear that shrink time's main content was correct. Even if there was a difference, as long as he used the light of wisdom and spent some time, he could deduce the correct version in reality. After reaching this step, this layer of dream realm was also successfully explored. The entire cultivation scene faded from Fang Yuan's vision. His time path attainment level started to rise rapidly, but soon stopped. I am still a time path master. However, compared to before, it has indeed risen by a large margin. It seems like I'm not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult. It was much more complicated than the killer move Miri itself. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and continued to practice. He soon felt dizzy. The thoughts in his mind were expended greatly. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Fang Yuan was extremely patient. He repeated the boring content over and over again, advancing towards the final victory. During the process, he was injured again. After leaving the dream realm and his soul returned to his body, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that not only did his soul foundation fall, even his lifespan was reduced by a little. Getting injured in this dream realm can actually reduce lifespan. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was a new discovery. But thankfully, he had a large number of lifespan goo. Losing some lifespan was not a big deal. Of course, other goo immortals might not think so. Just like this, Fang Yuan was injured 4 more times. He finally managed to use time cutting edge once in the dream realm. Just 1 time was enough. It was not reality after all. The dream realm dissipated. Fang Yuan successfully entered the 3rd stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally grasped time cutting edge, not bad. But the true results will need to be tested in battle. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Please explain. The old man laughed heartily. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Li Exen is that person's right-hand man. He is going to suppress the southern ancient desolate beast rampage. You should kill him. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. His identity in the dream realm only had rank 6 cultivation level. His foundation was not outstanding. How could he fight a rank 7? The only advantage he had was the killer move, time cutting edge. Before Fang Yuan could think further, the dream realm changed. Flames started to burn around him. A person stood proudly in the sea of flames, staring at Fang Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a survivor of Bo Clan? Die. Just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, dark red flames surged towards Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the time path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fang Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fang Yuan dragged his heavily injured soul back to his body. The dream this time was really a bit of a trap. It attacked without warning. Fang Yuan had no chance to react. And other than time cutting edge, I can only use time path immortal goo. I don't know any other killer moves. Fang Yuan was very vexed. These time path immortal goo were all rank 6. How could they face the rank 7 Gu Immortal Li Xen alone? And his dark red flames were clearly a rank 7 killer move. It seems that I can only use time cutting edge to fight him. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. If this was a real battle, Fang Yuan would play safe. But this dream realm was different. It was different from reality. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. Dark red flames surged towards him. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He activated the immortal killer move time cutting edge. A thin flying dagger materialized in an instant. The flying dagger shot out with a flash of light. What kind of killer move is this? Li Xian's face was filled with shock before he fell to the ground. The dark red flames swept towards him and burned him to ashes in an instant. Fang Yuan was also shocked. This killer move is amazing. To be able to kill a rank 7 so easily, and this Li Xion's entire body was protected. Even in the dream realm, such a feat. I'm afraid it is not bad in reality. Once Li Xian died, the dream realm dissipated. Chapter 1611. The dream realm finally reached the fourth stage. I have already killed Li Xian, Fang Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fang Yuan, nodding slightly. It seems you have already trained Time Cutting Edge to a high level. But you have only cultivated the rank 6 Time Cutting Edge. Next, I will teach you the rank 7 Killer Move Time Cutting Edge. Listen carefully. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down and memorized it. Rank 7 killer moves were several times more complex and varied than the previous rank 6 killer moves. Just listening to these steps, Fang Yuan's head was aching. This was the most complicated killer move he had ever seen. It was second to none. After the old man finished teaching, before leaving, he said to Fang Yuan, "Come and find me after you master this rank 7 killer move." Only Fang Yuan was left in the dream realm. It seems that the fourth stage of the dream realm still requires me to practice a killer move. Fang Yuan understood. Understanding this point, he buried himself in hard work, diligently practicing in the dream world. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult, Fang Yuan was very patient. His personality had already been forged into a piece of black steel by his previous life and this life. He was determined and stubborn. These small setbacks would not make him feel discouraged. He would not give up. Just as Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm and practicing his killer move, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes and muttered, "The formation's initial deduction is complete. Next is Time Cutting Edge." Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This Time Cutting Edge killer move had extraordinary power, but why was there no record of it in Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm originated from Spectral Soul. Logically speaking, Spectral Soul's true inheritance should contain the killer move Time Cutting Edge. But the truth was, there was no such information in Spectral Soul's true inheritance that Fang Yuan inherited. You still haven't figured out Fang Yuan's location? The Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was gloomy. In front of him, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Their expressions were unsightly. Because Fang Yuan had previously destroyed the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and snatched away all the dream realms, Southern Border's righteous path had joined hands and each of them sent out people to form a team dedicated to hunting down Fang Yuan. The leader of this team was the Xia clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's hair was white, and her face was covered in layers of wrinkles. Although she was an old woman, her bearing was graceful, and she exuded an imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the crowd, intimidating everyone present. The southern border immortals all lowered their heads. Who among these people did not want to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts? But Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move protecting him. Even the current Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to him. Not to mention these hastily formed Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's Righteous Path's foundation was very deep. They could not be underestimated. These people did not have the ability to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. They only needed a bit more clues, like Fang Yuan appearing again and attacking a certain resource point. As long as there were enough clues, with these people's various methods and cooperation, there was a high chance that they could break Yama Emperor's killer move. Yama Emperor's killer move might be strong, but it was always the same. If it was constantly deduced, it would be broken. Xia Cha knew this, but that damned scoundrel Fang Yuan, after robbing Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he has not appeared again. Xia Cha felt some pressure internally. As long as Fang Yuan was not killed as the leader, her prestige would continue to fall. In serious cases, the entire Xia clan would be affected. This demon Fang Yuan is holed up. He is definitely exploring the dream realms to reap benefits. We need to find him quickly and get rid of him, otherwise, as time passes, his strength will rise rapidly again. Xia Cha said gloomily, "Everyone, If you have any trump cards, use them. I, Xia Cha, will personally compensate you. The southern border immortals looked at each other. No one moved. Xia Cha became more and more disappointed in her heart. She glanced around and looked at one of them. I wonder what method fellow immortal Lu Hao has? Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He was tall and wore a green robe. He had a goatee and yellow skin. He was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the chaos earlier, Wu clan had sacrificed many Gu immortals. Thus they had been recruiting external Gu immortals to become external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But in fact his true identity was a central continent Gu immortal. He was secretly sent by Fairy Myrtle. Under Wu Yong's arrangement, he was placed in Southern Border's righteous path as an insider. Xia Cha was familiar with the other Gu immortals, but she did not know much about Lu Hao. On the surface, Lu Hao was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He was not famous. Lu Hao reacted and shook his head with a bitter smile. I am ashamed. I am powerless in this matter. The main thing is that we have too few clues, especially the crucial clues that are closely related to Fang Yuan. In my opinion, it is not that we are lacking in ability, it is just that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. That's right. Fellow immortal Lu Hao is right. Lu Hao's words immediately resonated with the people around him. Xia Cha was completely disappointed. She did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu clan and Fang Yuan had enmity. What should we do now? Do we just wait like this? If that scoundrel Fang Yuan does not show up, are we going to do nothing and wait for him to show up? Xia Cha thought of this and felt a headache. But right at this time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the immortals' ears. I can help in this matter. Who is it? The immortals were shocked. Even Xia Cha stood up, her eyes shining with bright light as she stared at the newcomer. An unfamiliar Gu immortal with a stocky build and wearing a conical hat had somehow sneaked into the immortal formation. If not for his voice, the Southern Border immortals would not have sensed him. Who are you? The Southern Border immortals were on high alert. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Tai clan's representative's expression suddenly changed as he stopped the immortals. That's right, I am Lu Wei-yin. The newcomer smiled lightly. Dream Realm. The old man nodded with a gratified expression, but his tone carried a trace of shock. You actually learned the rank 7 time cutting edge. Fang Yuan's expression was plain as he cupped his fists. I did not fail you. The old man nodded. It seems that you are quite talented in this move. Very good. Our clan's revenge plan finally has a trace of hope. However, I still have a few things to warn you. Please advise me. First, the old man raised his right index finger. Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7 Gu immortals, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is too huge. So even if you learn time cutting edge, don't go looking for enemies. You are only rank 6 now. If you go looking for them, you will be courting death. Second, the old man raised his right middle finger. Your cultivation level is only rank 6. It is very difficult for you to use rank 7 time cutting edge. Your focus from now on is to raise your cultivation level to rank 7 or even rank 8. When your cultivation level rises, you will be able to cultivate rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you will have the ability to take revenge. Before that, you need to endure and endure. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.